We talked and a number of other things, and seeing if you can match Moultrie for another great gift. And he doesn't disappoint in that category, that's for sure. So we'll talk to Dan next hour. Get ready for Thanksgiving as it inches a little bit closer. A lot of you traveling, and we thank you for that. When you listening to the Rick and Bubba show and contacting us. I got one last night. Hey, I'm traveling. Where do I go for a list of stations? And I'm like, well, that's very easy. Just go to rickandbubba.com. And click on the radio, TV there, and it's got a full listing of all of our radio affiliates across the country, and then you've got streaming options. And so don't forget to take Rick and Bubba with you when you hit the road this holiday season. All right, over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? Y'all doing well?
Yep.
Good. Fired up for another day, and I hope y'all are ready to go.
Lips are a little chapped, but I'm good. And that's better than my A being chapped.
That's
Yeah,
true,
yeah,
but
it
it's
is.
still early.
Yeah,
So it is.
Yeah,
It is.
Yeah.
Speedy, I mean, how many acres of wood did you cut?
Yeah,
this
go
month?
ahead. Let's go.
How many pine trees did you drop?
I want you to know, Helmsy, I went and
Did you know there's a lumberjack working here?
I stood in front of his office door that was open when I got here, and I said, all right, let's go. Let's get them all out right now. Get all the one-liners. Just hit me with them.
What time's your crew showing up?
And I'm just wearing a button-up here, but it's a
It's flannel.
flannel shirt, and that's really it. But
Jeans and boots.
Rip in here was screaming Jimmy a minute ago. Jimmy! Jimmy!
yeah. But
Dropping-
just dressing the part, and actually wearing the boots that Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear gave
Yeah,
us years
I like
ago.
'em.
I don't wear them a ton, but when I do, and I'm headed to Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear. If you're listening live, and it's the 22nd, that's exit 304, just north of Coleman, south of Huntsville. They're on I-65, and going to see the fine folks at Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear today, 11:30 to 1:30 Central Time. And I know if you're listening, different times that might have already passed. But if you're listening live, that's when I'll be there today, and looking forward to hanging out with everybody. They got everything. Don't think just like, hey,
they got it
I'm
all.
a cowboy. I mean, they got everything.
Oh, yeah. Work clothes.
Yeah. But I thought if I'm gonna walk around the store, I need to act like I
You're
kind
looking good.
I've kind of got to go.
I got some timber to drop.
Right.
Well, this is why they ask you, not us. You like a cowboy over there.
Why is that why?
Huh? Absolutely it is.
Hey, cowboy.
So and today, then I'll keep going, and I'll get my parents today, and then grab them for Thanksgiving, and looking
They'll
forward
like
to
you being
that.
dressed.
Now, will y'all ride horses back or?
No, I'm actually throw
wagon?
them in the truck, but I will keep my trailer hitch ready to go in case I gotta pull anything. I can hook a trailer up in a second.
I'd like to see you sharpen a saw over there.
And I'm excited about them coming back and hanging out and spending time with the old family.
Holidays, get up.
Yeah. And then we got quite a plan over the Thanksgiving. Do I know y'all are mostly local, and I think Helmsy, you go up to Gadsden, is that right?
Yeah, I'm 65 miles northeast one day, and then 20 miles to south the next day.
I got to fly to Detroit.
Do you really?
Something about the way you swiped your cell phone after you said that.
I know.
Detroit.
I know. That's good stuff right there. So that's
it's an hour
not that
here,
bad.
hour.
Yeah.
And we got Amanda last night. She got into the whole. You think we can take Blue with us? I said no. We're not taking any dogs. No, just Blue. Blue's a dog. Okay,
Yeah, he is a
so
dog.
we're not taking Blue.
Yeah.
Blue will be fine by himself, 5-6 hours at the house. It's fine.
Yeah, y'all don't need to be
Not
dog
taking Blue.
bringers.
No. Well, so and so brings them. I know they do, and we always talk about it.
Yeah.
So let's don't be that
We're
person.
joining that gang.
Yeah, not gonna be that guy. Well, they have a backyard, so still not gonna be that person. Just
Yeah.
not gonna be a dog bringer.
Hey, it's us and our dog.
Right. If Blue could
We're
talk,
here and our dog.
If Blue could talk, Blue would say, "Leave me here."
Blue don't want to have anything to do with it.
I don't want to get in the
Scares
car and
him.
get sick and throw up and
Yeah.
and start panting real hard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What about that panting?
Oh yeah, you know it's coming when
I
that
know.
happens. Dadgummit. Well, good. Well, I'm glad y'all got a plan, and Mr. Festive over there, Greg's got a plan, so we're ready to
Sure.
go. Huh?
Ready to roll, ready to eat. That's what I like.
So last night it snuck up on me. Had no idea they were playing down in Mexico.
Yeah.
For
See?
Monday Night Football,
Why?
and
Greg,
Garoppolo.
thought about
He
you.
needs to write a book on how to survive in the
Let
NFL.
me ask you this: why did they want to get rid of him?
I don't know.
they
he
had
looks pretty good.
Trey Lance supposed to
gonna
be
say.
this and that, but he
Yeah.
got hurt. But
Yeah.
They tried their best to get rid of him, and Garoppolo, took him to a Super Bowl one year. Took him, one
Nearly
win
did last year. Yeah.
Right.
But let's get rid of him.
Yeah, let's just he's out. They spanked Arizona.
And they're in first place, I think. now.
Yeah,
I think they put them at the top.
They got on them
Jimmy
last
G.
night and won Monday Night Football, and so there you go. That's 38-10, the final there. And I was,
Thank you
it was
there.
at first I thought they were playing in Arizona or something because just the way the field looked, and I'm like, huh. And then I noticed the crowd was like doing chants.
Mexican. Would you notice that? They were in Mexico.
Well, that goes on in Arizona too, Greg.
That's
Right.
true. That's
no,
probably
they
why I
they
thought.
they
I get
hadn't
it.
they
You're
didn't
right.
show the crowd at the time. They were just showing the field. But I noticed there was a lot of chants and some singing going on and stuff. And I'm like,
That's from
what in the
soccer
world?
stuff.
And then I heard Joe Buck say, "We're live in Mexico."
Watched the first 10 minutes of the pregame where they were talking about all that.
Did the Mexican crowd give them much?
Did
they ever?
Yes.
Huge
Yes.
following in Mexico and NFL.
Can I tell you?
For the NFL.
Can I tell you?
Sound like
there was
Jimmy
one,
G put on a show for them.
There was
did.
one point in the game I thought, oh my gosh, there's a streaker that's hit the field or somebody has rushed the field because they were screaming and cheering it at like a downtime of the game. And no, they were just out having a good time in the crowd and started chanting stuff. And I thought, you know what I'm saying? It's like there was a dead time and Joe was just doing like a read and they were transitioning. I think change of possession was coming. And all of a sudden the crowd just started roaring. And I'm like, oh my gosh, somebody's on the field running. They're just not showing it. But actually it wasn't. It was just they were just having
excited.
a good old party is what they were doing.
Look, and I'm going to delve off in something that I've halfway read.
Here we go. This is always scary.
Well, it's about
audience.
major sports we're talking about, the World Cup.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
goodness.
don't you pronounce it Qatar? That's where they're at.
Yeah.
But Budweiser was this huge sponsor, and it piled all this money and in product and all this, and then the government banned drinking at the events.
Oh,
And they're just kind of stuck.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think they said, hey, if you can't not drink for 2.5 hours, then you got bigger problems.
But
They
my-
actually come out
Who
and
would
say,
have thought your World Cup story would be centered around beer?
Well, it's the only thing interesting about the World Cup.
yeah,
I thought, well, how about that? Because they showed like just cases of it. Hey, maybe, how about this? I doubt that this deal with Budweiser happened the day before the event. Maybe somebody should have given them a heads up before we get. Oh, by the way, guys, we're not going to allow you to drink at the events here. So before y'all spend hundreds of millions of dollars on this, maybe. And I may be completely wrong, but it's something like that.
No, I
So when I
did
do
see that they
coverage of
were
World
banned
Cup,
during the games. I did see that.
It's going to be half a coverage because I have about half the information.
Right. There you go. Well, I got half of the information. I did see the sports world get thrown upside down because USA actually tied Wales yesterday, and they had them beat. And they had some kind of defensive penalty in the zone, which allowed Wales to have a
my
free kick, and
goodness.
they tied it in the 80-something minute. And so everybody's upset because the USA had it won, and England had beat Iran. I know that much. And they're in the same little section or bracket or whatever.
Well, I'll tell you what.
So there's our
I'll
World
tell you
Cup
this,
update.
nobody was drinking during that.
No, I did hear that, and the guy that is actually running it said if you can't put beer down, and I'm paraphrasing, for just a couple hours, then you got problems.
Well, and they're right. But,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, you might want to
Yeah.
give Budweiser a heads up on that.
Right.
Rick and Bubba.
The holidays are right around the corner, and I'm ready. You know why? Because we use HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to the door, so you can skip that extra grocery store trip, take a break from meal planning, and enjoy this special time of the year. HelloFresh always has something new to try with over 35 chef-crafted seasonal recipes each week. Sign up today for 70% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code is BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to RickandBubba.com under sponsors.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200 $2.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GPS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Did you know that over the holidays, property crimes like burglaries and package theft spike nationally? That's why our friends at Simply Safe Home Security are offering 50% off their award-winning security system. This is their biggest offer of the year. Simply Safe Whole Home Security with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Get 50% off with any new system at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
All right, I've been going on and on about how much I love the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their number one selling product, Field of Greens. Well, right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on the site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens, which we've been using for months now. Our families love it too. Kickstart your journey to better health during the biggest sale of the year by going to brickhousenutrition.com. Enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything, or rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Knock out holiday gift shopping early and snag some of the best deals of the season on Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, a comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life, perfect for anyone on your gift list. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLYBF to get 20% off site-wide, or save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's holiday bundles. That code is EARLYBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba.
22, almost 23 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we all are just ready to have Moultrie with us again today. Next hour from right now, he'll be joining us, talk the great outdoors. This time we'll be talking Moultrie Mobile as Dan joins us, and looking forward to that. Some big teasing of Black Friday deals coming with the Moultrie Mobile. Also, don't forget we're going to match Moultrie. And, again, you've got 2 Edge cellular trail cameras. Okay, so, I mean, look at the prize. I mean, it's a good gift that you will win. And so, match Moultrie, we just sit through it because we know how great the prize is. So that's there for you today. Also, it's Gobble Gobble Week. If you missed it, last segment of the live show yesterday, or second to last segment, we actually played it in its entirety.
Yep. And
it's such a controversy. There's a lot of love for it. There's a lot of hate for it. And then there's people's like, I don't really know how I feel. It just feels weird. And I get it. But the Gobble Gobble song was played yesterday. If you're listening live, that's the 21st, Monday, and we'll ease a little bit closer to Thanksgiving. It's a Thanksgiving replay on Thanksgiving Day, and then Black Friday best of with Helmsy here on the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so we teased a little bit the Monday Night Football live in Mexico yesterday. Last night, the Giants beat Arizona pretty bad, actually, and Garoppolo.
You mean the 49ers?
The 49ers, what'd I say?
The Giants?
Yeah, no, Giants. It's not San Francisco Giants for sure. It's the San Francisco 49ers. And thank you for that, buddy.
Well, they used to be in San Francisco.
Yeah, they did. I was.
People get that mixed up all the time.
You ready for this? You ready for this weird mind trick here?
Yeah.
The other story I have is that Aaron Judge is looking to be landing in San Francisco and L.A. to see, because he's a free agent, and there's rumors will the Yankees sign him, or is he going to the West Coast? And so there was rumors that he photos and all this, that he had been spotted in San Francisco and L.A. yesterday, meaning that he was there talking to them. And so we'll see how that plays out.
Hard
but
for
my
him to
mind was
hide.
thinking Giants, San Francisco, and then anyway.
How about it's hard for him to hide?
Very hard for him to hide. Big man.
He will be seen.
Real
and that'd
big
be
man.
a good get for San Francisco or L.A., whoever.
Yeah, how the Yankees could let him go, I don't know. But, boy, we'll see how that plays out. But you never know. I mean, money. Why would you? Well, I say what. Why would you, though, with the taxes and all that? These big cities, I know that has to kind of come into the decision of some of them.
I
going.
think some have said that.
Some, but I guess some. It's just the money's so great it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't know, but anyway. So yeah, but the 49ers won last night. They beat Arizona pretty bad. So we've hit that a little bit. Have y'all seen this too? There's a British angler here that has caught the world's biggest goldfish.
You're talking about a British angler?
But
yes,
it's a big goldfish.
It is.
But you can tell in the picture. Can we not just take pictures of the fish without sticking them close to the camera?
Right.
I mean, it's big, but
Right. I know
the
what you're
picture I
saying.
saw, it's like twice the size of the man.
Does this help here a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a shot of it here.
But you've seen the one from the side. Can't we just take a regular picture and quit cheating?
Yeah. Right.
We do it every time.
The goldfish, and I think this is the one you're talking about here, where they hold it out front.
Yeah.
The goldfish, 67 pounds, 4 ounces. That's a big one.
goldfish.
Nickname?
I'll give you that.
How
That's a
about-
big old guppy.
Yeah. Elusive fish caught in France after being released in fishery there 20 years ago.
Oh, he grew for 20 years.
Yeah.
Goodness.
I didn't know they could get 67 pounds. That's big.
Andy Hackett is the guy that caught
Man,
it.
he's big as the picture shows it, but it's big.
Said that he spent 25 minutes reeling in the goldfish. Nicknamed the Carrot, the huge,
they put it
huge
back
goldfish
in?
was released again afterwards.
How about that?
Wow. Somebody's
20
pet
more
it.
years.
Somebody's pet at one point.
I wonder how long a goldfish lives like that. Life expectancy.
You know, that's a great question.
He's been in there 20 years.
No, you talking about no?
Now the ones you get in the house don't live long because you end up flushing them.
No.
Of course, a lot of that's because he got that old glass bowl.
Yeah. Not a
Just
whole lot
the
of
old straight up glass.
circulation.
Yeah, the old straight up glass bowl. They never lasted long.
No.
Now
So
we
how-
had one of them one time that was in eating the roots of a plant, beta fish.
Yeah.
That thing lived a pretty good while.
Yeah.
So how about it
Don't
beat
know
the
why we had
record
it.
by 30? Let's see, 30 pounds, I guess. It was 30
Dang.
pounds heavier than what was considered to be the
Ain't
world's
nobody in
biggest
his league.
goldfish. That was caught in Minnesota in 2019.
Nothing in those fisheries to stunt their growth either. You know,
Yeah.
That's true. That's
Man,
true. They,
Good night alive.
they're not
That's a big
confined to
fish.
one
That's
small
right.
area. They eat whatever they want when they want.
Yeah,
You know.
right.
Now I don't know the predator situation on all that,
Yeah,
but
who eats
evidently he's
goldfish?
avoided it.
Yeah, that big son of a gun there, it had to be a big shark to get him.
And at what point?
No, that thing's big.
And at what point does the predators go, I ain't messing with him anymore?
Yeah, big orange over
too
there. We're gonna let big
too
orange
much to mess with.
We're gonna let big orange swim on by.
Yeah.
I've always wanted one of those. Is it called koi ponds, where you have
I've
always wanted one of
You've
those.
always wanted a
yes,
koi
I
pond?
have. I've always wanted one.
Would start out real good, and then I would
know.
think it'd get real nasty.
Same thing with aquarium.
Yeah. If you don't stay on top of it.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That lasted.
Yeah. Well, we had one all through college. I had an aquarium growing up. And
I never had one.
And then I'll never forget the night that Jay and it was really me, I did it. The year was 1984. It was the night that Flutie threw
was a
Doug
senior in high
Flutie
school.
threw
Yeah,
the
I remember that.
For Boston College.
I was watching it.
I busted an aquarium that night with a hammer. Accidentally.
A hammer?
Yeah.
How do you accidentally
why
break
are
something
you
with a
close
hammer?
to
I was first of all, I was 6. Okay.
Well, okay.
And I was tapping the glass with I wasn't trying to break it. I was
trying to
trying
get attention?
I was trying to scare the fish
With a hammer?
Of course, Jay didn't want me scaring the fish. That's why I was scaring the fish. And I
then you
tapping
scared
it with a
yourself.
hammer, and all of a sudden, water everywhere.
Really?
I bet
Oh,
your
yeah.
dad-
What gallon?
Oh yeah.
What kind? What?
Oh, it was like, I don't know. It wasn't that big. It was like 5-10 gallons.
Oh, okay, but still.
But it was, I tell you what, it was 5 gallons of water on the floor. While Doug Flutie was throwing the Hail Mary.
Kind of ruined the moment.
He
You
did.
really appreciate
Sure
it.
did.
Fish flopping.
Rick and Bubba.
If you've thought about securing your home with home security, but you've been putting it off, right now listeners can order the #1 rated Simply Safe home security system for 50% off. This is their biggest offer of the year. In an emergency, 24/7 professionals monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real, so you can get priority police response. Simply Safe is whole home security with advanced sensors for every room, window and door, 24/7 professional monitoring service that costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. With the top-rated Simply Safe app, stay in complete control of your system anytime, anywhere. Arm or disarm, unlock for a guest, access your cameras, or adjust your system settings. Get 50% off any new system at simplysafebubba.com. Today is their biggest discount of the year. That's simplysafebubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
From pumpkin spice to apple cider, fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it deliciously easy to savor all that the season has to offer. With mouth-watering recipes delivered to your door, right now you can treat yourself to gourmet meals and pick up some cooking skills along the way with their new limited-time Harvest Dinner Series, complete with easy-to-follow videos, and HelloFresh Market makes hosting your next tailgate or party easier than ever with fall flavors. A rotating selection of fall-inspired brunch kits, dessert boards, and more available for a limited time this season. With more than 35 weekly recipes to choose from and the ingredients delivered right to your door, HelloFresh helps spice up the cooking routine with fewer trips to the store, and it even saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually 25% cheaper than grocery shopping. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes, I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for 2 reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 and free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LEARBubba.com or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Wake
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, as we come on back, there's a couple of stories to update. One that hit yesterday afternoon, the Chrisleys. Hey, they're in a hand-on. We did this story a couple of times. We've updated you, and then most recently the fact that they were being sentenced and in bad trouble. Well, apparently the married couple are sentenced to a combined 19 years in prison.
How about that?
That's 19 years. Chrisley Knows Best, which aired for 9 seasons and followed Todd, who's 53 now, and Julie, who's 49, and their family has been canceled. All of their shows. The spinoff, Growing Up Chrisleys, which follows their kids Chase, Savannah, also have been canceled according to Deadline. Todd also was set to host a dating show, and that was canceled. The couple
I bet
were sentenced to a combined 19 years in prison on Monday for tax evasion. Todd will face 12 of the 19 in prison, while his wife Julie will serve 7 for the $30 million fraud case.
$30 million. Ooh.
That just seems a little excessive to me. I don't have a dog in the fight. Don't care about the Chrisleys, but that sounds ridiculous to me. That's what we're giving them.
Yeah,
it's a big sentence.
It's a very big sentence. Hey, wow. How about that?
There'll be people get out on murder before that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Didn't know he was set to host a dating show. This is interesting. Anyway.
I'm not sure what kind of dating show that was.
That was going to be my next question, Greg.
You know, I know that all these shows have been canceled. I wonder if all the reruns, because you can catch a Chrisley Knows Best marathon if you don't watch it. And they'll have them just one after another.
Every weekend.
You'll get trapped in that and not be able to get out because it's pretty addictive to sit there and watch that family. Some of the later seasons have been pretty scripted, but still it's pretty funny.
So what does it say? He'll probably good behavior. She's out and year 2, he's out in 5. I don't know how all that works, but I've seen that on attorney shows.
Sounded good.
You know, you know what I mean?
You're like, okay.
Right.
And if they'll keep these shows running, they can pay some of these people back and pay the government back and all that. And
that's a lot.
You know, chip away at that.
Yeah. Gracious.
Ain't got nothing else to do.
Yeah. And also this other story here.
I'd like to see him start a reality show inside prison.
Yeah, he could.
Oh.
The Chrisleys behind bars.
Chrisley's behind bars.
Yeah.
Be a good one. That'd be a good way to pay it off.
Are they going to send him to one of them, like, club feds they call?
Well, it's
probably.
I don't know. What about Chrisleys don't know best? And they're behind bars.
Chrisleys
when it comes
learn
to
from
taxes,
us.
they don't know best.
And then there's this other story, and we haven't really gone to it. We've talked about it more off air. The Florida Gators pulling the scholarship of one of the top high school quarterbacks in the nation after he was filming himself and singing a song that had the N-word in it.
Here we go.
And he posted that, and now they've pulled his scholarship.
First of all, dumb posting things.
Right.
But second of all, and this is a repeat on me because we've had this before. So we have no problem with the record company putting it out. We have no problem with the artist who wrote it and performed it saying it. And we put it out there for the public to buy. But a certain race of people can sing it and a certain race can't.
So the kid was white?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
that's
but my point is, now this is a product that's available to everybody.
Right.
And if you're a certain race, you can sing the song. But if you're not, now your intent means nothing. Obviously, his intent was I'm singing this song, and that happens to be the lyric. Now, we all know the climate we live in now. I'm pretty dumb on his part anyway. But the point is, we can't understand intent. We're scared to death of words. What's the intent of the word?
Mm-hmm.
Like people, just repeating. If you're just repeating something from a movie that has it in it, I guess you're in trouble for that too, right? If you're white.
Mm-hmm.
But now I don't know. I'm just saying if we're going to, I don't care who's. I mean, I'm if the word disappears tomorrow, it's fine with me. But the point is, if we're going to pull scholarships and we're going to cost people jobs, then shouldn't we go back to the people who originally released this piece of music that had this offensive language in it? Because it's their language. The person singing the song, it's not their language. It's the person who wrote the song's language.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. I don't. It's tough because there's no consistency on how people are judged and,
how about
and the
intent? Let's go by
repercussions.
intent.
First of all, stupid should never be doing anything like that. I don't know why they
we
thought
gotta
that was even a good idea to record yourself singing that and then post it. It's just ridiculous and dumb. But you're right. It is music that's out there, and I guess it all depends on who's singing the song.
Of course, he's in damage control. He's apologizing and throwing himself on the mercy of the court. I shouldn't have done this. I said, no, why don't you go? It's a song I bought. So if I bought the song, I can't sing it.
Right.
Why is everybody mad?
I've read
again. If it's that bad, then ban that type of language in songs. Record company, go
Well,
protest the record company and this artist for putting it out.
You can look this up. This is not me making things up here at all, audience. I want to say at one point, and this was back in the 90s, early 2000s, 60 and 70% of all rap music was purchased by white people.
Absolutely.
Teenagers from the ages of like 13 to.
That's true.
And so honestly, if we just want to go that route, let's just stop purchasing all that stuff.
Yeah.
And until one of these rappers come out and say, hey, look, it's in the song, let them sing it. That's why we put it out there.
Those are my words, not the person who's
They are
singing it.
purchasing, white people, they are purchasing 60, 70% of this stuff. We need them to keep doing that.
Because really, if you go that mentality, and white people can't sing the songs, well, they should be banned from being able to purchase it. If the record company's being responsible.
Yeah. Yes.
If we're going to be responsible in this,
absolutely.
If you're white, you can't have this. Because that's wrong.
Yeah.
Because, again, the person who wrote the song, that's whose words it are.
See,
and
none
that's
of
what their
this
intent
makes
is.
sense. It's
So
ridiculous.
if you quote a line from a movie, let's say you were saying, man, did you see in the movie and this guy said this, and it happens to have that in it. And all you're doing is quoting it.
Yeah.
So you're in trouble.
Yeah,
right?
there's been a lot. Was it the Hangout Festival that the white girl jumped up on stage to sing a rapper song?
And the whole bit was we get somebody out of the audience to sing and see if they know the lyrics.
Right.
And I stopped singing, you continue singing, which she sang the lyrics, and they booed her.
Yeah.
Because she was white.
And the artist didn't even back her up. It's just, again, if we're going to fire people and we're going to deny scholarships, then let's go to we can't put this kind of material out. That's offensive material that shouldn't be released. You can't write songs, and we're not going to put songs with that word in out for and tell half the population you can't sing it, and other that you can't.
Well, to your point, and both of y'all, then if there needs to be regulations on the purchasing and streaming of it, that
is ridiculous.
You have to check a
It
box on what race you are.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. We're being ridiculous, but what my point is when we talk about these solutions, but I'm saying if we're going to do this and we don't go by the intent, and I always pull this up, it's a repeat, Greg. I'm not new. Just like Papa John, he was quoting someone else about what they said, and they're pulling their sponsorship off stadiums and. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's absolutely ridiculous.
But
to ban the music, punish the songwriter, punish the artist who put it out.
Yeah,
that's whose words it is.
So anyway, there's that story out. We didn't get to it yesterday. It's just one of those things where it's like, gracious alive, and it continues to.
I would just like to see
it
one
continues
time
to be talked about because he's coming out and he's just, I'm so sorry I shouldn't have done it, which he shouldn't have. But the his college career could be ruined before it ever started because of this, and others are doing the same thing. But depending on your race, singing songs, that's what he was doing. He was singing.
Now, if he would have been just dropping the F-bomb and all that, nobody said a word.
Right.
No,
you're right.
Or being sexually explicit.
Probably get an NIL deal.
Yeah, probably would. Nobody said one word. Yeah, but but it goes. And I know he's trying to do damage control because he don't want to be damaged goods.
Mm-hmm.
But wouldn't you like one time somebody go, look, I was just repeating the lyrics of the song. I didn't write the song.
Yeah.
I really don't have anything to apologize.
What would really be a breath of fresh air if a university stepped up and said, guys, he was just singing a song, we're signing him.
Yeah.
Or somebody, to your point, Helmsy, maybe go, you know what, we've researched this kid. We know his family. We know the kid. He's a good kid.
Look at his body
blah,
of
blah,
work.
blah. We're recruiting him because it's of his body of work. He made a mistake, but we're not dropping. But they were quick. Do you think they were quick to drop the scholarship offer?
And plus, they also, though, and you know how they also picked up another commitment from a quarterback from California somewhere who I think is a little higher rated.
Oh, so this might have been their out?
Well, that's, probably not. But
right.
They did put that in the article, though.
Right.
But
makes it easier, doesn't it?
It does.
If you're at the school.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll cut you loose. We got this other guy. He's a little better than you.
Right.
Again.
But if you're looking for consistency in the media and all that, then you're not going to find it.
So we're lazy. We won't take time to actually, figure out the person's intent that said or did whatever.
Right.
We don't do that anymore. If you're the wrong color.
Right. We'll take a break. 15 minutes till top of the hour. The kickoff hour will continue. Then Rick and Bubba and Adler join us for the main show at top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GPS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
What's your least favorite season? Now, if you're like me, it's cold and flu season. So get relief from it this year with Mucinex DM. With cough and chest congestion relief for 12 hours in just one dose. That's 3 times longer than 4-hour products. Mucinex DM makes any season comeback season. Even cold and flu season. Get 3 times the relief in just one dose with Mucinex DM. It couldn't be simpler. Nothing lasts longer among over-the-counter cough and cold remedies. Mucinex DM provides 12 hours of relief for chest congestion and cough, day or night. Uses directed.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join Medishare and save even more than usual. It's true. For the typical family, switching to Medishare saves about $500 a month, which is obviously huge for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. Medishare has double the customer satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. There are 400,000 members now. They've shared over $4 billion in medical bills. So yeah, they can handle your bills too. And here's the thing. If you join Medishare Complete right now, before November 30th, they will waive your new member fee. So you're going to save even more. Medishare is the gold standard in healthcare sharing, and joining right now makes a lot of sense. Again, pay no new member fees if you join now and start enjoying great savings and a great way to handle your healthcare. Call now, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Visit Boot Barn during our Black Friday sale this weekend for savings on top quality pieces. Early access deals start on Friday at 7 a.m., where you can get up to $40 off cowboy boots for men, women, and children. Plus, extended through the weekend. Save on select outerwear, jeans, flannels, and men's essential workwear, including work boots made in America. Visit us this Black Friday during our biggest sale of the year at Boot Barn.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their number one selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, one scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsor.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is
It is 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. And this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by LearBubba.com. It's funny because this next line says, you know, Thanksgiving this year will be most expensive in our history. And we were just talking in the break. The Farm Bureau survey shows Thanksgiving dinner cost up 20%. And so it's real. And look, the policies and things that are getting pushed through this administration, it can be a little scary, especially if you've taken a look at your financial statements lately. It's not pretty. And for the next few years, it's not likely to get a whole lot better. And so let us talk to you a little bit about our folks at LearBubba.com. LearBubba.com. The team at Lear Capital sent us one of the Kennedy Silver $50 that they're offering free to all of our listeners and viewers. And like everything else with the price of silver going up, it's certainly has some value, because if you can get this thing now for free, by the way, there's no purchase necessary either, at the Kennedy silver $50 is yours free for doing something really smart, and that's talking to the folks at LearBubba.com. The specialist there can talk to you about investing in gold, and the silver $50 is pretty cool to get this absolutely free. I'm sitting here holding one right now. It's pretty neat. And so check them out right now at LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Get a quick chat with a specialist today about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. You have nothing to lose, but so much to gain. You can visit them at LearBubba.com. That's L-E-A-R, LearBubba.com for more information. You can also call them at 1-800-707-4575. That's 1-800-707-4575, or go to LearBubba.com. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
How about that?
I'm laughing at something you said with that brought you by. If I could put in Bank 9, I would.
What did he say?
He said, I'm sitting there holding one right now. It's pretty neat. I would just put that in there. If I could. That's what I would put that in Bank 9, and I mean now. The other thing I wanted to do, a lot of people are checking in, and this I hate this. I hate this for the Chrisleys because we did that update earlier. How about federal time is real time?
Really?
Meaning it's not like state where you get early out for good behavior. So that's a long
Chrisley's
time.
gonna be in there a while.
Is that your Todd?
What are you,
Chrisley?
He kind of sounds like this. He does. That's why he sounds. It's my impression, Speedy. I'm trying to be you.
There's only only one man with 1,000 voices, Greg.
That's true.
Yeah, don't you get in my area.
Give me a Chrisley real quick.
Huh? I don't. I don't really know it.
It's better when you don't know it and you hadn't worked on it.
That's even the best part. Yeah.
Give me that. I tell you what, do his voice and give me that line that I wanted to make.
No, you better not.
Let's not do that.
You better not.
So I'm doing a line about, and I'm holding the half silver dollar right here, and you still took it the other way.
I just thought it
was a funny statement.
I just thought it was a funny statement.
If you were half listening and then you heard that.
Well, that, and I mean, we put stuff in there all the time that when we take it out of context, and it's
sure, of
just
course.
Be
I was wondering why you were giggling over there. I was like, well,
just hit me the right way.
You're not giggling.
And that's the one sponsor I'm not real confident about anyway. So I felt like I did a poor job. So I thought you were laughing at that.
No.
All right, throw some questions at us here. We've got a bunch of them here.
Is that your, what was that?
I don't
Greg?
know. He don't know.
Oh, me. If you had to question, this is Bradley.
No.
This is from Bradley.
Nope.
What job offer would cause you to leave the show immediately?
It's a good job offer?
Job offer.
Job offer. That's a good question, by the way. We can come back to that if y'all need some time to think about it.
That'll make you think, won't it?
Speaking of jobs, and this is more to all of us can answer this. This is from Brian. It's to me and Greg, because we came in late to the party with this Rick and Bubba show. He said, I was curious if you and Greg recalled your first day on the air. Can you recall your first day on the air? And Speedy, can you?
Wow.
You're going to have to go way back.
That's Calvin Calloway.
We only got to go 14, 15 years back.
On the air or here? Well, it'd have been that first day, I guess.
Yeah, I'm going back 20. I was 29 years.
I can't really remember. I don't remember, like you talking about, like the subject and.
Because when we got here, we were not. Here's what a lot of people don't know: we didn't just come in here all 4 or 5 hours.
No, not that.
We spent a ton of time in our offices and didn't do a. We were just if they needed something, we'd come in here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I can't recall what the first moment
me
on
either.
air.
Yeah, guys, like I said, I'm going back to. I mean, I was in the building when they started, and then 6 months in, I got moved over, and it was really more of help a little bit, and then do on the road stuff, and
you were doing the swap shop and all that.
Yeah, on the AM. But look, y'all know now you do a lot. Do a lot of things, and we had one of our sister stations, the AM. And
you jump over there.
I would jump over there and do a lunchtime swap shop.
That's pretty good.
And then Rick and Bubba would call with funny voices and claim that
your
they
car
had
for sale and
free
stuff.
goats and my car was for sale, and I didn't realize it until they were
that's good
on air with me a little bit. Yeah, they had a little fun.
That was fun at my expense. Whatever.
Sure. Back to I'll just kind of start us off because I know y'all are scared of this question.
Yeah, I'm scared.
What job offer would cause you to leave the
no.
show immediately? I always said, and this was jokingly, that if the Atlanta Braves needed a second baseman, I'd leave. And that's obviously a joke. But in all seriousness, if something, and this is really not going to happen either, but if some type of big-time tennis coach position came available, or a director of an academy or something like that, would probably pull me away. Now, that's not going to happen because I don't have that skill set and not enough experience to do that.
This probably isn't the right answer.
But it'd have to be that.
Mm-hmm.
This probably isn't the right answer, but anything that paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
Seriously,
I was just thinking that if
I'm open to anything, I just need to pay a lot of money.
I was just thinking that if Dan gave me Moultrie,
I don't want to just narrow it down to one thing.
Did you hear what he just said?
Okay.
If Dan gave me like the Moultrie brand,
Yeah.
and said, "Hey man, I just want you to have this," I'd probably leave the show.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's a great one.
I was just thinking about
that. Falls
the
under
face
what I
of
was
Moultrie.
Yeah.
Look, and I'm not
just
talking
thinking about it.
Just ridiculous money.
No,
I'm just talking about a little
and
more.
I'd probably still check in sometimes. Of course, I'd be at various places and hunting a lot.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. I'd be your
maybe even be at a trade show. I'd probably.
Would
check
we
in.
have to do match Speedy every
dressed for a trade
couple months?
You're dressed for the trade show today.
Oh yeah. I'd be y'all's daddy.
What about if you decide to be a lumberjack?
I could. Yeah. Huh.
If you had, do we have time for another one? This one's a little fun.
Oh wow.
If you could choose up to 3 animals, non-domesticated, to act as security for your house and family, which would you choose?
That'd be a lion.
Lion, tiger, and wolf.
Bear.
It's a good 3, by the way.
How about a bear?
So you'd go bear, lion, and what's your third?
Bear, lion, and geese.
Hey, they'll get after you.
Hey, they will.
They'll get after
They
you.
make a lot of noise. Let you know somebody's there.
Yeah.
And they'll run up at you. Yeah, because I think the bear and lion can handle most of it as long as they don't eat the geese.
Yeah.
Give me your goose one more time.
Hey, goose will run you.
Yeah, they will.
How about when they start
flog you?
They start running at you. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us. Adler joins us. Dan is here. We'll be talking Moultrie Mobile, giving away a Match Moultrie prize, so don't go anywhere. Thanks for listening and watching the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we start with Adler first then. So, Adler, your prediction for the Super Bowl, who's going to win, what's the score, and how many yards will Tom Brady throw for as a tiebreaker?
All right, I'm just doing this in hopes of winning the trophy. I also want to see the Eagles win, so I'm going to go Eagles 21, Patriots 17, Brady 150.
21-17 Eagles, and Brady only throws for 150 yards?
Wow. Okay.
I don't know, guys.
Okay. All right, what's Helmsley's?
Helmsley has the Patriots 35, Eagles 17, Brady for 307.
It's a good pick. Greg?
Yes.
I have no feeling here. I'm just going Eagles just to go. Eagles 27-14. Brady throws for, well, if he lost, he didn't throw for much. He throws for 130.
Okay.
Wow.
Which isn't going to happen, but I don't know anything about either team. I haven't watched a lot.
Bubba?
Is it me?
Yep.
Speedy didn't go.
Oh, Speedy. I'm sorry.
Speedy.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go Patriots 24, Eagles 13, and I'm gonna go. Brady is gonna throw for 290.
Okay,
That's a good pick. Rick, I got several scenarios here, and I'm trying to weigh them out how I think they're going to go. I'm going to go the Patriots big winners 31-17, and Brady throws for 345.
Yeah, I mean, you took my complete pick almost to the almost to the complete.
I'm
letter.
sorry.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I had 30-17. I changed.
Yeah, I'll change it up a little bit. I think the Patriots are going to win big.
What did I say, Speedy? Tell me mine.
31-17.
Okay, yeah.
I'm writing them down for you.
I think the Patriots are going to win big. I want the Eagles to win. I can't stand the Patriots, but I'm also trying not to be delusional.
Right.
I think they shine in this kind of stuff. Eagles haven't been there. I'm not sure they'll handle it. I also think you have to be real careful when you've gone a long way with a backup quarterback that game is coming where they can't get it together, and this is going to be that game. So sadly for the folks of Philadelphia, and I will be for the Eagles because I don't like the Patriots, but I believe the Patriots will win big. And since Bubba took my score of 31-17, I'll alter it slightly. And I will say that they will win 38-20.
It's a good pick.
38-20, and Brady will throw for 402.
Yeah, I really look. The Patriots have now, and Joe. In my book, Joe Montana has always been the greatest quarterback. Brady has passed him. They're going to get another Super Bowl win. I think it's going to be a victory lap for declaring we're the greatest franchise in the NFL.
Right now, keep in mind, I admit,
and I remember when they hadn't won one Super Bowl, Rick. Do you remember that after the Bears destroyed them in '85?
Oh, yeah.
That '85 team.
Yeah.
They hadn't won any,
right.
And here they are today.
Then the Packers beat them. Yeah, when they had Drew Brees, and then
it all changed.
And then the Brady era.
Yeah.
But I will say this: these predictions, especially mine, has no knowledge of any kind because I haven't seen either team play one game. Yeah. All I saw was the Eagles when I turned over to see how Bubba's Vikings were doing, and I saw that going on.
Yeah, it was.
And I knew that was a day for the bus, and that was the only reason I checked on that to see how the Vikings were doing. So I based that on zero knowledge of either team.
Well, I sure want that baby to stay with me.
But I really have based it on what I think are just kind of some knowledge of how things have gone. Speaking like when I threw the little tidbit out that I have nothing to back it up with.
No, mine is about as good a guess as a blind hog.
But we do know that when you're going a long way with a backup, I hate to say it. Look at the Vikings game where they got beat by the Eagles. I think the same thing could happen to the Eagles that happened to the Vikings.
Say a day of reckoning.
Yeah, that backup finally you see why he was backup, not a starter. There is a reason that Carson Wentz started ahead of Foles. There's a reason for that, and he's done a great job. Don't misunderstand me, but you don't think that? Hey, we've been here before. Patriots defense isn't ready to make that day a little tough.
I'm not even too sure that the Eagles won't get out to a lead. They may be out 2 scores. And then the Patriots will go into that magical gear they have where they cannot be stopped. You couldn't tackle them with 30 men out there.
Yeah, well, yeah. A good sign the Patriots are going to win is if they're like losing at halftime.
Yeah, that makes them mad.
Yeah. Let me tell you where I think it's going to turn.
The only danger to them is they go to sleep, they get a lead.
Yeah. This is where I think it's going to turn, and you can just see it just based on past. I can't talk about these two teams because I haven't seen them, but in the past, you got a team like the Patriots. To Bubba's point, when their offense gets to clicking, it's as if there's no way to cover them. You just think, how can there be so many completions? And then there'll be that horrible run up the middle that gains 8. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you felt like you kind of had him stopped, and you look and he got 8. Then they start throwing those quick hitters again. Then there's another 8.
Right.
And you're thinking, well, there's no way to stop this. And they go down the field and they do a demoralizing drive, and that causes the now backup to press, and he throws a pick on either the next play or 2 plays later, and that's returned for a touchdown. That's when the back's broke. That moment's going to happen, in my opinion.
What if Amendola is going nuts for the Patriots and he takes his helmet off and it's Justin Timberlake?
And he cried and says, son, you could do this too one day.
Justin Timberlake's too big to be him.
All right, we'll be back. We're at the Rick and It is 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Hello. A brand new hour has begun. And the gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy. They've given you a kickoff hour. 80-Man Adler settles in to have the YouTube experience for all the tubers out there and cranking out content from the Rick and Bubba Show. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. There's a lot going on there. And you'll get alerts every time something new is there. Like our best of hour every day, the Wednesday Bible study, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, the daily archives, the live show, all that will be, you'll get prompts on that. Also, we have no intern today, so various members of the show will be taking the phones for you. We start this hour with the national anthem.
8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Dan Moultrie is back again today. Wow, we're getting 2 spoonfuls of Moultrie again. It is the biggest shopping day of the year, and we get you more information as you prepare for Black Friday. And so we'll talk to Dan Moultrie about that and give you another chance to match Moultrie today to win a nice little gift for yourself. So that's happening on the program today. We'll update you on stories. A lot of rumor mill out there about some of these coaching changes. Rumor mill. Stories from within the show all the way out to the ends of the earth. So let's bring him in here. I told you the Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, and Adler are here. All that's missing is the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
Skid Row, Bubba. I remember you.
A little Skid Row.
A little power battle to get started.
Oh, yeah.
It's wide open.
Had to have the power battle.
We, Sherry and I had a discussion last night on who were some of the best singers of all time. And we ran through the obvious choice. And I said, I'd like to propose Sebastian Bach.
He's pretty good.
And she goes, Rick, what, from one of those rock bands? And I said, I'm telling you, Sherry, you need to hear his range.
Get
And,
on up there.
Right. And watching Sherry trying to show me that she could sing like Sebastian Bach last night was hilarious.
How'd she do?
Well, you know, she started climbing, but then she realized that he still had some more left.
Yeah.
You know, and we didn't. So I think he's a very underrated singer.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah. So anyway, and I know Skid Row's got a new project. I've had some people even say, "Why am I not playing any bed music from it?" I just. I'm a big original members. You know, we got a new singer.
If
got
it's a singer.
Got to sound alike. You know,
you can swap a bass player every now and then, but when you replace the singer, I'm like you. It's hard for me to ever really legitimately.
Anybody ever seen me open up the show with some Journey with the new singer? Never.
No, never.
No, you got to go with the classics.
Right.
To open.
I mean, I know he sounds like him, and you can go out and have fun with it.
Yeah, make a living.
But you think I'm gonna play bed music from that?
No.
No, never. Not gonna happen.
Can't do that. Everybody knows that.
Same with the guy from Foreigner.
Bubba, I know that we're all getting a little older, but I'm almost certain I see Dan Moultrie again. Am I imagining this?
No, you are
I ain't
correct.
seen Dan in a while.
Right.
Seems like yesterday.
It's a Dan Moultrie double play.
Somebody told me Moultrie was back and Speedy's a cowboy. I'm off to an interesting start today.
Look at him.
Can't believe it. Big day today.
Big day today.
Yep.
Head on up to Coleman, Alabama.
Yep.
Halfway between Huntsville and Birmingham, for those of you that don't know.
Rick got to drop a few pine trees in the middle of all that.
Yeah.
So, by the way, I heard that you're going on to get your parents too, and that made me feel better.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, you know, we were talking about grabbing my parents for Thanksgiving up in Huntsville, bringing them back down. And we were splitting the days where I was going to do that on Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. I'm in Coleman at Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Tuesday. Why don't y'all just come and get? You have to stay an extra day, but I'm already up there almost.
Worked.
So that's one to work it together. That's a good plan.
So if you're in Coleman, Alabama today, that's the ZZK World, and then up above them is the 100.3 River World. Go see Speedy today. He'll be there, gripping and grinning, 11 to 1 at Jack's Western Wear.
Yeah, Jack's Western Wear.
Okay. So go see him.
Looking forward to it.
Go see Speedy today. All right, so
I got my boots on, so I looking like I'm supposed to.
When you walk out here,
you got that flannel shirt. I mean, you wearing the part.
You got it just like you.
Where's
like
your hat
it.
at?
I got one. I just didn't wear it.
Bubba not like a Christmas tree today. I'm green. He's red.
Yep. We got a little TV shoot.
Baby brother's got a little green on.
Yeah, whatever.
Red.
And so all right. So we can't. We got to be careful right here because if we start chasing any other rabbits, then we're going into Moultrie world. But there's some rabbits to chase today.
Yeah, we got a lot of rumors out there. The old coaching carousel is spinning quick already.
Oh, yeah.
And some of it is comical, I will say that. Chrisley knows best. Chrisley also will know prison, Rick.
Yes,
and,
apparently
we'll have an
he
update
will.
on that. Shocking that his gay lover turned against him and called the feds on his IRS fraud.
He's gay.
Rick,
wait a minute.
They're listing him as bi.
Well, that was a shocker. I never saw that coming. I hadn't been that.
Excuse me while my head explodes.
What?
The Artemis mission, the Artemis mission, the Orion capsule has made a swing by the moon. First time we've been back out there in a long time, and brought some amazing pictures to bear. We'll look at some of that. You remember when President Biden was taking credit for solving the rail strike, that was going to cost us $2 billion a day. Well, guess what? The rail workers voted to not accept that contract, so it's back off. So his claim to settling that, a little premature. And I'll tell you one that I am excited about today. The high priest of health, Dr. Fauci, will give his last White House briefing as he is retiring.
Hey, there's some good check he's going to drop. Don't let the door hit you in the Fauci on the way out.
And retiring just in time before the Republicans get a hold of the House, so they investigate.
Probably a good move. If not, he might be rooming with Chrisley. We'll be back. I ain't been that surprised since Rosie O'Donnell came out.
Yeah, I know.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
15 minutes past. Dan Moultrie is next. Your chance to match Moultrie, and we had a winner yesterday, and another winner out there today. Also, Joe Amos is here with Moultrie products, and he won us over with sausage balls today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
The Holiday Show. Chuck Norris in the news today. It's one of those things. Syndication deal with Walker, Texas Ranger, saying that they're cheating him out of his share of streaming because they're trying to say, well, now look, Chuck, the deal we made didn't involve streaming. And it involved, TV and DVDs. And remember what it used to be the big thing if you liked the show before Netflix, you get the big old box set of the DVDs.
Oh, yeah. Keep the whole series. Yeah, his company is called Top Kick Productions, Rick. They're suing him, as you said, for $30 million. He's supposed to get 23% of the profits earned from any and all, they say, exportation of Walker, the TV show that he was in. And they're saying that he's claiming that not only are they not paying him for the video on demand part, but they have gone out of their way to promote it on other sources other than the ones that he normally would get his revenue on.
Well, of course they did. Because they want to promote it on the resources they don't have to get 23% up on.
Right.
So what happened, I'm guessing, it was a 93 deal, that when they were cutting the deal, he had no way of seeing the future. Remember when we even heard this from the early TV shows? Right. We didn't understand syndication.
Right.
So we cut bad syndication deals because we didn't know it would ever come. Well, he can't really cut a video on demand deal when there was no video on demand.
Right.
But
if it's the way it's worded here, it looks like anything they do with that, he should get that.
Which is why he's suing.
That's his argument. He said that his image that he came up with that. They knew it. They bought into it. And anytime Walker is used in any form of media, he gets 23%.
Right, and they're trying to say, oh, no, our deal was for the stuff that was available at the time. Yeah. He's like, no, if you're going to put this out
VHS and DVDs.
Yeah, any way you put this out, I still get my 23%, and that'll be the case.
If it says Walker, Texas Ranger in any form, he gets 23% of it.
Right, and then they're
according to him.
If they decide to fight it, they'll say, well, no, we didn't agree with this, and then the judge got to rule how that works. All right, also a Larry Nassar update.
He's going to win that one, by the way.
I think he will too.
Yeah,
I hope he does.
Agree.
I hope he does.
This is one of the things they were doing and going, let's just not say that and see if he notices.
Yeah. I always noticed. Uh-oh. I mean, look, there's a lot of reasons to be afraid of Chuck.
Yeah.
All right, so Larry Nassar, you remember we keep saying, how is Larry Nassar alive? How has someone's dad not killed Larry Nassar? It appears that now is this more of him sitting in the courtroom here?
Yeah. So how many? We have to keep bringing him back and let people. I think this whatever because he's a perv. But
I think this is the final round of victims that have their say.
Well, a dad finally goes after him in the courtroom, and here is the story.
Yeah.
I want to share this with you inside the courtroom. The parent of a victim of Dr. Larry Nassar charging at him during a sentencing hearing this morning. Watch the video.
He knows jiu-jitsu.
So the deputies took him down. The father apparently asked to say a few words and started by asking to get Nassar alone in a room for a few moments. The judge clearly refusing that offer. That's when the man charged at the doctor. Nassar taken out of the courtroom. He was not affected by it. Father was handcuffed and escorted out as well. More than 260 women have come forward accusing him of molesting them. So that.
Let's go back to this. I want to see it again. You can see that's the daughter of the dad. You see her say dad? Yeah.
Bailiff with the chokehold. Pretty good chokehold by the bailiff.
How about the defense attorney? Did you see that?
Where's he at?
He threw block.
Hold on, let me. He's behind the desk here. Hold on.
Charging at him during a sentencing hearing this morning. Watch the video.
He's right there.
Oh wow, he got there quick.
Yeah.
I'm not.
So the deputies took him down. The father apparently asked to say a few words and started by asking to get Nassar alone in a room for a few moments. The judge clearly refusing that offer. That's when the man charged at the doctor. Nassar taken out of the courtroom. He was not affected by it. Father was handcuffed.
Is that the daughter? No, that's somebody cuffing.
More than 260 women.
It looks like he's saying that he's.
I'm confused here. I get it. What he did, and I've read the details. But so 260, like these people here, did they not realize? Did they go, okay, this is medical treatment, and then when all this came out, now they realize? Because you would think with the dad reacting that way, when they came home and said this happened, he would have been down at the gym the next day taking care of it.
I think what's happened, Greg, I think you may, and I'm just assuming that these women still believed. "21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we make our way back, you hear the sound "On the Hunt" by Leonard Skinner if you're not watching on YouTube. And what that means is that Dan Moultrie is back. Dan, how you doing, buddy?
Rick, good morning. It's a
twofer.
This is fun. 2 days in a row. Y'all get paid for this? This is wonderful.
Well,
this is hanging out. This is fun.
You know,
it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Moultrie, you might have leaned a little more country when it comes to your music taste, but you know, I'm an old rocker, and all the classic rock stations used to do 2 for Tuesday.
Yeah,
and that means that
a double play.
They would play your favorite artist. They play 2 songs by them.
Oh, I like
on Tuesdays. Yeah. Yo, man, that was
so
we're
2 for.
So it's a twofer.
Oh, or any station does double plays, Rick. You'd have a double play in a minute.
I've never heard other stations do
really.
That.
Oh yeah,
the classic rock stations they did 2 for Tuesday.
Yeah,
I mean, that
you
was
just
it,
didn't hear any else involved.
Hey, it don't. And you know what else we'd have? Rock block weekends. Get 3 by. Yeah. So anyway, so let's jump in. We've got Joe Amos. He's product device owner for Moultrie Mobile, and he's joining you today. Hey, Joe, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
You know,
and Joe's a pretty good sausage ball maker.
Yeah,
not bad at all.
Well
not
done.
bad at all.
He knew Patty was in the middle of Thanksgiving preparation.
Oh, yeah.
He jumped in there.
Well, he filled the gap. That way, stand in the gap.
Yeah.
Well, and you knew what to do. We love sausage balls. You know, there's, like I've said, I've got certain foods that own me. There's foods I can avoid, don't have any problem avoiding them. Even things I liked at one time I can avoid. But then there's foods that own me. And sausage balls is one of those things. They own me. They can do with me what they want.
Joe Sausage Balls had a little Chuck Sykes appearance to them. They were kind of like Chuck Sykes sausage ball, except not as big.
Right. Let's don't start a war. Yeah, right. And I'm gonna leave that alone. There's plenty I could do with it, but I'm just not going to.
Hey,
you already.
My job is to tee stuff up.
Right. I'm gonna let that one. I'm gonna let that one lay right there.
You're successful.
Pretty high tee.
Yes. So anyway, all right. So yesterday we talked a lot about the online stuff coming up on Friday, on Black Friday. Today, and there's a lot of people, and I can be one of these. I love to be able to go to the retail store. I want to walk in. I want to buy it off shelf. So today we're going to talk retail at all the big box Bass Pro Cabela's, Dick's Sporting Goods, Academy Sports and Outdoors, Walmart, and the prices we're talking about today are available right now.
In store.
Right now.
In store.
And this, no matter where the Rick and Bubba army of listeners is listening, there's a store available.
Yeah. So if you're whatever market you're in, you got Bass Pro Cabela's, you got Academy, you got Dick's Sporting Goods, Walmart. If you have these, and most of you should, or somewhere near you, go in there right now, and we're gonna look at some of the deals available. And I see that Joe, we've got some of the biggest names and some of the most sought after gifts that are available right now.
We sure do, Rick. We've got the Edge. That's our new camera.
Come
for
on,
2022.
Edge.
And that camera retails at $99. We've got it Black Friday deal for $79.
And I can go into with these retailers I just mentioned and get that right now.
That's correct.
Okay.
Right now.
Come on.
We've also got the Edge 2-pack, which normally retails at $179.99. We've got that going out the door at $149.99.
So
that's a tremendous value.
You get two of them. And I've seen that. You got two Edge cameras right in there in one pack.
Two for.
And then of course we got the base model. That's the Delta. I've got those two, and that's going. That's normally $100, and it's $59.99 right now.
$59.99
Now Delta
Wow.
base, that'd be a good. Joe, real quick, what's the difference between the Edge and the Delta base?
So
because we use both of them. I like.
Yeah,
both
yeah.
of them.
So the Edge came to market with some great technology, being the built-in memory. So no longer do you need an SD card. There's not even an SD card slot on that camera. Also, the Auto Connect technology, which allows that camera to lock on to the strongest network that's in the area. So you don't even have to have that thought anymore of like, do I need AT&T or Verizon? What's best in my area? With the Delta base, you still need to do that. You still need to determine AT&T, Verizon, but Edge, we already do that for you.
Hey Joe, who were y'all? Who were y'all thinking of when you designed that? Flip it on and walk away. There's
Rick Burgess.
There you go. There you go.
How I'm not the face of the Edge, I don't even know.
Turn it on and go.
I wish y'all used to see me. I just went and checked. I changed out the batteries on it Sunday, and I mean I literally just grin when I take that battery pack and I boom, put it up in there and I look down and I hit the connect button. All of a sudden that connect goes green, and it almost like there's a message that says, "Rick, you can leave now."
Yeah.
You can go, buddy, and we'll send you a bunch of pictures.
Were you able to get a little bit of a Bill's package?
I did.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's good.
I got my little backup battery.
That's
pack,
good.
So I'm good. I'm good on that one. That's fantastic.
I like loading them up before I go out there and doing a quick change.
The no SIM card is fantastic, because I can't tell you how many times I've had SIM, because and Bubba would tell me how to do this, but of course back to why y'all designed the Edge for me is sometimes if you can't get to your place for several weeks on the SIM cards and you get there and the SIM card's so overloaded that even an attempt to manage it, it's if you, especially that little view where you view your pictures on that, sometimes it'll holler there's just too many of them, and you'll end up having to get another SIM card, or you get down there and realize you forgot SIM cards. And SIM cards are fine, but the fact that I don't have to worry about SIM cards with the Edge is fantastic.
The other neat deal is the Edge will run off fewer batteries.
It will. It will run longer on fewer batteries. So I do want to clarify one thing. So the SIM card, that has to do with the cellular connectivity inside the camera.
Yeah.
We take care of that for you, but what you're talking about is the SD card.
I mean, what did I say? I mean,
I just wanted to clarify for the user. So no SD card needed.
That little card you poke in the side, whatever it's called.
I'm so happy.
You're talking about the card with the pictures on it.
Yeah, the card with the pictures on it.
So so going back to
watching them close, Joe.
you got to watch these two.
I don't have to do one of those on the Edge. I don't have to cram one in.
That's right. So going going back to the flexible power options, you can run this camera, the Edge camera, with 8 batteries, or if you want to really extend that life, the battery tray accepts 16 AA batteries. So if you load that up, you've got a long time out.
And I love my external battery, so I like having that big square.
Are you running car batteries or one of the big batteries?
No, it's the Moultrie battery.
Good.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, it picks the best cell service there.
That's right.
That's a major
that's fantastic
upgrade because
major
a lot of people
upgrade.
don't know what service is stronger in their area, and if you're on one side of the hill, it may be one, the other side another. You just don't know.
And if a signal fluctuates in an area, it's going to lock on to that strongest signal at all times.
I love that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's phenomenal.
Hey, Rick, Joe and them have seen a high rise in not only the game cameras, is people using them for DC portable security. And
absolutely.
Sure, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's we're great in the hunting market, but even if you're the consumptive or non-consumptive hunter, if you're just into wildlife imagery, it's great for that. If you have properties where you have an access point where you want to monitor a gate, things like that, maybe a boat dock or a driveway, long driveway, it's great. So you can be notified. The Moultrie mobile app is so strong and has so many different features. But one I really like is the AI technology. So in the form of smart tags, not only can we tell you what species is coming in front of the camera, but if you have the 2-legged variety, you can be notified within seconds if you have a person or a vehicle that shows up on a property.
Yeah, mine actually will say, "Don't worry, it's Gary."
You have a Gary tag.
So we'll talk a little more about the app. So hear me loud and clear. Bass Pro Cabela's, Dick's Sporting Goods, Academy Sports and Outdoors, Walmart. New Edge camera, which you hear us just raving over, was $100. Now it's $79.99. The Mobile Edge 2-pack, $179.99. Now it's $149.99. And the Delta Base is only $59.99. It was $100 at these retailers right now. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Lie. And then when they see the court going on, they're like, "Wait a minute."
Okay.
Because
you know what I'm saying? You would think that he would have been at the gym the next day that Nasser showed up.
Agreed. But
or
see,
he
now,
just lost it at this moment.
Greg, keep in mind, that's the reason why this is so heinous and why it's an abuse of.
Well, he sold it as treatment.
A position. When a doctor says something, these young ladies didn't know any different. So now this dad, she might not even have mentioned to her dad what was it went because most women don't come home and run down their gynecology.
Yeah,
visit.
She probably bought it that it was.
Yeah, and then when all of a sudden they start seeing, wait a minute, what he did to my daughter was not necessary. He did that to get his jollies. So now you see all these
because
people.
you even have some of the cases.
Hey, he did the same thing to me and told me it was a medical procedure.
The Michigan State, some of their accusations are women came and said, "Hey, this treatment he's claiming, I don't think that's right." And they were even told, "Hey, he's a doctor. He knows what he's doing." Right. That's why they're all in trouble.
Here's more video.
I swear. We don't want to have profanity. I can't imagine the anger and the anxiety and the feeling of wanting retribution. And if you need to say something to help you, I'm more than willing to let you say something. But in a courtroom, we don't use profanity. But if you have some words that you would like to say, I would like to give you the opportunity to say them.
I would ask you to, as part of this sentencing, to grant me 5 minutes in a locked room with this demon.
I have
would
a feeling.
Would you do that?
That is not how
yes
our.
No?
No, sir, I can't.
Would you give me
that.
1 minute?
Negotiate.
You know that I can't do that. That's not how our legal system.
Well, I'm gonna have to get
Oh, here we go.
Oh, that's a good view of it.
That's a real good view of it.
Cut audio. Cut audio.
He almost got there.
He almost got there.
Yeah, he got closer than I thought.
Mm-hmm. Big old boy.
You think Nasser did about crap himself?
How about the leg kick from one of the deputies?
Let's watch it again.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You know that I can't do that. That's not how our legal system.
Well, I'm gonna have to get
Look at that little weasel hiding. Look at him.
Oh wow. That's a good shot of it right there.
He got closer than I thought.
He did. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you being that commercial?
I know. Yeah, you know, Rick, why was the midget rapping? I mean,
Greg. That's what I asked you about.
Right.
You said on the air that you will not leave the M word until Boaz, Alabama, the marquee that promotes midget wrestling.
Right.
I'm just saying I can slip up every now and then with it.
But they changed it. Did they? I've heard Boaz has changed it.
No,
it's no
you
longer.
Sure, you're not getting this little flyer that they had micro wrestling.
Well,
okay, yeah.
I debated this with him, Rick.
I
You're
don't
not going to
think that's
win.
the Boaz
You're
sign.
not going to win,
Okay.
Rick.
No.
I think it was just
telling
another
you.
event somewhere that
Okay.
that was advertising
Rick,
micro.
so
He's
you're
calling you micro any better?
That's my point.
See, the
Bubba.
point, and that was my point a long time ago. You can call yourself anything you want to. If it's used in a derogatory way, you're eventually going to be offended by it.
Right.
It's not the word itself; it's the context.
The word midget is in the Webster's dictionary.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah. My dad, even if he
so
would,
glad this got off me on the grade.
How about this? If my dad had
It's in
decided to call me,
pork chop,
with the same thing he called me L.A.,
yeah,
I think I
Right.
would have still understood he thought it was derogatory. But if he'd been kind about it, you know what I mean? So I've never understood that midget was some negative connotation. But I will say this.
An extremely or unusually small person. That's the definition of that word.
Of the M word?
Yes.
So, Greg, what you're
in the
clarifying, because this is important, because I got a lot of email on this, and I even had somebody talk to me about this live.
When did that become a bad name?
Greg, I understand. Listen, let me finish my point. You said that you would go away from the M word if the Marquis and Boaz went away, and you said what I'm hearing about micro wrestling isn't them.
I don't think so.
Their Marquis stands.
Someone told me, since me and Speedy mentioned it the other day, that they said, no, Boaz is still hanging in there.
Okay, so
and somebody also sent me another flower that still uses the midge for
Flyer?
wrestlers. A flyer for wrestlers.
Okay, so all right, so you're saying it hasn't
for wrestlers.
Wrestling.
Rick, you can't have a micro brawl. It's a midget brawl.
Right.
Greg,
Okay?
I hate to weigh in on this just because you guys
Because you're almost a midget,
right.
You can stand
Oh,
up if you
thanks,
want to. You
buddy.
got to sit down.
I'm you can see me. I'm standing up. I am standing up. Okay, buddy.
Sorry about that.
But they don't have like a rule like I'm pretty sure the N word is also in the dictionary, Greg. That's not a good example.
but that was never
Just
really
because midget's
accepted.
in the dictionary. Jerk is in the dictionary. Butthead is probably in the
those are
dictionary.
legitimate words.
Greg. Yeah, just because it's a legitimate word doesn't
I'm gonna
mean
look for
it's
jerk.
not a negative connotation to
It is 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Yeah. So I just got a brand new order of Field of Greens in because I love this product and really seeing the benefits of it. And you know something, Bubba? You and I are always looking for things that make it easy for us to remember things. Do you know what the name of the company is that does Field of Greens? BrickHouseNutrition.com. Oh, it's a brick house. If you can't remember BrickHouseNutrition.com, and when I see that on the canister, I'm like, I'll start singing it to Sherry, of course. BrickHouseNutrition.com, and the absolute best ingredients that go into everything that they make. And right now, and the reason why we're showing you their bigger website is they have more products than just the Field of Greens. Now, I love the Field of Greens. That's what I use. But they've got other items as well. BrickHouseNutrition.com. They, too, are having a massive Black Friday sale. And everything on the site, and what's the site? Oh, she's a brick house. Brick House Nutrition, they have a massive Black Friday sale. Everything on the site, including Field of Greens, is 30% off. And, of course, Field of Greens is the #1 selling product. This is that superfood powder packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies. I have a hard time on my own getting in the recommended amounts of fruits and vegetables every day that the body needs for proper fuel. But this covers it. I take it every day. Highly recommend you add this to your daily routine. You will love it. You'll feel years younger, a lot sharper. I use this term a lot that I keep trying to get them to adopt. I feel like it gives me a clean energy. You know, some of these energy drinks and stuff out there, those things are not good for you. And they make you jumpy and all this. It's really a clean. It's almost like the fog sometimes of life, and you're not getting the rest you need. It just kind of clears it all up, like the clouds are departing. And my body feels more alert, and you even regain some of your lost strength, as we saw the other day when Sherry came up to help me load a large dough into the back of the truck. So kickstart your journey to a better health during the biggest sale of the year. Go to BrickHouseNutrition.com. Oh, she's a brick. BrickHouseNutrition.com. Enter the code HEALTH. All right, so this is a different code, so make a note of that for this Black Friday sale. And we love when we have different codes. HEALTH, HEALTH. Remember that for the Black Friday sale.
Forget everything we've been telling you.
Right.
Listen to this.
You get health for this one because it is a different sale and it is across the whole website. BrickHouseNutrition.com. The promo code HEALTH for 30% off across the site, including the #1 selling and Rick and Bubba loving Field of Greens. All right, so Moultrie is here. Joe Amos is here. We've told you today it's retail. Bass Pro Cabela's, Dick's Sporting Goods, Academy Sports and Outdoors, Walmart. We've got Black Friday deals on Moultrie's most sought-after cameras, and they are running right now, and they will be there while supplies last. We've talked about the difference between the Edge and the Delta. Both of those are on sale right now. We were just getting into, Joe, the Moultrie app. Want to talk a little more about the app?
Right. We've been talking about the Black Friday deals with the cameras, which are phenomenal, but when you pair these cameras with the strength of the Moultrie mobile app, guys, that's really where the magic happens.
Mm-hmm.
You have so many features that are available to you that truly enhance that experience. So Moultrie mobile, the app, it uses advanced technology and it offers you a more strategic approach, all from your phone, right? So the things we've been talking about, you can get real-time alerts, game and activity charting, map your hunting property, and receive dynamic images and video wherever you are.
Which is very cool, by the way. You may not think that I dabble in that, but of course I was just keeping around on it, and I started realizing Moultrie. I was like, man, this has got all kinds of stuff on it. And then when I saw that, I mean, you can, the other day, for instance, so I've had this weather app for a long time that I told me to get it. Well, I'm looking at hunting after church on Sunday with one of my sons, and the app I had kept telling me, that it was a 90% chance of rain. And I couldn't get anybody else to agree with that. I'm like, why is this saying 90% chance of rain? Well, I realized that I could go to the Moultrie app and I could find out everything that was going on for that hunting day, anything that's going on with the property, and found out I got a much clearer picture from that on the hunting conditions for that day than I could find anywhere else.
Absolutely.
Because I want to know what the hunting
I don't know
conditions.
where you were getting that rain. You scared me to death.
Do you realize,
I started rearranging stuff.
Do you realize?
Thank goodness I went and looked.
Do you realize I got up on Sunday morning and it was still there?
Nah,
I said, there's something wrong with this app.
I believe I'd delete that one.
Yeah. The one that I play, I don't play around with a lot of them like you don't, Rick. I'm sure we sort of dabble in it. Now, Bill and Joe.
I couldn't believe what all was there. I couldn't believe all I could be finding out.
But if you go to the activity chart, it immediately pops up and it gives you all the activity. And I like it because it'll show you exactly when the deer are moving at both peak points of morning and afternoon.
Yeah.
And you pick, and you say, okay, they're mainly moving at 6 to 7.
Yeah.
Or 5 to 6 in the afternoon.
Now
that's great.
Is that on average, like in that area, or is that based on the pictures that you've had in the history of your cameras?
So each image carries data along with it, right?
Uh-huh.
So whenever the image comes in, you have, if it's detected a smart tag, if it notices any attributes in there like a buck, a doe, turkey, things like that, it lets you know that, but also lets you know the temperature, the time of day, moon phase.
Yeah.
Okay.
All those things are coming in, and all those things are charted in that activity. So you can look and you can really pare it down by between a certain day or a certain week and say what's going on, what's the peak times of movement, and that's really powerful.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and what was cool about that, because I was hunting Saturday for just a little while. I was going out really trying to assess kind of where we are. And Sherry and I, my wife, was down there, and she wanted me to go and just get some meat. And see, we take some does early in the year. And, of course, I told the story yesterday. It was funny about her coming to help me with it, which you would have loved, Dan. But anyway, so I'm sitting on the field that I wanted to sit on. But at the same time, I'm wanting to know what's happening with the movement as we prepare for the season, because this was the first day rifle season had kicked off. And we normally don't hunt till then anyway. And so I was able to sit there almost like I was – in this shooting house, and I set up like this whole setup of the state of things in our hunting land. I've got edge cameras going, oh, well, look what's happening over there, and look what's happening. Okay, so everybody's. I literally was looking at where I was, and images started coming up from the field where nobody was, and when I looked and I saw that, I said, well, that tells me though the deer and the herd's moving. And I'm telling you, and I realized I'm about to see deer if the deer are all moving. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, a little bit later than some of the other places, but within 10 minutes, all of a sudden the deer started moving where I was.
Wow.
So I could start seeing what was happening with the herd all over the hunting property as far as, getting some. All right, let's make a note. They started moving here in these conditions, and this is going on, and this is how many does I'm seeing over there. Let me add that to what I'm seeing here. Wow, that's a lot of does. There's a lot you can come up with and kind of manage your land. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Right. We used to have to sit in the stand and you'd be texting your buddy. Are you seeing anything yet?
Exactly.
Seen anything yet?
Yeah.
With this, you don't need to text. You're getting images coming in from your cameras. You know what's going on the other side of the property.
Yeah. Because you always have that feeling, did I sit at the right place? Well, now you know exactly what happened all over your whole property.
How bad a feeling, and you just went through this,
it's
Rick,
terrible.
how bad a feeling if you looked and you saw somebody you didn't know walking across one of your fields while y'all are hunting?
Let me tell you something.
Hadn't that happened to y'all?
We'll solve that problem.
Yeah, I knew you. That's the way you do that.
You can. The security part of it is awesome too, because we've all had that moment where you've walked on your property and it's awful, and you see a tire mark. And you think, did I make that? Was that when we were out here, planting the fields, or is that Gary's truck? But you know what you can do? You can go back and look and say, well, did I see a truck I didn't that shouldn't be here? Did I see a person that shouldn't be here? The security part of it, and the way that they keep getting better too, they're harder for people to see too. They really blend into the environment really well too, and they're easy to set up and they're easy to check.
Dan, how far has this come from your early days of putting a roll of film in there, and you have to go to your your Walmart or Wolf, and you're waiting to get your
Bubba,
pictures back. You're a nervous wreck to see what's on there.
It's off the chart. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Now, I will tell you this: your wife will take your phone from you.
Yes.
Because you're constantly getting information, and she's like, "We need to have a conversation, and don't be looking at Moultrie pictures."
Yeah.
Because I'm getting them. I got to check on this. I've even seen I've seen him before.
How many times are you with hunters in meetings, and everybody's in the meeting?
Oh yeah. I have to look at my pictures. I got to see it.
You know what he's looking at.
Oh, I got to see it.
Got to look.
Yeah, no, baby, I'm watching White Christmas with you. I can check these incidents. I love watching this again. I love watching this again. I wonder what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Look, these classic movies. Some of them you can watch over and over. Some you can't.
I know. Well,
Tell you one thing, this ain't Elf.
Right.
It's a classic, but it's not Elf.
If it's black and white, it's hard to stay with it.
Oh, buddy.
Joe, I tease these guys
Forget
a
how
little
far
bit
we've
and tell
fallen
them
off,
that there's new technology coming that y'all are working 3 years out that we can't discuss.
Yeah.
But they think it's good now.
Mm-hmm.
There's some things in the works we can't talk about today.
What are you going to do?
Y'all making.
I hope we get to put a VR mask on and walk around the green field.
Yeah. What are y'all going to do next? All of a sudden, I get a signal that the truck's packed. Just get in. You need to go now, Rick. We've packed the truck. What's next?
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Right.
Oh my gracious.
All right, well, Dan, you ready to give something else away?
I've got a trivia question this morning.
No. Did you do it or Ashley?
No. This morning, Patty Moultrie said, I'm going to jump in here and rectify this trivia question deal.
Yeah.
This is a Patty trivia question.
All right, Patty's out there. Yesterday, Ashley did that one, and it was actually reasonable. So maybe Patty.
We had a winner.
Yeah, we did have a winner.
First caller.
All right, so Match Moultrie, a big gift coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But can I raise my hand? But that wasn't Greg's point, even though he did read the definition. He said if little people are still calling themselves midget, then the word cannot be eradicated.
Okay.
Well, now that'd go for the N word too, though.
But
You don't see it on marquees, though.
Your brother's trying to help you.
You don't see it on marquees.
Pretty sure jackass is in the dictionary.
Yes, an
Greg.
animal.
So you
Jackass
said
is an
it.
animal.
Okay,
Why can't you say that? That's an animal.
In all fairness, Jackass.
I can say
is not
asphalt, and nobody cares.
Easy, buddy.
Greg, look at that road out there. It's made out of asphalt.
Okay.
There you go. No problem.
Ain't his fault.
It's your fault,
And
Greg.
that's not a
It's
donkey
your
that won't
fault.
plow.
Greg's saying he's not moving off the M word because little people still use it.
I try not to use because I was told by a person that, bless her heart, that she didn't like that word. So I said, oh, good. Again, I never meant it as an insult. I honestly thought that was the word.
Yeah,
But I'm just saying, if it's such a big deal, you need to get the wrestling industry in on it. That's all
Greg,
I'm saying.
Black people also say the N-word.
Not
That
on the
doesn't
marquee.
mean you can say that.
They don't
Greg.
advertise it.
Not on our marquee.
Well,
We have midget brawls in wrestling.
They never say we got N-word wrestling tonight.
Do you know what the Migos, like, what their name, kind of, their by name is?
Just stop.
Okay, well.
Just stop.
Who? You.
Just stop.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There they are. Need to breathe. Well, it is our post-Super Bowl Monday. We'll look back over we look at much more than the game, the broadcast, the commercials, and
the whole event.
The whole event, and it looks like the Sport Czar Trophy, you definitely get rid of most of the team when the Eagles win, and it was down to Adler and Greg. So many more points scored than any of us could have imagined. Only one punt in the entire game. And you realize that one team was going to have to get a turnover to win. That's what happened. The Eagles got one, and it turned out to be the difference in the game. I think we all felt like that Brady had not shown any signs that he wasn't going to go right back down the field if they don't get that turnover.
Oh, I wanted to see if he could do it.
Yeah, I think
really
he
did.
Well, I don't know what would have stopped him.
Yeah, it stopped him the whole time. Threw for over 500 yards and lost.
Patriots never punted and lost.
Even when the game was over, you kind of felt like the Patriots were going to have one more play to win it. You're just so used to seeing them
guys
pull
that
out
toss
these
at the end
miracles.
had a chance.
Yeah,
it did. Well, the thing that got me to you look at everything now. We're getting older from a parent's point of view. I thought your kid is the punter, or if he's older for the Patriots, and you're all excited. You got your camera. You brought a good one. You got it in through security. You like, buddy, when he comes out to punt, I'm gonna get a shot of him here in the Super Bowl.
We're gonna have something to hang on the wall forever.
Yeah.
I hope you got some in Warmbuck.
And he never gets in the game. Well, no punts. So. But it was if you liked offense, you liked that one.
Yeah,
that was a good game. Now, if you liked defense, you didn't see a lot. So it was
except the crushing lick on that receiver that they sent to the locker room.
How about this? When you're gonna cut up field, you need to know where everybody's at.
You better look out.
I love when they wanted to dog it and they realized, no, there's nothing wrong with that.
He's a runner.
That's just a violent hit right there. That's all that is. So, and by the way, and see, I haven't watched any NFL at all. So some of these rule changes, this thing about the ball and the ground and.
Ricky, we talked about that. I don't know if Chris Collinsworth was making this big deal. The guy took 3 steps.
Yeah, he did. He was a runner.
I mean, it wasn't even close.
Well,
I didn't realize why he made such a big deal about that.
I didn't either. I was thinking, it ain't even close. Why are we even reviewing it?
But if he had not taken the steps like we had in the playoffs, it would have been a totally different thing.
Yeah.
Catching a pass has got so complicated now with the rules. Right. Even the NFL, and I think they're going to address this in the offseason and decide what is a catch, especially if you're in the end zone. If you're a runner, you bump the ball across the goal line, touchdown. Come back, you got a touchdown. If you catch it, you got to come down with both feet. You got to have control of the ball and carry it all the way to the ground. Mm-hmm. And if there's any movement of that ball, they'll declare it an incomplete pass. So it's tough to catch a touchdown pass now.
Yeah, I think that's wrong. I think if breaking the plane with control is a touchdown, it's always a touchdown.
But in this situation, it wouldn't even.
But see,
that wasn't the case. It was he took 3. He caught the ball like a 5.
Yeah, this is why it's complicated. Yeah. But it's complicated again. Now the referees have to decide when they catch a pass. And are they a runner? Are they still how many steps is that? How far?
Goodness.
Because in the playoffs, was it Pittsburgh?
It was the Steelers, yeah.
Had a very similar play where the guy caught the ball, went into the end zone, but they said it was not a catch.
Let's get a winner. It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The real Greg Burgess chewing on sausage balls and taking phone calls. He's ready to get somebody, see if they can match Moultrie today. Oh, Moultrie. Again, the retailers, Bass Pro Cabela's, Dick's Sporting Goods, Academy Sports and Outdoors, Walmart, New Edge Camera, normally $99.99, $79.99. The Mobile Edge 2-pack, get 2 of them. Normally $179.99, $149.99. And the Delta Base, $59.99. It was normally $100.
That's almost halfway.
That's all on the shelf. I keep trying to tell Gary to go. For some reason, he wants to get his directly from you, but he wants to pay for them.
Do you think it's the speedy pill?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Why else would Gary be wanting it from you? I keep blocking Gary by saying, well, if you want to buy them from Dan, just go to Walmart and get them. I mean, you've got one right there by you, or go to one of these other retailers. Well, no, I mean, I just want to talk to Dan. I mean, I'm happy to pay for them, but I just want to get them from Dan. Well, if you're getting them from Dan, I don't think Dan has a card reader. I don't think he's going to swipe it. I don't think you can say put your chip
Swipe
in.
outs are common now. I don't think Dan has one in his pocket.
I don't think Dan rides around in the back of his truck and says, "Listen, which one you want here? Let me see. Hand me your card."
Like MC Hammer selling CDs out of the trunk.
What is he, a beautician? I've got my own setup. Just swipe it. All right. So anyway, so Dan, you said your wife Patty did the question.
Yes.
Oh boy. So you have to give the answer that the Moultries are looking for.
They both gave a little help this week coming off of the COVID deal. So here we go.
All right, let's tell them what we're giving away first. We're giving just what you just talked about these, Joe. The 2-pack Edge cellular trail camera. So 2-pack Edge.
2-pack.
That's a big one. That's the old 2-pack.
Speedy, if you can answer this one, you can win the 2-pack.
All
I'll let you be in it.
Okay.
All right.
Come on.
All right, here we go.
The 2-pack.
All right. And keeping in, yesterday we talked Thanksgiving. And
right.
Mm-hmm.
I was amazed Rick knew so much about Charlie Brown.
I watch it every year.
It was unbelievable.
It's only 20 minutes without the commercials.
Hey, there isn't but two things that happens Thanksgiving week.
Mm-hmm.
Thanksgiving and the Iron Bowl.
Right. Okay.
So let's do a little Iron Bowl.
This is the Auburn-Alabama game in Alabama, for those who don't know that.
Rick, everybody in the nation knows about the Iron Bowl.
Now, is Lane Kiffin going to coach this one or the next one?
Bill is saying Cadillac's coaching.
Okay, right, yeah. Coach Caddillac.
Bill keeps, if you want to know what's going on at Auburn, call Bill.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Well, I asked him yesterday, are you okay with this Lane thing? You hearing the same thing? But anyway, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm just enjoying hearing everybody backpedal,
All right. Alabama did not beat Auburn in Bama's hometown of Tuscaloosa in its first 4 tries.
Oh, boy.
1895, 1901, 2000, 2002. If you were to come up with a combined score for all these games, Auburn would have scored 91 points. How many points did the Crimson Tide score during those same 4 games?
Say it again. The years.
Oh, gracious alive.
Alabama didn't beat Auburn in Bama's hometown of Tuscaloosa in its first 4 tries, 1895, 1901, 2000, and 2002. If you were to come up with a combined score for all these games, Auburn would have scored 91 points. How many did Alabama score in those 4 games?
I got it.
No, really? That quick?
Don't show me.
You're good at that, though.
All right. So, Dan, I don't know the answer, but if you match Moultrie, he will tell you. Paul in Alabama. Paul, do you know the answer to that question?
Yeah.
I'm going to say 39 points.
I love how you just came up with 39.
I love that random guess. Brandon in Alabama, what do you think? Brandon?
For a 2-pack, Brandon.
I'm going to say 85.
No.
Jesse in Georgia. Jesse, what do you think?
86.
Hunter in Millbrook. Hunter, go ahead.
16.
16?
No.
I think I know.
You're enjoying this so much.
Right. So, Dusty in Alabama. Dusty, go ahead.
3.
3?
No.
Tucker and Coleman. Tucker, go ahead.
Dan, you're so bad.
That's good.
31.
31?
No.
Derek and Anniston. Derek, go ahead.
Can y'all repeat the question? It was breaking up real bad.
No,
That's good. Go ahead. What do you think it is, Derek?
20.
No.
Ricky in Alabama. Ricky, what do you think?
It was 7. They didn't score until 2006.
That's correct.
That
is correct.
Hey, 7 points.
Now, the scores, Rick, 1895 was Auburn 48, Alabama 0. 1901, Auburn 17, Alabama 0. 2000, Auburn 9, Alabama 0. 2002, Auburn 17, Alabama 7. This guy wins the 2.
Hey, how about hey Ricky?
This is Bubba and Patty could have got together.
I know.
I had it wrong. I thought it was 0. I forgot about the 7.
Oh, Ricky, congratulations! You got the 2-pack, brother. You got 2 of those Edge cameras. So we're gonna put you on hold. and Moultrie will send the Edge 2-pack right out to you. And have a happy Thanksgiving and enjoy the Iron Bowl, okay?
Hey, thank you. And roll tide. We'll score more than 7 this year.
Yeah, I started to say, Dan, I was going to add that on this. You're going to see them score more than 7 this time. They're going to make up for a lot of those years.
You knew that was coming.
Oh, man.
But you said Cadillac's going to win this one.
I didn't say that. You must be mistaken. This is going to be a high hill to climb.
Rick told me this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's drinking that caddy juice.
I ain't keeping up with it that close.
But so Dan, we all know you on the inside at Auburn. So when we come back, we're going to talk about yesterday's rumor.
Yeah.
And so what do you think?
Let's do.
I'm just talking about we're going to talk about it. We're going to ask you to leave.
Yeah.
No, I'm just no.
What? Let's do.
No. Do you think there's anything to it?
About what?
Lane Kiffin coming to Auburn?
I think they've interviewed a lot of high-profile coaches, and that Auburn's stepping up. If you're running football programs that generate more revenue at any university than anything else there, you're going to invest in it. Alabama invested, and look what they've done. And you're going to see Auburn is going to invest too. The major universities are going to invest. It's a business model, Rick.
What do you think Dan's saying there?
You know, while I pride myself in knowing Dan Anise, Dan has basically said that they're going to hire somebody and pay them a lot of money.
Right. Yeah. And so you're saying if it's a candidate that doesn't require a lot of money, that's probably not going to be who it is. It'll be somebody high profile that demands a lot of money.
Unless they could get with agents like Sexton out there, you're going to have to pay a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
But that's his job.
So he's controlling the flow of coaches and jobs and information, so he's got a lot of power in this.
Mississippi State's more wanting Auburn to hire Kiffin than Auburn is. Mississippi State wants to wreck Ole Miss.
Get into
See there?
Like I said, I think they need to announce today.
Right before the Egg Bowl.
Right before the Egg Bowl.
Joe, good job, buddy. Good job. Yeah, thanks, Dan.
Thanks,
and congratulations to Ricky.
Rick and Bubba.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their number one selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site.
Where the Des Bryant catch in the playoff. Same deal.
But I will say in this one, Chris Collinsworth picked the wrong play to make the point.
He really did. Yeah.
Because this kid caught it and then took three steps running.
He made the statement that
running
he
with the ball and dove
overturn
into the end zone.
Right.
And Chris, look, buddy, and I like him, by the way, calling games. That Nick Foles touchdown was early in the game. It was a cool play.
I agree with you on
Fourth and
this.
goal, but he kept bringing it up, drawing it up. They would put it on the It happened. There was a lot of football played after that would have changed the game.
Play that made the game, Greg.
Oh, won the game, according. You had like it happened in the fourth quarter with 2 minutes to go.
Well, I think we all agree, and they were saying one thing you like about the coach for the Eagles is he was one of those things. If you're a fan of a team, he came in there and has done it all year. He played to win. He didn't go out there. He didn't go out there trying not to lose.
But if he doesn't execute on a few of those plays, he looks like a complete idiot.
Right, but really, some of that stuff's kind of like when people talk about Saban's move, and I was talking about how gutsy it was. People said, "No, that's true," because most people wouldn't do it. But what he was doing wasn't going to work. If you also don't go for those plays, you're going to lose.
That's what I was going to say.
That's what he said. He's
Rick,
like,
that's the only way you beat Tom Brady when he throws for over 500 yards is doing what they did.
If you play those plays conservative, you don't win the game either.
No, you don't.
So how about
it was a nothing to lose in my opinion.
How about old Nick Foles? You win the Super Bowl, you throw for all kind of yards, you're MVP, and today you're the backup again for the Philadelphia.
Either that or headed to the Browns.
Oh, don't do that to him. Hey, that'll make you go 3 months and not play football again.
Yeah. I just quit.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Finish talking Super Bowl and kind of unpack that. Great Super Bowl. I mean, just as far as football. I was telling Bubba, isn't it interesting? And I watched the NFL trying to, do what you can't do. Try to be the reed that blows whichever way the wind is blowing. Trying somehow to win the veterans back over, keep the football fans, not have commercials that would be controversial while they're still trying to tell the veterans they love them, but yet allow commercials promoting all sorts of controversial things. If you're people of faith, that didn't bother them all at all. It was just a hodgepodge and a mess, and you tried just to ignore it. But I thought of all the big protesters, okay, that went out to talk about, there's no, I ain't standing for that flag and all this. So we get to the Super Bowl, and the two teams that are playing not only don't have anybody who kneeled, they're called the Patriots and the Eagles. Can there be anything more patriotic in America for there to be an American football game featuring the Patriots versus the Eagles?
That's a really good point.
And I thought, well, this is kind of a dig at all that, isn't it, how this all turned out?
Well, the referee was one of my favorite referees,
I
too.
like
He's always funny. He'll get to laughing. And he did laugh at one of the penalties when Gronk jumped up too soon. And he's like, hey, where are you going, Right, yeah. And he's the one that famously, a couple of weeks ago, got an index card out when they had a first down measurement that was so close nobody could tell what it was, and he got an index card and ran it up and down, and caught some grief about that. But he was funny in that. Let me ask you this: they had the veterans, and maybe I missed it because in Super Bowl when you're trying to watch that, so much going on.
How about old Woody, the Marine up there flipping it?
Okay, that's what I was going to say. When the referee introduced him, did he call him by the wrong name? Because I thought his middle name was Woody, and I think the referee called him Willie when he introduced him to everybody.
Slung it. I don't know. You're right, because I said to Sherry, and I'll tell you about my Super Bowl party
and
coming
I thought
up.
he's mispronounced the guy's name.
I said to Sherry, look at old Willie. And then in a minute, they called him Woody, and I said, did I hear that wrong?
Yeah, the referee called him Willie when he introduced him to everybody, but the announcer had already announced him as Woody.
Well, I was laughing. Of course, I thought it was on me.
Right.
I didn't even.
I did too. I said, did he miss up?
Right. I was laughing because it didn't look like the coin flipped. It just did a submarine.
Well, don't forget
one of the players even laughed.
Well, don't forget the other part of it is our favorite referee was he got it so right he forgot to tell somebody to call it. Did you see the other referee go, hey, you need to get somebody to call it?
Yeah.
And then he goes, okay, y'all call it.
Well, they've done so many of these games.
You know how you got your speech ready, and all of a sudden, you about to let him flip when nobody called it.
You think they would have that part down,
Yeah.
I mean, how many games do you do before you get to the Super Bowl?
Well, and I thought, and I'll have to tell you about my really happening Super Bowl party, but I thought the halftime show, it was just, to me, I understand, like I don't know all the Justin Timberlake songs. I just think he's a really, really talented guy. And like we all talked about early in the kickoff hour, the things that this country pulls off on switching halftimes.
That's incredible. It really is.
But for me, it was just good. And Sherry and I were talking about this. I realized that probably lyrically there was some. I know that there may be some lyrics, and especially the Bring Sexy Back, that are kind of raunchy. But as far as the show, it was good to watch a show to see people that could dance incredibly, that could sing good, incredible musicians, and it wasn't raunchy.
Yeah,
I mean, it was just entertainment, and
it wasn't protesting anything.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to make any point, and everybody's dressed appropriately, and it's just good dancing and. And
a lot of kid in the stands involved with himself.
Yeah,
that was fun.
It was just a good, entertaining halftime show. I thought it was well done, and I was entertained.
And look, Rick, and in no way, before somebody brings it up, we're not responsible for that song. Okay.
No.
Even though there was a strange tie-in on that that I won't go into now.
Wow.
But
there you
go. Even if we were the motivation, we're not responsible for it.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour. Here we go. From the No Name Studio on the cutting edge, or at times, sadly, the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world, we unpack another hour. Match Moultrie last hour. We got another winner. Ricky out of Alabama got it done. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. We are back. Welcome, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I know folks are traveling, they're cooking, they're shopping, getting ready for the big weekend and the big day, and it's going to be fun. A lot of good football coming up this weekend too, pro and college.
Where you on pecan pie?
Rick, you know how I am. I have a very narrow window of things I really like.
You do.
But I'm trying to expand it some, and I have tried some pecan pie lately, and I like it.
Mm-hmm.
but I basically stick with chocolate and some apple. That's kind
I
of
was
my,
late to the pecan pie thing, but I love it.
Yeah.
And
pecan.
Yeah, I don't want to get
Pecan.
into the pecan versus pecan.
Well, it's
I ran
like giblet gravy.
when I was over in Georgia on first weekend in November at an event with Mac Powell, and this pecan thing between Alabama and Georgia people broke out, and I just wouldn't even be part of it. But so the reason why I say that, when you're the host family for part of the family like we are Thursday, things start coming into the house that are supposed to be kept till Thursday.
I'm there too.
And yesterday,
It's hard to stay out of it.
Yesterday, a pecan pie showed up, and I was being told that's for Thursday.
And it's about 2:00. You're
Yeah.
really hungry, and you need a little something to fill you in before dinner. And you're thinking, you know, what would one little sliver of that?
So one piece is going to. There's going to be other pies. I know.
Right.
The other one was, and this is one of those where somebody has the pecans and some chocolate in it, and they mix the pecan and the chocolate and all.
Oh,
that.
that's a good one.
Oh, buddy.
Hello.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
So anyway,
Hey, now.
so I fought and lost on that one. But all right, so let's jump in.
Well, you know what it does? It causes us to overeat on Thanksgiving, and I don't like doing that.
It does.
Who likes that?
I don't.
Bubba ended up in the hospital.
I'm
Well,
trying
it's
to
just-
do just a little bit better.
Greg, I've had what now? 57 Thanksgivings, or 50, let's see. If I'm 58, I've had. Would it be 57?
Close enough.
Thereabouts. I've had 50-something Thanksgivings, and I went to the hospital once.
That's not bad.
That's not a.
that's
You know,
not bad.
That's not bad at all.
If I was a coach trying to be hired by Auburn, that'd be a great record.
Or
Oh, wow.
if you check, most people have never been for overeating on
Well,
Thanksgiving.
that's
Probably.
true.
You're in a class by yourself. There's not a
Well,
lot of
it's-
people when they call roll in that class.
Right.
And sadly, it's very true. But
It's a-
Actually,
That's
something to
just
be
so
proud
much,
of. To be
so much
honest.
good stuff that day.
I look up to you for it.
Greg,
I do.
let's
you know,
go.
we eat and then we usually take a nap and walk and make room for dinner.
Yeah,
you know?
Greg, you know,
walk?
Yeah, it's one of those
Yeah,
things.
we go out and walk to try to burn some of it off so we can eat more.
You know, we've always done the
What a
scenario
great country we live in, y'all. Huh?
of somebody being put in jail for something stupid, and they're sitting around talking about what they're in for. You know,
Oh,
we've done that a million times. You really could do an emergency room version of that. What are you here for? Overeating?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What are you here for?
Can't you
COVID?
see? I'm here for all this blood underneath my chair. So we tried to get Dan, because Dan's all things Albee. And so last night the rumor mill began. Some guy that thinks he's sharp put out that his sources, of course we don't know who those sources are telling him that the Lane Kiffin to Auburn deal is done. What's this guy's name? Something Cohen? Joe Cohen? What's his name?
John Cohen.
John Cohen?
Yeah, he's the former AD at Mississippi State.
And this
Now
guy
he's-
broke that story. I mean, yeah, that's what I was going to try to get to. And what's the guy's name?
John something. Yeah, the
don't
guy
remember
the guy
pronouncing his
that broke the story was from WCBI. Let's see, the last name you're gonna have to help me. That's with why that. I didn't jump out there. It starts with an S. Tough last name. Yeah, tough last name.
Skoloff, John
It's a tough one.
Sokoloff. Sokoloff.
That's a good attempt.
Okay.
That's what I would
Let's go with
that.
that.
I think it is Sokoloff, by the way.
All right.
I'm gonna be careful with that one. But
Sokoloff,
this guy
you're
said
on.
that Cohen was going from Mississippi State to Auburn, and he got that right.
Correct.
And now he's saying Lane Kiffin is going to Auburn, and nobody knows if he has this right. And then Kiffin started weighing in, like he will do, and he starts announcing that this Sokoloff guy is leaving his current station and going somewhere else,
which is excellent.
Yeah, it's Columbus.
That's hilarious.
He's Columbus, Mississippi. You said that right. TV reporter.
Yeah.
Our anchor.
Yeah. So I don't know if you get Kiffin joking around about it, it's Kiffin. You don't know whether that means it's valid or it's totally outrageous. But I don't know. Bubba, I know.
When Kiffin put out his, that is just so funny because he mimicked the report about him,
right?
Which was a little odd to say that Kiffin is leaving Mississippi Ole Miss. He's going to tell the players Friday. He's definitely headed to Auburn, but hasn't been offered the job yet. Well, that was in the report.
That's weird.
Well, now that doesn't make.
Well, and
so
then
Kiffin mimicked that back when he was doing his spoof on it, saying sources say that WLOX hasn't offered the job to anyone yet. So John to WLOX is happening. That's funny. I mean, he mimicked the whole story exactly like it was.
And I saw him reply to this guy's
tweet too, saying, "I don't know who your sources are." That was Lane Kiffin actually engaging the guy. So I don't know. I will say this, and we've known this in the past. Whatever a coach tells you about him leaving one university for another or one team for another, is pay no attention to it.
Yeah.
Because they're never going to tell you the truth.
No.
And then
some might even say they take me out in a pine box.
Right. And
Lane has tweeted that too.
He has.
And Saban told everybody he wouldn't leave in the Miami Dolphins either.
That's right. He said, "I'm not going to be the coach at Alabama."
He was very emphatic that he was not going to be the coach at Alabama, and he's been there a while now.
And then the famous Tommy Tuberville.
Tommy Tuberville wasn't leaving Ole Miss, but he was.
Yeah, money talks.
Yeah, and so when the coaches tell you they're not going to leave somewhere or this is preposterous, that has no weighing on what the truth of it or not, because they always say this kind of stuff. Now, do I know what the deal is? I don't. You heard Moultrie, who's very connected at Auburn, and he just said they're going to write a big check to somebody that's worth a big check. He didn't say who that was. You, Bubba, of course, have multiple sources at Auburn because, let's face it, I mean. And I know you're in the Cadillac
I really
camp.
don't. I'm like everybody else. I'm just hearing all these rumors. I enjoy the process because it is so funny seeing all these people jump on leads and then these leads denied. And with Lane Kiffin's comedy ability, it's even better
great.
here.
Yeah. And, of course, you're in the Cadillac camp.
Yeah.
Everybody
knows that.
I'll tell you, I was in the Dion camp. I wanted
early.
big time splash, big time. Look, recruiting is the lifeblood of this. The rest of it doesn't matter if you don't recruit, and I think Dion can recruit. He's proven that already. So, but, limited at D1 coaching. So I don't think they're going to put somebody that's not experienced in there either. So
I'm going to say something today, and then everybody remember it, okay? Lane Kiffin is going to Auburn, and Deion Sanders is going to Ole Miss.
I put that in our text messages last night.
Yeah.
Get ready for that.
That's what's about to happen.
That's where you going?
Yep.
I'm with you.
I have no idea.
But that's what that is going to be. The first thing, if he leaves, that's going to be the first name you hear from us, whether he does it or not. It's a whole different ball.
Keep y'all.
Not a long drive.
His name came up for Georgia Tech, of all things.
Yeah.
Hey, and after the ASUN Conference Championship, keep an eye on Rich Rod.
There you go. You never know.
Well, he's
back.
9-2.
You remember he was going to be the guy at Alabama at one time.
Listen.
Oh yeah.
He had a great year at Jack State.
He did.
He did. That's all it took.
They'll be ready for Conference USA next year.
I'm with Bubba though, and we were talking about this in the break. The fact that everybody is talking about Lane Kiffin last night and today tells me there's something else going on, and we're all going to be it's going to be flipped upside down.
What if they bring somebody nobody's even
Jimmy
mentioned?
Sexton is the puppeteer in the middle of this whole thing because he's taking care of his clients as he should.
And himself.
And by taking care of his clients, he takes care of himself.
As he should.
Which I love.
But he represents all these coaches we're talking about. So, I mean, he is Grand Central Station on this. So he can help his clients out by getting a rumor going that they're leaving. And I'm not saying he's wrong for doing this. He's helping his clients out as well.
Guys, Lane Kiffin has a new contract waiting to be signed as we speak.
All he's doing is creating more leverage.
But
he wins either way.
Yeah.
But Sexton has done this before.
Great.
He will put smoke to get your eyes off of what's going on, and the smoke can help his other client. Now, is the Dabo Sweeney story smoke, or is the Lane Kiffin story smoke?
And we all know it's really Coach O. Right,
and Coach O's coming back.
Coach O's coming back, Bubba.
It kind of killed my comedy.
It did.
It did. I thought we had it for at least 3 more years.
Never forget
Thank
this.
you, Bubba. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to come back. I got 18 million right now to go Tigers.
And never forget to factor in, and people in our state will all get this. Some of you outside our state may not. You can never underestimate the Auburn factor. Auburn does Auburn things that sometimes are unexplained.
Cohen said he's changing that. He said it's not going to be a negative; it's going to be a positive.
I think you'll really like Dan Mullen.
You're saying Auburn being Auburn is what you're saying. Yeah.
Let me tell you, Auburn. When Auburn finally makes this hire, don't count out that you may go, what? Who? What? What?
Yeah.
It may end up Cadillac with Brad Law as offensive coordinator. Who knows?
Maybe.
Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But just the way he,
bringing breakfast back.
So, but it was just entertaining, and it's amazing what they pull off. I thought the tribute to Prince, even though Greg said some of his weird fans were saying,
"Oh, yeah, some people didn't like it," but I mean, how do you not? You're in Minneapolis.
All it was a big blanket with him performing on it.
It wasn't an
it wasn't a
view of the whole
hologram.
purple place.
That was cool.
How about when they lit up everything and it had the symbol that he used to go by? That I mean, that took a little work to get that done.
You can't make everybody happy.
Yeah,
no, you can't.
So anyway, I thought that was good, and the commercials. I told Bubba, I thought the most brilliant campaign was Tide.
Yes, those were funny.
Those were funny.
Well, just the fact
it confused me because I kept seeing the sheriff from Stranger Things, and I'm like, how many commercials is he in?
Yeah. And then the fake Crocodile Dundee was a good one too.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
But
so we're not in a movie.
The Tide
This
thing.
is a commercial.
I told Bubba, and the Voice promo did the same thing. I like commercials that make fun of commercials.
Yeah.
And so they
was
did.
good.
When that guy comes out and he starts going, is it a funny beer commercial? I think it's no. And he said, so really, if you think about it, every commercial is Tide commercials if people have clean clothing.
Exactly.
And so then they dropped the thing we did that time. We had no promotional budget. And everybody else had more promotional budget than us.
Yeah.
And then we told them that so when you see one of their billboards, think of us because they had all these billboards. It was really that. And then of course the Eli Manning.
Rick.
Oh, that's
well, what I liked about that again, I like things that build. Now you had to have been paying attention throughout the show to get it. But that he was trying to come up with what he wanted to start doing. Now that they can do all these things on end zone dancing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this: the Manning brothers are funny because they're so uncoordinated, and they don't mind making fun of themselves.
No.
So.
Greg, the thumb war one. For some reason, that on me because 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm on thumb war, and then maybe we go around and.
But when he holds Odell,
that old deadpan.
because he's so.
When he holds Odell Beckham Jr. up and,
gosh.
and does that scene out of the movie, that was good.
And you have to have seen the movie. Of course, I've seen it a million times because my wife and daughter are going to watch it all the time. Yeah. That's the detail that they went as far as the facial expressions. And, I mean, they were dead on, and that made it funny because Eli has no coordination at all.
No,
not at all.
I mean,
it was funny. It was very funny. I don't even know what the product was.
It was the NFL. It was the NFL.
Just NFL.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, let me ask you this because you get the right fan base. How many Super Bowl shirts and how many hats you think they sold to Philadelphia fans?
Oh, you kidding me?
Of course, they destroyed the town again.
Well, this thing of why we tear things up and we win. I
don't get it. I don't get it.
There's traffic lights laying in the road.
Yeah.
And the disclaimer, guys, that the fact that they didn't tear it up as bad as when they won the World Series is supposed to mean something.
Yeah, that was the high point.
Hey, we tore it up, but not near as bad as we did 8 years ago.
that right there is gold.
How much special effect is in that? You think he really held him up?
No, I don't.
It shows Odell Beckham, but he's smiling like she did.
The detail in it's unbelievable. Bottom of the hour. Louisville, Kentucky is standing by listening to us on the Hawk. And we go to George. George, how you doing, buddy? Let's talk to the people. 22 minutes past, 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time on the program. Here you go. Plenty of lines available. If you move right now, you will get in. And then if you get on hold and get ready to go, the buzzer sounds, and that means you don't have to wait in line very long. Now, the beauty of the troll is you can talk about anything you want to. And so make a comment, bring a question in, maybe bring something to the table. But we're not doing meaningless shout-outs. We're not doing shameless plugs. We're not doing baby predictions. None of that is allowed in a troll. It is. Hey, let's get some info, let's get some comments, and let's go. We start with Lee out of beautiful South Carolina. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. All right, Lee, go right ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Big ones, happy calorie week to you. I just want you to know that I look forward to this time of year every year because there's nothing better than opening up a package in the mail and getting that brand new crispy Rick and Bubba CD.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, my wife, you got to give her a lot of credit. She reminded me 2 weeks ago. She said, I haven't heard you say anything about a new CD. So she was on top of it before I remembered. So I just want to give a shout out to my wife. Raised up on Rick and Bubba with me, and she's doing good things for me. So,
that's
what a good woman.
Fantastic.
I hope she's getting an extra special gift this year.
Yep. Where's the bathroom? The new Rick and Bubba CD now available. I've got it here, and we've been looking it over. Get some great reviews on it. It's moving quickly. Hard copies are available now, and it'll be out in the digital download world at some point. I don't know when, but I know that everything's been sent to the publisher. And when they'll publish it and when it gets there, we don't know. But we'll let you know. But hard copies, we can help you with. They're available at rickandbubba.com under the store. And don't forget the Rick and Bubba store during this biggest shopping week of the year. Critter out of the Wiregrass. Critter, how you doing? 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. As far as Lane Kiffin goes, Cadillac makes $400,000 a year. They need to give him a $1 million a year contract and then go hire it at the end of next year. As far as my shameless plug, Holmes Pecan House.
No, I didn't follow.
Shameless plug's not allowed.
I didn't follow. He said give him that and then hire him at the end of next year.
I didn't understand that.
I didn't understand that at all. Here's what I think he said, and I think I'm wrong because now y'all make me doubt with the way y'all heard it. Means I may not have heard it right. Is he saying go ahead and get Cadillac locked for 1 year at $1 million and then hire somebody else after next year? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I didn't follow that. I think Coach Williams got a nice little bump for assuming the head coach.
Well, good
job
for him,
this year.
and he deserves it. He's done a good job.
I hope those reports are true.
He's done a good job on a team that could have easily just went away, and the job that he's been given to do right now, he's doing that well.
And, Rick, they're just a win away from being bowl eligible.
Brent in Mississippi. Brent, welcome to the show. 30 seconds. Go ahead. Got a tough one to win.
With John Cohen going to Auburn, the name that hadn't been heard is Dan Mullen as a coach.
Yeah, we've brought it up here.
We've
brought it up jokingly.
I don't think you're going to see
Bubba.
that one.
Yeah.
Bubba knows.
No, I'm just telling you, there's not a lot of love for Dan in Auburn.
How about it really doesn't matter on that? I think Dan did a terrible job at Florida.
He did.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you? I mean, it's not like he's on a roll.
Guys, I hate to break it, everybody. Lane Kiffin's lost the last 3 games.
I know.
Coach.
I said that you had gone to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I don't get the Lane Kiffin hype. I never have.
He had 1 good year, like what you expect at Auburn.
Yeah, I'm talking about like I demand a $10 million year deal.
Right.
I don't know where we get this
on the
Lane
record
Kiffin.
for coaching. I get it, but to your point,
I've never understood the Lane Kiffin hype. That like if you get him, you're going to the national championship. Where did that come from? So
if we're trying to stay in that,
y'all realize
count,
how many games he's lost
there's
this
2
year?
people, 3 people,
right?
3 people,
right?
LSU got 1 of them. Alabama has 1 of them, and Dabo Swinney's the other. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe the Ohio State coach.
Kirby
Maybe
Smart
Harbaugh.
at Georgia.
Yeah. Kirby Smart. Again, he's not going anywhere.
No.
So few and far between those guys.
I heard Dabo's tired of waiting on Bama. It's out there.
Well, there was a report last week that everybody assumed that that Dabo was the coach in waiting.
Of course.
For Saban. But there was a report that Saban's hand-picked successor was going to be Lane Kiffin.
Right.
Did you see that?
I didn't. I heard about that.
Yeah.
You told me about it, but I didn't know where that came from.
Yeah, I don't know either. So if that got out, that might hurt Dabo's feelings. He may be wanting to do something else, right?
Tanya in Alabama.
Hurt his feelings. Love that.
Tanya, go ahead. 30 seconds. Well, that's kind of what I was saying. Tired of waiting. Tanya, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering what your thoughts were on when Auburn does hire their new coach. Do y'all think Cadillac's going to stay just because more times than not the interim does not stay?
Yeah, I don't know. I think if I were taking over, I sure would talk to him about staying because I think he's a positive thing for the program. So, it's
I
a good
think
question.
him and Zach Etheridge are two people you'd want to keep around no matter who you are coming in.
Let's go to Jake. Jake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Gobble, gobble to you, guys.
No, it's coming, baby.
I saw a meme earlier. Somebody had photoshopped Lane Kiffin in the Auburn gear, and down below it said, breaking headlines, Auburn has already fired Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
Gobble, gobble.
That's good.
Well, listen, this is how you stay. You win a lot of games. That's all you got to do.
Sam, 30 seconds. Sam, go ahead.
I live at Lake Martin. I'm a big Auburn fan. I just want to put out there that I know for a fact this very Hugh Freeze bought a lot in Wicker Point back in July. Now, you say something like Georgia, that means nothing.
Oh, wow.
But I've got my friends across. I do not want Lane Kiffin at all.
Wait a minute. You're breaking up. Who is this, Rick? I can't see his name.
Your Lake Martin buddies.
Sam?
He said...
Bubba, can you confirm that?
He said that Hugh Freeze bought a lot at Lake Martin, and he can confirm that. That's in Alabama, for those of you who don't know.
Bubba?
I mean, but that
there is a new section that opened up this summer that a new golf course is being built on, and the rumor was that Hugh Freeze was one of the people that bought a lot there.
There you go. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's talk about the report that just came out. American household net income has dropped over $6 trillion. That's just in the second quarter. Right?
Unless you're going to be the new coach at Auburn.
Right, then yours is going to be
It's
just
gonna
fine.
go way up.
Yours is going to be just fine, and when you underperform, they'll pay you a lot to leave. So let's talk about what you can do, though, because I don't think any of us are up for the job at a major university, and so what we need to do is protect our IRA, 401k, protect our finances by maybe leaving what is volatile and going to something a little more secure, and that is precious metals. And you can buy some, and you can diversify your IRA or your 401k, or you could just have it delivered securely right to your door if you would rather do that. They're ready to talk, and they're going to customize a plan for you. And I speak of Allegiance Gold. That's what I'm talking about. Allegiance Gold, they have 5 stars with TrustLink, AAA rated with the Business Consumer Alliance, and they got an A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Now, you can go to protectwithrickbubba.com, protectwithrickbubba.com, and get their best offer yet, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase. If you mention us, so you can have access to the same deal. 844-790-9191 for Allegiance Gold. They'll customize a plan for you. It's not boilerplate. This is the one we do for everybody. They want to know your situation and what's the best thing for you to do. And that's why everybody loves them. So can't control what's happening with this administration, but you sure can prepare for the consequences. Go to protectwithrickbubba.com. That's protectwithrickbubba.com. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, morning, guys. How was the weekend?
Good. Hope you had a good weekend.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Just wanted to give you guys a call regarding them missing the Super Bowl. If you remember, last week's episode was kind of an introduction to Super Bowl Sunday. All the kids are leaving, doing their own thing. They end up home by themselves. he tells her about wanting to launch their Big 3 construction deal and her be his business partner. Remember all that?
No, I didn't see that. See, I didn't see that episode. I haven't watched it. I haven't watched it all season, so I can't.
Okay, so they kind of had. Yeah, they kind of had a moment there and decided they were going to forego the Super Bowl and celebrate as married couples sometimes do.
You. So kids are out of the house.
They just kind of missed. Exactly.
That's right. Yeah,
exactly.
I remember now.
They missed the Super Bowl, and that's why they didn't know what happened whenever they got to the hospital.
Yeah, I have a standard line, because you definitely want to be appropriate. Somebody will say, "Well, what, Burgess? What you didn't see that, or you didn't go to that?" And I'll just say this: I got a better offer. And when
there you go.
When you get a better offer, you know what I mean. And
he's right. I forgot about that. All the kids went left, and they were like, "Well, we're the only ones here."
So they did miss the Super Bowl, but they chose to miss it because they spent some time together with a little.
They look, and they're in an empty house.
A little marital fruit. I got you. Okay,
I forgot about that.
And that's why now that makes sense. The little joke they were doing with the doctor about them missing in the Super Bowl. So that makes sense now. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
I didn't have that information, so that helps. I appreciate it. Yeah, because
not a problem.
You would think
that's right. I actually saw that episode. Don't remember.
Listen, you would think a show that has writing that's complicated, they wouldn't have made that fumble.
Yeah,
right. So that makes sense.
Yeah, but it sounded like what you were talking about yesterday at your house. They had this big party planned, and their kids were going, "I'm going over here, and I'm going here."
Yeah, I lived that yesterday, and it was number one. Art in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Art, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good, guys. How are y'all?
Fantastic.
Great. Hey, I had a question about the game last night. I was watching the Eagles' last touchdown catch where the guy had to dive over the fellow. What was the big stink about the replay on that? Because I thought when the ball crossed the goal line, the play would have been over.
Well, it
depends if he's a runner or a receiver.
Yeah, it's a new thing with receivers coming down in the end zone, catching passes, then losing them when they hit the ground. But Chris Collins, as much as I respect him, and he does a great job, he really does, doing the games, he picked the wrong play to make a big fuss about that because – it was obvious the guy caught it and became a runner. He took 3 steps running the ball.
He took 3 steps,
and then made an athletic play to get in the end zone.
Yeah, I couldn't believe they even reviewed
that. That was kind of a crazy call. So.
Yeah, he picked the wrong play to try to make that point, and that's what confused all of us.
Good deal. Thanks, guys.
All right, appreciate you, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah, have a good day.
All right, you too. Yeah, on the replay, you clearly see. And again, I'm with him on this, though. They got to change that rule because 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Much to do as we go forward on the program. Bubba, you had mentioned it earlier in the program. We're now going back and we kind of gave you the stories we're going to cover today. Earlier, went through Moultrie. We've come back. We talked a little bit of coaching carousel. Took some phone calls. Now, an update. The high priest of health, Fauci.
Is his reign finally over?
I hope so. I mean, he just had his thumb on us. He's caused so much confusion. I'm done with Fauci. It will be, like I said, I hope he doesn't let the booster hit him in the rear end on the way out. So what's Fauci? What's Fauci doing?
Well, the Fauci will give his last briefing today, I understand. And we used to see those quite a bit, but it will be his last one as he is scheduled to stand down and retire at the end of the year.
As you said, interesting timing, since now the Republicans have taken control of the House.
Yes.
And
I think he announced it before then, but I'm not completely sure. I guess he could have backed it down if he wanted to, but I think he'll use that to say, "You see, I'd already committed to stepping down." Of course, he's up in age pretty good too. So.
He is. Well, look, it's it'd be great with me if I never heard his voice again.
Well,
Rick,
it's just so strange because
I hope he goes and has some hobby and enjoys the rest of his life.
I don't think he communicated
with a mask on
very well during the pandemic because he was clearly on record for saying one thing about viruses, and then during the pandemic, he completely changed his tune. He's 81 years old. He never was forthcoming about the gain of function research that was going on at the Wuhan lab. So he ought to come out with that immediately. Mm-hmm. That was drug out during testimony in Congress by Rand Paul. Mm-hmm. And if he had not done it, I don't know that he would ever have admitted it. See, and that's just not being transparent, and that's what makes people think you're up to something.
Right. Then the whole thing about doubling masks and goggles at one time.
Oh,
and
good Lord.
The guy wrote the tell-all book saying he was laughing about some of the things. The thing that you could only catch COVID while standing. Once you sat down at the restaurant, you were safe. I mean,
well, Rick, we know. We know there's no
play
science to that. Yeah. We know there's no science. What they wanted to do was limit how much time you had a mask off. They couldn't tell you to eat with a mask on. They knew how ridiculous that sounded. So they said, well, just use one while you're standing up. When you sit down, you don't have to use one. But all of us are going, well, then you shouldn't have let us eat at all. Maybe you should have just forced all the restaurants closed like you did everything else. Yes. Well, they don't want that blood on their hands, you know. So come on, we gotta be honest about it. That's the thing.
Somebody sent an email to me the other day, and it was outrageous images of the pandemic during his reign. The one where the person in an orchestra is playing their instruments through a slice in the mask, so they can access their lips, but keeping the rest of the mask on while their mouth is exposed, so they can play the instrument. Maybe one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. I mean, there were things that were just.
Well, Rick, think about this. You're blowing air out your lungs through your instrument.
Lunacy.
So you're broadcasting it that way. And even I saw some of the college bands, they had some kind of netting over their instruments. Yeah. And I'm like, if it's this deadly, maybe we all should just be at home, I
mean, but
the point is, viruses, the only way we defeat viruses is if we all have an immunity to it. And the only way you could get that was by having a case of it.
We didn't isolate those that were at the highest risk. We isolated the healthy. Ridiculous. We gave the healthy the vaccine. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
When we were in the early days when we didn't know if we had enough for everybody, it just
there was a lot of mistakes made, and I think the public lost confidence because, I understand they had to change their strategy as more facts became available. But they didn't point that out enough. They didn't say, look, this is what we said yesterday because that's the evidence we had yesterday. Today we got more evidence, so we're changing that. We were incorrect yesterday. And you don't want to say that because people go, well, maybe you're incorrect today. Sure, I got that.
But it's okay.
But you just keep changing the narrative without explaining it why you're changing it, and people think you don't know what you're doing or you're lying to them.
Right.
The public totally lost confidence in these people driving this.
Can we play this quick clip from Fauci?
Yes.
Yes,
if you guys
please.
want a real quick recap of his. Okay, here you go.
And when people are vaccinated, they can feel safe that they are not going to get infected.
Dr. Fauci says he has COVID.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that was the other one. Take the vaccine and you can go live your life because you won't get it and you won't pass it on to other people. And then we demonize people that were uncomfortable with a vaccine that pharmaceutical companies, because of the rush to get it to the market, asked for an exemption on any liability because they knew this was not normally how we do research and development. And people who were uncomfortable with that were told, the whole world, they shined a light on us and said that we're evil because we won't take the vaccine. We don't even care about other people's lives. Because if we just got the vaccine, we wouldn't get it and we wouldn't give it to other people. Total hogwash.
You remember being told it was the pandemic of the unvaccinated.
Right.
Remember that?
Total hogwash.
And see, you started playing Americans against Americans. Mm-hmm. And you still see that going on to some degree today. See, that was wrong. You got to unite people behind these things and be honest with them, be transparent. Mm-hmm. And again, I go back with Fauci. Day one, he should have said, we were doing gain-of-function research in Wuhan because it was illegal in the United States, and we need to take a close look at that as opposed to somebody ate a bat sandwich.
Mm-hmm. And I can tell you what we need to do because this has been tampered with. It's got gain-of-function research on it, so I know what's going on. That would also have been helpful on how we should combat it.
Absolutely.
And you know what? You can even say, look, we thought it was secure enough. Of course, then that will hurt because we had people saying we went over there and told them it wasn't secure enough. I mean, people from our own government.
Just a year or so ahead of that.
Yeah,
so how do you ignore those facts?
Well,
and again, when the vaccine come out, they oversold it, just like you heard Fauci a minute ago. Mm-hmm. They promised high and couldn't deliver. Mm-hmm. They should have said, we don't know. We don't know until we get vaccinated. We know it's going to help. We don't know if it's going to be like the flu shot, or we don't know if it's going to be like polio, and it's gonna work amazing and stay with you for 40 or 50 years, or we don't know if it's only going to be a 90-day shot and kind of help. But they didn't say that.
Right. Keeping people from coming in our country is racist. If Trump does it, if Biden does it, it's smart and the right thing to do.
Yeah.
See, stuff like that. Yeah. And so we need to, as no matter what your political view is, okay, no matter what your worldview is, we can all, I hope, we need to agree that we push back and we push back hard, that we will not allow in the future science to become political. Because once it does, it then ceases to be science.
Easy said, hard to do.
You're right, but we should at least speak to it.
See, I wish when Fauci had got up there too with Trump, he should have said, "Look, I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican. I'm here with Trump because he's president, not because of the policies that he pushes. I'm here to talk about science. We know you have to have immunity to this. If you get it, you should have immunity." We're going to give the vaccination to those that are being targeted and hurt the most by this. We're not going to waste it on healthy people. And, I just felt like there was a better scientific and transparent approach to the whole thing. Good riddance. I'm glad he's gone.
And the problem is now, because now it's been so much the boy who cried wolf. Speedy mentioned, I think there's some variant talk again, but nobody's listening anymore except for the paranoid and the terrified. The majority of the people have moved on with their lives, and they realize it's just like flu season. It's just like anything else you can get sick of. It can all be bad if if you get the wrong case at the wrong stage of your overall health. Some people are more susceptible to things than others, and we do the best that we can with it, and we fight through it. We do not shut everything down, and we do not go away and isolate ourselves off. We treat the symptoms when we get sick until we feel better. We come back. Some people have a really hard time with it. Most people won't. And we help those that are struggling, and everybody else lives their life. And we can't be living in this shrouded, unsubstantiated fear that if somebody tells me today I've got whatever version of COVID is the latest craze, that I'm going to die. Because the odds are overwhelmingly that you're not going to. Okay?
And then, of course, in typical fashion, when the next one comes along, enough of us won't take it serious, and it'll do more damage.
Whatever, whatever. And it's like I said, and I've said many times, and I say it to myself, if I could come up with something right now that would guarantee you'd never get COVID again, you're still going to die.
Yep, that's true.
Of something. At some point.
Yeah, the curse of Adam's in play no matter what.
Right. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Goodbye, Fauci. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I don't know what it was. Was he almost trying to build to the drama? Because at that point, you don't need to do that. There's enough drama.
Well,
we got a 1-point ball game and seconds on the clock.
I will. Before that, he did the same thing with it. I didn't think it was.
I will give Chris this. It is hard to know what is a catch and not a catch anymore. Now,
until you see the
replay, and he takes 3 steps and is clearly making a running move.
But he wouldn't come off of it.
I know.
He should have at that point.
There was one point where I thought I had a replay he didn't have.
Yeah.
I really did. I thought.
I think the thing that just really muddied the water on this was that call at Pittsburgh that got so much attention and so much review because they were similar, except for maybe an extra step in there.
Yeah, see, I didn't see that play, so I can't relate to it. But he's not leaping to the end zone until he's a runner. Right. He doesn't catch it in the end zone, falling down and come out. He's caught it
3 steps and dove on the third.
Yeah, matter of fact, the catch wouldn't have had him in a diving mode.
He caught it. They caught it at the 5 or 6.
He caught it, then dove in the end zone with it as a runner.
You don't dive until you've secured the football.
Exactly. Yeah, because he didn't catch it going into the end zone, which is what the rule was designed for. What they should have done is your point. I tell you what, that right there may be closer. You think about that Pittsburgh game. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh, no. He's okay. He's running with it, so that one will stand. Then move on.
Yeah. Later today, you need to look.
He wouldn't let it go.
I know you didn't see the game, Rick, but you need to look at that Pittsburgh catch. I mean, it's clear. It's clear to me the NFL has got to set up a better criteria for catches.
Yeah, that wasn't
because it's just got ridiculous now. A catch is not a catch anymore.
Yeah.
But like I said,
does that look like a touchdown to you?
Well, in that one, he didn't take one step, and when he caught it, we all agree it should have been. But
watch the replay.
He didn't take a step, whereas.
But there's similar. You see the similarities in it because he's about the 2-yard line when he catches it.
Yeah, but he never took a step.
I don't see many similarities.
But he's in the air, and then
he's down.
Knees down.
Yeah.
But they called it that he fumbled the ball. The ground caused him to miss it.
Well, shouldn't they just mark the ball where his knee went down right there?
Well, no, that's in NFL. You got to be down by contact.
That's what. Yeah, and you've also got to complete the catch through the ground.
I see.
But the fact that the ball took him into the end zone and hit is two different things. The other guy last night ran 3 steps and then went in.
Understood, but
it's not.
But that right there should be changed too. That should.
Yeah,
that was kind of important in that game.
Yeah, it was.
I'm not a defender of the Steelers by any means, but that was. That was strange.
The way the rule
according to the rule, I see why they did call it.
I do see the difference in the two, but I just think it's a bad rule anyway.
Oh, I do too.
But I will say this, making the wrong call there, which I guess by the rule it wasn't, but the Super Bowl play was clearly a good play, and the replay showed that pretty quick. I don't know why they hung on to it so long.
Yeah, well, see, I think everybody thought that was a touchdown, and it was kind of shocking to everybody when they overruled it. So I think everybody's got that. Okay, are they going to pull a rabbit out of the hat here on this?
Well, if I was the officials, I'd go, you know what? That looked really weird, even though the rule in Pittsburgh, we ain't doing that again tonight.
Yeah. Well, it was pretty straightforward. They let them play.
Yeah, they did.
Well, and here's another thing that confused me. We're getting emails now that saying the new Golick show, that they are saying this morning that they're surprised that it wasn't overturned.
How?
I don't get it. I must not know the rules.
3 steps.
I'm telling you, the rule thing. There's been several
the
catches
ball was
at the end of the year
inside the 5, not even in the goal line, not in the end zone. You know what I'm saying?
I see how quickly Golick's forgotten he was.
You can't make a catch. Your hands on the ball.
And I don't know if it was him specifically, but it came from that show.
Surely he's defending it.
So I get the ball. I take 2 steps. On the 3rd step, and then I dive in the air, and I don't have control of the ball. I'm not a runner at that point. Come on.
Well, we also have to get to the point like Bubba was talking about. The rule is bad. I mean, what we're doing now is people are completing plays against the defense. The offense is winning the play. They're getting the guy open. He's catching the ball, and he's getting in the end zone, and then we're taking it away from them on things that don't have anything to do with giving you an advantage over the other team.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then this is where the debate comes in. So you have one standard for a runner, one for a receiver, but at what point does a runner become a receiver, and how quick the referees have to make that determination? Is it 1 step? Is it 2 steps? Is it an athletic move? I mean, good night. That's too complicated.
Too much gray area.
Yeah.
We seem to function pretty good with it up till we started talking about it. I mean, it's almost like we created a problem.
In the old days, if I'm not mistaken, if you had possession of the ball and you got both feet on the ground, it was over at that point. It didn't even matter what happened when you went to the ground.
And I think
that was a better way.
Because that's how we're still interpreting the runner. If I've called it and get control of it, and I've broken through the plane, I'm on the other side of the plane, and I get control of it and get a 2 feet down.
Plays over.
It's
dead right
Touchdown.
Me to my knees. I can't stop.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Are you looking to get some furniture? I know. Rick, have you been anywhere and tried to get furniture now? I told you about that nightmarish deal I did, which had me going to All Form to get it done when I went to a retail place, and all they did was have furniture that they displayed that Sherry liked, but they couldn't get it to us. I thought, okay, could you show us something you could actually get to us? But allform.com/Bubba, they can do it. You talk to this great company, just beautiful state of North Carolina is where they operate out of. This handmade furniture, the quality is so good. Did you know that every piece of this furniture, Bubba, do you get fired up when you hear the term forever warranty? Oh, wow. I mean, if that doesn't fire you up,
you know why? It's forever.
Yeah, forever warranty. So that's the quality that we're talking about here. So go to allform.com/Bubba. Now, they've got, they got modern designs if you want that. They've got classic stuff, perfect for your home, obviously, but maybe you've got a cabin. You're fortunate enough to have something like that, or a lake house, or maybe you need something down at the hunting camp, or maybe down at the farm, or whatever the case may be. Maybe you got somebody that's moving out, and you're like, hey, let's get some stuff for Allform for your apartment. You customize the furniture, meaning you tell them what kind of legs you want on it, what kind of arms you like. All their fabrics are pet resistant, child resistant, which means they're stain resistant. And you can build it the way you want it. They ship it right to your door. You got 100 days to keep it to be sure you like it. And of course, it's got a forever warranty, as I just mentioned. So go to the website right now, allform.com/Bubba. When you're building your furniture, we'll save you 20% off that process, and we'll also get you some shipping to go with that as well. So go right now. You get a free returns, a full refund, and a free trial if you don't like it, but you're going to love it. Allform.com/Bubba, 20% off anything you buy. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, Bubba, we have a science update. Did you tell me?
Science update.
Oh, yeah, science update. The science update. Here we go.
It's actually a space update.
Is it a space update?
It's a science/space update.
All right, so you got there you go, both of them. There you go, both of them, and go. And go. So what's going on, Space Boy?
NASA's Orion space capsule zipped past the moon's far side on Monday, passing within 81 miles of the surface. The spacecraft, which of course has no humans aboard, has been traveling toward the moon since Wednesday when it was launched as part of the Artemis 1 mission. Its journey will last about 20 more days. All reports are that everything is functioning properly. What's so cool about this? So we haven't seen video like this since 1972 when Apollo 17 left. So it's kind of cool to see this again and see that new technology out there, and the image is so good and crisp and clear. And look at the Earth sitting down there, just like a big old blue marble.
All right, can I ask you this? So the flat part of it is the bottom. Are we looking at the dome?
On the spacecraft?
On the Earth. Because I know it's flat, not round.
Right.
Even though we're looking at pictures of it right now. Right. And it looks as round as it could possibly be. So and the moon looks incredibly round.
Do you think
there's
the moon
lot of
flat
round?
too?
Lot of round.
Yeah.
All right. So did the flat earthers? Do they say that Artemis isn't taking this picture?
I don't know. I don't know
I'm sorry. I don't mean to kick that ambit over.
Have they had to have a meeting and kind of regroup some of this?
Here's a big old ball. There's a big old ball.
Yeah.
Everywhere we look, it's a ball.
And if you put the sun behind one of the balls and look at the other ball, it appears to be a curve still.
Bubba, I'm okay with saying I think the Earth may be flat until I see the evidence, and then you see the evidence, go, hey, my bad. My bad. It's not flat because I now see it. So what they have to tell us is two things. A, this is all a scam. We're not really seeing it, right? Fake pictures, and this is a fake mission. But don't get upset. I'm just trying to be them, and because I don't,
Rick,
I don't.
This is where I'll meet them at. Okay,
right.
I'll come this far.
Or did they come back and say because I did have one person, that relationship did not move forward,
right?
That friendship, but
I would worry about it.
That said it was like a snow globe. It was what we're seeing. Of course, you can clearly see that the moon is completely round, and you can see the Earth is completely round. But they're claiming that we're seeing a dome, and it's got a flat bottom.
Have you ever seen a bird hit a door, Rick?
Yes,
like
I have.
A glass door?
I sure have.
Don't you think we'd have had a plane hit the side of the snow globe by now?
Yeah. Or go out of it completely gone.
Something.
Yeah.
Or a pilot speak out.
So this is what I'm going to say,
just
Rick.
have that.
With our current understanding of physics and science, I've got to say it's round.
Right.
Now, in the future, you may convince me with some new evidence that what we're seeing is some kind of bent light hallucination. I'll leave that open for future possibilities.
All right.
But what we know right now, it's round. It has to be round to be an orbit around it. And
Correct.
we've done that. The International Space Station goes over it every 90 minutes.
Right.
It couldn't be doing that in the dome.
Right.
Well, let me ask you this. So Artemis went around the dark side of the moon, right?
Right.
So do you think it saw any transformers or anything?
No, I don't think it saw
live
anything.
there.
It popped back out right to the second.
I don't know
one
how
they
people
thought
still
it
think
was.
it's Chinese flat. supposed to be there?
Yeah, aren't they there too?
Aren't they on
And
the
we
dark
got
side?
some hidden base and all
Well,
that.
no, they've got a lander. They've
Mysteriously,
got a lander
they
over
didn't show pictures of that.
I think that's the special on Apple Plus.
Predator's got a base on the dark side of the moon.
Yeah, right.
Helms brought up a great point.
The Earth is round.
Is there a single?
Thank you, Adler.
A single pilot, like someone with a pilot's license? Is there any single one that says, you know what, I think it's flat? Like, I don't think that exists.
Nah.
So you're telling me every single person that has a pilot's license is in on this grift?
Do we have one person,
a lot of them.
to Helmsley's point,
A lot of them.
do we have one person that's ever been there through our space program that has ever been a pilot, that has ever broken some supersonic, anybody who's ever been around out there?
Have we ever had one hiker, Rick, that was headed through the woods and boom, he ran and went, wow, where did that come from? A glass dome here.
But back to what y'all said, all these highly trained people that have got a much better look at it than any of us, have any of them come back and said, I got to tell you, this thing's flat?
Wow.
That should be
nobody.
That
Zero.
should be
The number is zero.
Yeah, I think that the
Zero.
level of intelligence that you have to get your pilot's license then takes away your level of intelligence to believe that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
So maybe we should look into that.
So right now on record, we got the Queen of Spain, who thought it was flat, right? And then that was, we think.
But the guy that got in the boat,
he
didn't think
disproved
it
it,
was.
right? And
even he knew it was round.
And people in their basement,
It's rounded like a ball.
and people in their basement that are watching videos that the social networks are sending you.
Get out and get some sun.
Rick, there's flat Earth conferences.
No, but
and they come from all over the globe.
Yeah.
That's funny. I keep thinking that guy's fan.
This wasn't about flat Earth.
I don't know what that is.
This was about Artemis and how well it's performing.
It captured a really cool Earth set, which instead of a sunset, it's the Earth set, which is pretty cool.
So round. So very round.
So round.
So very round. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
There he is.
Hey, buddy.
There he is. Hey, I want to just ask you this because being the Monday after the Super Bowl, they claim 14 million people will call in sick today, and I have no doubt.
No doubt. Especially in Philadelphia.
Yeah, a lot of people will be abusing various adult drinks and all that kind of stuff, or like some of us just eat too much. But there's always been this little mumble about making the day after the Super Bowl a national holiday, which I wouldn't mind.
Well, that's one thing Americans need is more time off. We're this close to becoming France right now. You know what I mean? How about this? Suck it up and get your job done. Okay. I mean, sure.
To me, this is one of the ones that isn't easy to get to work because you're done at. I mean, guys, 9:30, you can go to bed and you've seen everything.
Yeah, I go to bed at 9:30 during the week.
And I love the
they
fact
wasn't
that they say we're going to kick off at 5:30, and buddy, we mean it.
Yeah.
At 5:26, they're saying, "Hey guys, we're about to go. Let's get it."
Yeah.
I love that.
The college national championship game is rough,
And I know why,
Absolutely.
because it's a Monday. I get that's their mindset, but can y'all not take one for the?
Well, let me ask you this. I know they're wanting to get prime time and all that, but college football usually plays on Saturday, so why not Saturday night prime time? Wouldn't people be watching it then?
You would think.
You would think.
And then we could all get to work on Monday.
Let me ask you this, because I don't know. Are there NFL playoff games on that Saturday?
Yeah, there was.
And that's what they're trying to stay away from.
Put them earlier in the day. Put that one at night.
Yeah, I agree. I just.
They can work together on that. Look, I love them flying, doing the bird.
Fly, Eagles fly, baby.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh,
that's funny. I don't understand celebrating this way. Did you see the people jumping off?
Yeah, I don't. Well, I think
right there you got too many people on a cloth thing.
Isn't the last thing you want is to be killed while you're. I mean, the Eagles finally won a Super Bowl, and you get killed in the aftermath.
It puts a downer on the celebration.
It does. I don't even want to be hurt, Rick, much less killed.
Yeah, I don't want to twist an ankle.
What's wrong with a fist pump?
Yeah.
I mean,
you can get shirtless. That's fine if that's what you want to do.
Yes, I guess. Sure.
You climb a power pole or whatever they're doing. Right.
Get shirtless, man. Here we go.
So anyway, and also as we were wrapping up and leaving on Friday, oh my goodness, the term. Well, the memo, the dossier, FISA, those were the big words over the weekend. And, this is the problem over the weekend when we as a society started deciding that there is no shame in lying. When lying just becomes part of everyone's vernacular and people sit down and something happens, you go, now, what do you think we ought to do about this? Well, we could just lie about it. And there was a time somebody said, well, really, we don't need to lie. Well, now, since lying is no big deal, over the weekend, it just kind of boggled the mind. You would talk to a Republican that claims, well, one of the most damning things in this memo is that McCabe said in the meeting we were talking, if it had not been for the dossier, he would have never brought the FISA court into this to investigate this man and then eventually investigate Trump. And then they talked to a Democrat. Well, the most damning thing in the memo is this McCabe comment. Well, I was in the room. He didn't say that. Republican. I was in the room. He said that exact. I don't know if they were exact words, but this is accurate. What they're saying. He was saying that the dossier.
He's even said that.
The dossier is fake, and that fake dossier is why the FISA court got involved. Democrat. I was in the room. He did not say that. Republican. I was in there. Exactly what he said. All right. So somebody's lying, but now that everybody can just lie, you just go. Well, now we're going to put out a memo that says that memo is not right. Oh, is your memo true? Absolutely. Is theirs true? No. Is this memo true? It is. What about the Democrat memo? A bunch of lies. So what did McCabe say? McCabe say he said that was the key to the FISA court getting involved. Democrat, I was in the room. He didn't say that. Republican, yes, he did. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. And now we're all sitting there going, well, what are y'all's lying?
And Rick, think about this. This is a much bigger story. This goes all the way back to 9/11. When our intelligence agencies were not communicating. They were handcuffed. They couldn't follow some of these foreign nationals that they thought were up to something. And, they just – so the FISA court, which was basically a secret court so we could go and get warrants and spy on foreigners who were here getting phone calls from abroad to see if we could break up these terrorist rings. Well, some people were screaming, this is a foul, and we're way out of line here with this. Other people thought it was a needed step that we could do electronically because we had the ability to do it now. And then you had the movie Snowden come out, right, and Eric Snowden and all that. And, we wrestle with that. Was Eric Snowden a hero for blowing the whistle, or was he a traitor for blowing the whistle? Yeah. And I'm still, I wrestle with that every day a little bit. But now you see it kind of come full circle, and we see what our intelligence agencies are doing and how they're doing it. And this FISA court is you can't go to the front door to protest because nobody knows where it is.
Right.
And it moves around, and the judges rotate on and off of it, and they're sworn to silence on it. So you don't even know who it is you're carrying this to, and you have to make an application.
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From sweet home Alabama to the world. About to end 28 years doing this, and we'll celebrate our 29th birthday coming up, Lord willing, on the first week of January. So here's how this week looks. The holiday season is here now. Thanksgiving up first. So Thanksgiving, you'll get a Rick and Bubba replay as you're getting ready to eat and thank God for all the incredible blessings that He has bestowed upon us, especially the sacrifice that our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ made on our behalf to right the wrong that we had committed against a holy God, which is incredible. But anyway, so that's Thanksgiving. You get to replay that day, meaning an old show will run in its entirety. Everybody will be off. Helmsy will be rolling in on Friday for a Black Friday. I'm moving, I'm shaking, I'm out there, I'm having a good time. I'm meeting with my group, and we're going to shop as soon as the sun comes up, whatever your day may be. You get a Rick and Bubba Best of show, some of the best moments in Rick and Bubba history coming up on Friday. There'll be no Rick and Bubba University this week and no Will of Meat. It is just a short week.
You really scared me right there, by the way,
what's
because I
that?
thought you had me doing something else that I had forgot.
No. Just what you've already committed to.
Okay.
He's going to be at Jack's with Speedy.
Today, Speedy, Jack's Western Wear and Outdoor Wear, Coleman, Alabama.
Yep.
The home of 104.7 WZZK as he works his way. Also to Huntsville to pick his parents up, the home of 100.3 The River.
And he's looking rugged.
And he is looking rugged. Couple of man churches coming up in December. This will be the final man churches of the year that we have on the calendar. West Mobile Baptist Church, you got Andy Blanks, December the 10th. And Webster, Florida, they just started the strategy back in September. Scott Dawson is their next man church. First Baptist Church, Webster, Florida, down Tampa Bay Way. Those two are coming up. Find those at themanchurch.com, and then that'll kind of wrap up our year. And then we'll have the big year-ender coming up on the 16th. Is that right? 14th?
16th.
So 16th, and then we'll have 2 weeks off, and we'll kind of take a deep breath, and Lord willing, we'll come back for year 29. It's hard to believe it.
Come on with it.
All right, so, Bubba, we have a story, and Adler's got a couple of video clips, and we have a printed story to go with it. CBS News has now become the latest corporate media organization to confirm, now think how long we've known this, the authenticity of Hunter Biden's scandal-plagued laptop. We got that story from them finally yesterday.
Now, Rick, this is only 769 days. 769 days since the Post broke the story.
Here is 2 years ago, Donald Trump telling CBS's Leslie Stahl on 60 Minutes that the Hunter Biden laptop was real. 2 years ago. All right, so here it is.
I think it's one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen, and you don't cover it. You want to talk about...
Well, because it can't be verified.
You want to talk about insignificant things.
I'm telling you.
Of course it can be verified. Excuse me, they found the laptop. Leslie.
It can't be verified.
What can't be verified?
The laptop.
Why do you say that?
Because
even the family hasn't... The family on the laptop, he's gone into hiding. For 5 days, he's gone into hiding.
He's preparing for your debate.
Oh, it's taken him 5 days to prepare? I doubt it. Okay,
all right. So let's get back to the name calling.
So there you go. So she wants to go back to the name calling. Now let's talk about you being mean to people.
Yes.
Let's talk about your name calling. Can't be verified. 2 years.
I realize I missed Trump.
So,
it took him 5 days, did it?
No matter how you feel about Donald Trump,
2 years,
positive, negative, or always changing, he was correct about this. They wouldn't cover it. They have finally come out 769 days. Now, that is a crack news organization.
That is on the cutting edge.
And you almost wonder, even though some of it kind of makes you go, oh, here we go again, please listen. But still, you almost have to wonder that as the Republicans take control of the House and they start saying this Hunter Biden deal is going to be, they will target Hunter Biden for investigations. It's like all of a sudden with all this rhetoric going on from the Republicans saying, oh, we're going after it now. Now CBS goes, well, yeah, it probably is his.
Yeah.
So here's the next one. Here's this is also 2 years after the Hunter Biden laptop thing was 100% real. We do get CBS. Here they go. Finally, they're going to admit that it is his laptop. So here we go.
And as Republicans take control of the House, Hunter Biden, the president's son, will be a target for investigations. And that means data from a laptop reported to belong to Biden could be crucial to the investigatory process. CBS News has obtained its data not through a third party or political operative, but directly from the source who told us they provided it to the FBI under subpoena. And we commissioned an independent forensic review to determine its authenticity. Senior investigative correspondent Catherine Harridge joins us now with what we found. Catherine, I'm very interested. Good morning.
Good morning, Tony. These House Republican investigations are coming, and that could be a challenge for the White House as we head into 2023 and 2024. The laptop data we had analyzed showed no evidence it was faked or tampered with.
And so I had a way to go get him.
They sit with this this investigator guy for the next 5 minutes. They're like, "So you're telling me it's real?" "Yes, it's real." "So wait, let me get this straight. You're telling me it's real?" "Yes, it's real. We've been telling you for 2 years."
Well,
and did you notice the way she said it too? She didn't say this is Hunter Biden's laptop and it is his data. They said it has not been tampered with.
Here's what you got to love about it.
Please look at the other show. They're showing the same story.
But here's what you have to love about it, Bubba. You can tell you can see it in their face. You can hear it in their voices. They've been forced on this.
Yeah.
And what they realize is somebody at CBS, and you have to give them at least not one to look completely stupid. They're like, guys, when the Republicans start all this, us saying that's not his laptop, we're going to look like a bunch of idiots.
Yeah.
They're going to confirm over and over again it's his laptop, so we better go ahead and come on out with it. Now that if the Republicans had not taken control of the House and Nancy was still there, you may not see them admitting this.
Well, let me ask you
but they know
this.
they don't have a choice.
How long did it take CBS to verify that the Russians were influencing Donald Trump? Didn't take them long at all to come up with that, and they had no proof, and of course that was proven wrong.
Sure.
So 769 days. CBS, I tell you,
that way be on it.
Hey, dang good job.
Hey, that way get it done.
That a way. That a way to be a crack news organization without letting your political goggles get in the way.
Right. That a way to be all over it.
You guys want to hear another quick clip from that?
Of course.
Okay, here you
go. Apparently from Joe Biden during his son Hunter's drug addiction is one of many findings Lanterman used to authenticate what is believed to be Hunter Biden's laptop data.
You're confident based on your analysis this is Hunter Biden's data and that it's real?
Yes.
What?
Who's that guy?
We can't believe it.
Who's that guy interviewing him? I thought it was somebody else.
I didn't know John Lennon was verifying laptops.
Yeah. Gracious. CBS is also
Betty Boop was interviewing.
CBS is also the first network to pull off Twitter until they investigate and research the company a little bit more. So CBS, the network, they pulled off of Twitter.
Is there any way CNN and MSNBC can join them?
Yeah,
right.
They're just a little concerned, and they want to look over things and just see how the company is doing.
They're so blinded by their left leaning.
Oh my gosh.
It's just, I mean, you can't get a fair story out of anything.
Pathetic.
How about this? Give the story, present the facts of the people who say it is Hunter Biden's laptop, present the denials of the people who says it isn't, and that's how you report the story.
There it is.
You don't have to have a side in it.
And then when evidence comes out, you go, well, here's the evidence that says this is the case.
Yeah.
It's called journalism. It's long gone. Long gone. Yeah. You can tell they cannot believe they're having to do this.
Yeah, it's just such an insult to them to have to admit it.
I know. I want you to imagine.
So sorry.
Imagine somebody as wild and out of control as Hunter Biden being the son of a Republican president.
Oh.
Good gracious.
Woo! And we already know the social media people hit it. Yeah. They buried it.
CBS released a statement. Looks like they came back to Twitter yesterday.
Rick and Bubba.
Did you? Apparently, is a term they use to show the evidence of why you want this, and a judge decides, yeah, you can wiretap them, or no, you can't. So the memo showed that a FISA warrant was issued for Carter Page, who was a person of interest in the Trump campaign. He had some ties or had been connected to Russia one way or another. But it looked like the whole thing was based on this so-called dossier, which was a opposition research piece that the Hillary Clinton campaign paid for. But apparently the judge did not know that. He thought it was an intelligence briefing.
Well, now there's even an update.
Which it was not.
There's even an update today on the way in. Now they found another dossier that was supposed to be available for the original fake. This is another fake to even make the fake even more impactful. And so
fake.
Yeah, so we have another fake one that's been found.
This is what I would, if I was the judge who signed off on it, and who knows, because all this is so secret, I would be really mad at the people who brought that to me because they brought it under false pretense. And obviously it was a situation where they were trying to get information on Trump. That's the bottom line. They were trying. It is a modern day electronic version of Watergate. I mean, Watergate was a warm-up act compared to what this shows us our federal government's doing. Now, I believe, I want to have confidence in the FBI. I think, the people we know that work with that are super high-class people. But it shows you at the very top of our government, there's some shady stuff going on for political reasons. But, Watergate, they kicked in the door of a second-rate office building and looked in the filing cabinet to see what they were up to. To me, this is a high-tech version of that and really worse in a lot of ways. And if Hillary had won when this first started, you'd never know about it. See, that's what's even scarier.
Because she would have gone and cleaned it up.
Because you see how, right or wrong, that some people who had it out for a candidate, and look, let's just put it in this context. Don't say it is Trump or it is Hillary. Any candidate that this happens to, you had somebody had it out for a candidate, went with false information, got the FISA court involved, got a warrant so they could spy on somebody, and hopefully come up with dirt that they could let to the public and it bring down a candidate or a president-elect at the time. That is scary to me. I mean, that's not what we should be about in America. It doesn't matter what the parties are and what you agree or disagree on.
People that we would trust their opinion keep trying to say, take politics out of this. The American people should be alarmed and up in arms over what the government is doing, regardless of party. And this, to Bubba's point, if you cared about Watergate, it is impossible for you not to care about this. It's just impossible. That was a fraternity prank, Huckabee said, compared to this.
It's scary what's going on.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Does it seem off?
The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Helmsy's birthday today. Oh, buddy.
I'm a man.
You're a man now. Boy, I'm 40 years old.
Hello.
I said you got to get your prostate checked every year now.
Yeah. I know. That is one of those things that's got to happen.
Then in 10 more years, everybody will be talking to you about your colon.
Oh, my goodness.
It's all downhill from here, buddy.
I know.
No, the 30 didn't bother me at all. My 30s just felt like the 20s again with more sense. But, boy, after 40.
To be honest, I don't feel any different, but that number, it'll make you think a little bit.
Do you have reading glasses yet? Do you use reading glasses yet?
I do not.
Well, you will in the next year.
About 40, about 45.
And if it happens to you like it did me, it happened overnight.
Yes, it's weird.
I was fine. I got up one morning, was trying to read something. I said, Betty, I must have pink eye or something. I can't even see this.
Right. Yeah.
Off the reading glasses. And then, of course, you don't want to know what happens at 50. But
now your mama showed up.
Yeah. She tried to play this thing last week. Hey, I got some friends from church that'd like to come to the show. Can you get them in? And you're not going to tell your mother no.
No, of course not.
Even though we had, golden tickets were sold out, I thought, we'll bring out some chairs.
You pull up
this
chairs
is mom's
for mama.
And
lucky for her, it's the day after the Super Bowl, so a lot of people didn't show.
And and when she said this, I thought, okay, wait a minute. Monday is my birthday. She's probably she's coming with some friends. She's going to be here. But I actually forgot about it until I saw her walk up a minute ago. And there is a glare in here, and I thought, is that my mom? What is she? And then it hit me. Okay.
Is that my mama?
I got it now. So listen to this.
What is that? What do you got?
Oh, no.
I got a gift from them.
Oh, boy.
And
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is a number. Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving week to all of you. And we work our way back and kind of give you kind of a Debbie Downer a little bit. According to Farm Bureau, a Farm Bureau survey, it looks like, everything is more expensive now. Everything. Whether the Biden administration wants to acknowledge that or not, they're now saying that your Thanksgiving dinner that you are about to enjoy, however you're going to enjoy it. I talked to somebody yesterday that says, in the time that they're in and they've got kids that are married, that they didn't get the Thanksgiving bid this year, except one kid will be there, and it's only going to be 3 of them, and they've set up that they're going to go out to eat. and because they're like, it's just going to be 3 of us, so we'll let somebody else prepare the Thanksgiving. We found a place where they'll serve us, and we'll go. But so however you're doing it, preparing it at home, going out to eat, carrying it somewhere, whatever you're bringing is going to cost you 20% more. Thanksgiving dinner up, Bubba, 20%.
Boy, right off the top, 20%.
I'm thankful for that.
That hurts, doesn't it?
So the average cost for 10 people to eat Thanksgiving dinner in 2020 was $46.90. In 2021, it was $53.31. 2022, $64.05.
Yeah, this is from Farm Bureau, their 37th annual survey, providing a snapshot of the average cost of Thanksgiving. So they've been tracking this for a while. This is not an off-the-cuff thing. Honestly, I'm surprised it's not more than that.
Turkey is up 21%. I see that here. Yep. And then
bird getting on up
that
there.
bird's up there. And then they go through the different stuff. So
and you look at this year over year, the average cost for 10. I guess they're averaging it per person for a 10-person meal. Is that how they're doing their numbers?
I would say that's how much it costs to feed 10 people.
So they're saying now in 2020 it was.
Well. I just want to let you. I just read that.
You did read that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You might.
I
have
was
been looking
reading
at
ahead.
Yeah. So
you had turkey on your mind.
Yeah, I didn't want you to have that moment. And,
well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But it was just. I was looking at these numbers. It's just amazing to me.
It really is.
How much it's gone up in such a short time.
Yeah. You even acknowledged to me when I said it. Wow, that's really going up.
And that was the concerning part for me.
Right.
That may have been an acknowledgement while I was reading.
Yeah, right, man. I agree.
I'm starting to think about all the things I've said today that you just acknowledged, and I don't know if you actually heard me now.
Well, that was the part that got me fired up. Is I got some response.
The fact that you went ho ho ho.
Sadly we have to juggle here a little bit.
Yeah, we do.
And every now and then it runs aground.
Yeah,
I absolutely agree. So much I'm reading it again.
Yeah, well, look, I've done it. It happens.
Of course.
With all the stuff going on
do
here.
it daily.
So, but anyway, so the cost is going to be up. I tell you what was funny, and it is hard to explain.
How about that 2020 cost?
How about that? Bubba, if you break it down, now this is average cost for 10 people. In 2020,
I'm cutting out cranberry sauce this year to try to save a little money.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah,
that's one I could do.
Hey, Sherry likes cranberry sauce and makes it homemade. And I can't stand it.
I don't understand how it doesn't.
And how
go
can you
with
let that be what put on your dressing over gravy? How can that be?
Hey, it can't be, Rick.
It can't be.
Oh, that gravy to me is
Giblet City, Giblet. If there was one thing, if I came to your house
Giblet, whatever,
and I had to say, I am so sorry, one of these has to go, your turkey or your dressing. Which one can I have?
Ooh. You could take my turkey.
I'm the
think
same.
so.
I'm the same.
I'd keep the dressing.
Dressing ain't going anywhere.
I'll put a little gravy on
Does
it. Do I have gravy?
What about
Does the Giblet gravy go with the dressing?
Yes, you can keep it. I put that on my turkey too. I put it on my turkey.
Oh yeah.
Oh, listen, I've ended up with extra gravy, and I'd put it over a biscuit. And it's good. It's good in anything.
Why? That don't bother nobody. Let's do it. That gravy needs to go around. It needs to be everywhere.
That's what sent you to the hospital that day. That was the final straw.
Greg, how about this?
That's when I went back home to eat.
Greg,
Parmesan chicken.
You know what I just thought about? You know what I just thought about? I'm gonna put gravy on cranberry sauce. See if I can save it.
But it's got that. See, I don't get how it goes with
Sherry is all about. And she spends time
a lot
on
of people.
She gets cranberries and makes it from scratch. Thank you, honey. And it looks. I see your little pot there. You got. You really made something. You're all excited about it. You want some of this? I don't. And in that face, every year she looks at me. You don't want any, baby. You've been married to me for 27 years. Have I ever said bring on the cranberry sauce?
When I was a kid, I guess I thought it was going to be Jello or something, but it didn't.
Oh, that's out of that can.
Yeah,
yeah, when it's still the shape of the can.
Yeah, you can see the
couple
rings.
Slices.
The cranberry sauce that comes out of the can, it looks like that's supposed to be a signal for whether food has gone bad or not. Ooh, don't eat it. It's got that jelly on it.
Ooh, look at that. That ain't good.
I don't. And then I've had a guy that again, it's not up there with flat Earth, but it's close.
Oh, boy.
Because he's from the South. If he wasn't from the South, I would let him get away with it. Okay, because there are some people that move here from other places that bring some bad stuff with them. But this is a guy that is from our state.
Yeah.
And said to me, and this was a double foul, riding through the woods, okay, he likes stuffing better than dressing. And if I didn't think he would have, maybe the elements would have got to him, I'd have put him out.
Yeah.
I would have just said, well, you got to get out. I mean,
get out now.
Get out of the truck. I mean, it was in a side-by-side. Get out of the side-by-side, get out now. And I hope you remember how to get out of here. I mean, who in the world from the Deep South likes stuffing better than dressing? Who? Now, if you're from up north and that's your thing, you don't know any better, then that's fine. But I just don't understand that.
Well, I like the casserole in the dish format. You can dip out of as opposed to where stuffing's coming from.
All right, so turkey and dressing, we're all in on.
When
right?
you help your plate with that, you got to go in there and get it.
Of course, it's up to 20%. And Bubba, if you've seen the numbers, look at 2020.
No.
So let's go back to this.
The numbers was just amazing.
After turkey and dressing, what's the third thing you got to have?
Turkey dressing.
Because turkey dressing is a standard. What's
mashed potatoes?
Really? Okay.
I'm going to go green bean casserole.
Oh, my goodness. Have you lost it?
I love green bean casserole.
I like squash casserole. I do not like green bean casserole.
Sweet potato casserole. With the turkey onions on it, extra done.
I don't like that. I don't like
cream
turkey
of
onions.
mushroom.
I don't like turkey onions.
Well, just get out of here. I don't know who you are.
I will say mashed
Deviled
potatoes
eggs.
and cream corn are pretty close.
Time out. Speedy's right. Deviled eggs.
Deviled eggs. What about this?
Yes.
I like sweet potato casserole, but that's a dessert.
I don't eat sweet.
That's a dessert.
No, that's part of the meal for me.
With the marshmallows on it.
But you're right. Some do consider that.
Oh, you eating a turkey onion? You won't eat sweet potato casserole?
Especially with the marshmallows on it.
What?
That's just gross.
And they're little, and they're brown because they've been toasted.
Yeah. Look, I'll keep my turkey onions. You keep your marshmallows.
Okay, well, you can have your turkey.
That's the beauty of Thanksgiving. You can just dip
deviled
out
eggs.
what you want. You know?
I'll tear deviled eggs up.
I will too. Are you talking about some golden brown marshmallows? I'll just take a whole plate of those only. Just the crust. Give it to me. I'm in.
Favorite pie? You said chocolate, Bubba?
Chocolate all the way.
I love
apple.
I love pumpkin pie. I know I'm not popular in here, but I love pumpkin pie.
I love pumpkin pie.
Apple and pecan.
Little whipped cream on top, heat it up for a few minutes. Ooh,
yes.
Or a few seconds.
You don't like good old apple pie with a lice?
Yeah, I love apple pie. I do.
Good
I really love
well,
apple
if
pie.
the crust is real crunchy.
Yeah, it's got to be.
You know, too, they break this down even more, Rick, on regional averages. You know, the South is the most affordable. The highest is out west, and it's almost a $20 difference.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you look at 2020.
Yep.
And
that tells you a lot. The whole story starts with that.
You ain't going to believe the numbers in that.
Phone calls are next. Thanksgiving.
You're out of bounds.
We'll take your phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Staples for Thanksgiving. A 16-pound to avoid paying significantly that are going to be spared are costing. And there's just no way to avoid paying significantly more if you're buying the Staples for Thanksgiving. A 16-pound turkey is going for $28.96. That is up 21% from last year. A 14-ounce bag of cubed stuffing mix is $3.88. That is up 69%. And 2 frozen pie crusts are going for $3.68. That is up 26%. According to the Farm Bureau, all those arrows are pointing up. But President Biden keeps insisting that things are coming down.
At Highlands College at evening, so they brought me a backpack.
Oh,
look at you. Look at that.
Little man's got his name on it.
Mama's little man. So nobody gets your backpack at school. Mama's little man.
Hams, I bet Jay didn't get one of those.
Yeah. Probably not. Yeah. He's probably mad right
Hey, wait a minute. I'm looking at
She put your name in your underwear?
I'm looking outside for when Mac Daddy's showing up.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about that too. He probably see 9 o'clock when if we. I'll hear from him. It'll be after 9 o'clock.
Right, yeah,
sure. So he's not going to get
I'm
up early.
40.
Yeah. Then I got me this. I guess I have my caffeine, when I'm sitting in class.
Oh, yeah.
It's very nice, very sweet. And then in a shirt. We may be breaking some logo problems here, but we'll find out. I'll wear it.
Well, I know somebody. Yeah.
It's the Highlands College logo, and then Helmsy, and then on the back says freshman.
Oh, that's good. Mama's little freshman.
How about that?
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
Yes.
I've always waited for that day where you could actually play it for me.
Here it is. There it is. How about that? So, well, happy birthday, buddy.
Yeah, 40.
And Speedy's
That's
worried
fun.
about your cake.
No, it's coming. They
I
said
have
it should be minutes
I have
away.
noticed, and it is. I hate that he has to go through this with everything, But I realized him looking and frantically texting this morning, and I thought it's about my cake. And I hate that because it's really not a big deal. I'm not a big cake guy anyway, but Edgar's puts together some great. I always like looking at the themes and those type of things.
Yeah, they do a good job.
But he has been stressing about it. Please don't stress. It's not a big deal.
Well, no, I do it. It's just what I do. It's part of the job. I mean, this is kind of what you do, even with guests or anything, and they're coming. It's just they're normally here around this time, and they said they're a few minutes behind. Traffic's tough, so they'll be here any second.
And then every year we forget. I thought they had like a running tally on everybody's birthday.
I did too.
And then when it's Speedy's birthday, he don't have a cake.
Yeah,
right. And we're
that's okay. I'm grown.
But I thought it was like this is this date, this date, this. Next,
Well,
next year.
Well, they do.
Have one.
They have.
We always say that.
They have the dates.
Right.
It's just I work with them on what kind of cake and the theme and stuff like that.
Well,
so I got you a good theme on the same line here. I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, see, because
we'll blow out the candles when it gets here. It'll be here shortly.
Because I know these things.
Mac Daddy will probably get sick.
I know how these things stress you because we all know each other's little world and the handles that we had. When y'all knew that I was going to be on a bus all day Saturday, y'all thought about that.
Sure.
And I started to text y'all in the middle of it and say, of course, y'all forgot what I'm doing right now. But anyway, so I heard you mention his cake and Edgar's, and I really literally in my truck went, Speedy's okay now.
Yeah.
It's fine. Because I thought it. So then I kept noticing that Bubba wasn't eating any, so it must not be here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so then it hit me, okay, wow, I don't see a cake.
Yeah.
And then, but I knew Speedy had mentioned it, so then I sadly brought it up, and I apologize for that.
Yeah.
Because I knew he was in his own little battle.
Yeah.
And then I joined.
I didn't have the heart to bring it up because I knew he was in the battle. I just acted like it wasn't a big deal.
I'll put it this way.
It really isn't.
There's normally a window that they show up in. Okay. There's a window of
the one that's closed
real
now?
early.
Certainly, around 30 minutes or so, give or take a little bit. And that window is a little past. And they did reach out to me and they said, hey, we're a little behind. Traffic's bad, but we're on the way.
Rick, this is what I saw earlier.
I'll say this because they usually get it here real early. Helms walked in and said, "No cake."
I know it.
I did not.
And this is not a dig on Edgar's. They're still bringing a cake today.
Well, the time
we'd wait on the cake to do the segment, but that's fine.
Right. The time right now looks like at 30 seconds of the Super Bowl, we all thought our systems shut down.
Hey, how about that?
You know what I mean? When everything went dark. You know what I mean? That was really strange. And there was big discussion. Well, you've done something like who cut it off?
I know. I thought I said on the remote.
Yeah, but anyway.
Yeah. All I thought was how much money was being wasted.
Right, and it was
just
a lot.
Gone.
But I guess we can talk. I don't want to spend all day talking about any topic, meeting all day. But this thing with the memo, and I know the other, I really found myself because of these politicians and these political parties with their misdirection and redirect and all this. I kept finding just screaming. I got to grasp the bottom line here because what got me was when Comey did like a move I did in high school. I remember one time in high school that I was caught cutting class, and when the teacher said, "Mr. Burgess, what are you doing wandering our campus during class?" And finally, I just looked at her and says, "I'm just cutting class." 866 We Be Big. Let's chat with you. We can talk about anything you want to. 866 We Be Big is our number. Let's stay away from meaningless shout-outs and shameless plugs. But everything else, bring it in. And we'll talk to you and chat about Thanksgiving, about the stories today, about questions you may have, reviews on our brand new CD that's out there now, whatever the case may be. But as you are calling right now, Calvin Speedy Wilburn taking care of you and getting you lined up ready to go. If you haven't started traveling where you're going, Bubba, cross-country storm threatening to disrupt Thanksgiving travel.
Yeah, a major storm system is shaping up to sweep across the U.S. this week, potentially making for a dismal Thanksgiving Day and disrupting travel for millions. This year, Rick, nearly 55 million people will travel 50 miles or more from home for Thanksgiving, making it the third busiest year on record, and Rick, quickly approaching the travel volume seen before the pandemic hit, according to AAA.
Well, you know what this means. Even though football season hasn't really had any impact at all, this is going to be it. Everybody's going to get sick again. That's what's going to happen. Man. I mean, you hear that kind of stuff. I mean, think about what we've just gone through with football season, and how many people crammed in there on top of each other.
Yeah, well, we were having that before a lot of this was over.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't see mass breakouts of that. That was one of the things, too, I think it hurt the credibility of Fauci and them. They were screaming everybody stay at home. And, in the SEC, they were filling up stadiums and other stadiums around the country, and you wasn't seeing a big spike.
Nope.
It didn't really follow. It didn't track.
So mass gatherings didn't. I mean, it didn't seem to have
outside.
Outside's a game changer.
Yeah.
So anyway, if you've got loved ones trying to get to you, hopefully they won't be caught in all that.
Travel early.
Bobby, Pelham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Bobby, how you doing?
Bobby.
Doing great, guys. Before I get to my question, I want to say I have about 3 months ago I got your Field of Greens.
Yes.
And I've struggled with IBS for probably 20 years, and that stuff for the last 3 months has been a game changer. I would recommend that to anybody that has any kind of gastrointestinal problems.
Yeah.
It is fantastic.
Yeah,
and right here before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Just in time.
It's a gift of genetics from the Burgess family, and it has helped me tremendously as well. So what else, Bobby?
Yeah, that's. Bubba was talking about feeding 10 people for, I think he said this year it would cost like $60-something. Well, if you can feed 10 people a Thanksgiving dinner for less than $7 per person, that to me sounds like a pretty good deal. What are you buying them?
That's what threw me off in the numbers when it said that was for 10 people. And that's why I was trying to verify that. That didn't look right to me.
Yeah, well, but you have to think about, Bobby.
I'll take that all day long.
Well, Bobby, but that's not the point of the story. They're saying at one time you could feed the 10 for even less than that. It's up by 20%. It's really not the point. If you go buy everything and in bulk and you cook it and you get the plate in front of people, the average per person is probably much less than if you went to a restaurant and ordered everybody a meal. This is cooking at home.
Yeah, that's why eating out is
expensive. And it says the ingredients you have to get will drive that cost up 20% more than it did from 2020. So you're saying, well, hey, $64.05 for 10 is not bad in 2022. Maybe that's true, but in 2020 it was $46.90, so it was either less. That was the point of the story. But if you're buying everything and preparing it, you probably are hitting those kind of numbers per person. Terry, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey man, how y'all doing?
Good.
Hey man, huge fan of the show. It's part of my everyday routine. I drive a dump truck, so I listen to y'all from the kickoff hour till y'all are over.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
But and I appreciate everything you do. It's hard to find something to listen to out there that tells it like it is and has the same mindset and views I do. I really appreciate it. But I wanted to ask the song y'all used for the 12 working days of Christmas. Who sings that? The Jingle Bells, Jingle All the Way song?
Yeah, Mark Phillips.
Mark Phillips, okay.
Yeah, M-A-R-C Phillips. And you can find it. That particular album is on Apple Music. And I think most of Mark's, thanks to his daughters, I think most of Mark's material has finally made its way to Apple and all the download opportunities. But I know that album is there, so you can find that version yourself as well.
All right, man. I appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you very much. Appreciate you calling, Miss Mark. Chris in Alabama. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Biggins, how's it going? Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You too.
You guys know you guys played Gobble Gobble yesterday.
Yes, we did.
Yep.
You guys know what's coming up next.
No.
The 12 working days of Christmas. Is the No Name Studio going to be able to hold up to the bulk of the calls?
It's a good question. How this system will handle this will be this studio's first 12 working days of Christmas.
Oh yeah.
There's two problems. Do we have enough money to buy the 12 working days of Christmas in the budget? And if we do, can the system handle the calls? It's twofold this year.
Good luck.
The expendable income lying around, not what it once was. I've
seen Senate work on that.
Okay. All right.
I think we're good.
Okay, good.
For the first time ever, Rick, we're going to offer a grab bag.
Right. Bubba oversees that, and he hasn't walked in the office with a bad look on his face yet.
Yeah.
But now the part on the phones, no, we don't know about that.
Yeah, no, who knows?
Let's go to Tennessee.
Tennessee.
I don't know what's been typed there. What is your name? What is your name in Tennessee? Talking about the Auburn coach?
Fauci the Grouch.
Fauci
Oh,
the Grouch.
Fauci the Grouch. Okay, I got you. All right.
Good.
All right. All right, go ahead.
I'm just calling to tell you boys that I'm the new Auburn football coach.
That's pretty good.
I like that, Greg.
Jim in Indiana. Jim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, just wanted to say happy Turkey Day to you and the crew.
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to toss out for discussion, if the Chrisleys have got in trouble for tax evasion, could somebody please report the Kardashians?
That's good.
That Kardashian thing, I've never understood that. It's part of the weird world that we live in now. I put them in part of the examples of the bizarre world we live in now. It's a fake world. Let's go to Nathan in Florence, WLAY. Nathan, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
We're great.
Good.
Just want to wish y'all a good Thanksgiving week and ask if y'all have seen the new Christmas Story movie yet.
Helmsy has, and
he loved it.
And he gave it a mediocre score. He said if it wasn't Christmas, you don't even think you'd give it a 6, right?
Probably not. But again, you gotta understand. I didn't like the first one.
What?
It was a bip to me.
Okay.
And I know it's supposed to be one of the top 5, whatever. It's not in my top 5. It's my opinion. You got to email me. That's just the way I think about it. But I felt like I needed to watch it, and I'll watch the first one because it's Christmas.
Right.
But Ralphie got on my nerves then. He gets on my nerves now.
Okay.
There are some funny moments. I will say that.
Right.
It's no Jingle All the Way.
No,
I knew you were going to bring that up. But it's worth the watch. And there's some great. I'm glad I watched it. There's some good moments in it.
Okay. Nathan, did you see it?
Yes, I did. I'd watched it. I was going to let y'all know there's nothing like, woke in it or anything, so I think y'all would enjoy it.
Did you enjoy it? Did you like it better than Helmsy did?
I did, yeah. Yes, I did. I liked the first movie, so I thought the second one was good.
Would you give it the second one anything a score higher than a 6 out of 10?
I'd give it about an 8.
Wow. An 8.
Ralphie.
Okay, so that means this movie's about a 7. Okay, so I'm not feeling
Which
motivated.
is not bad. It's not a bad score, by the way.
Yeah, my deal is I'm a big proponent of don't tamper with the memories.
Yeah.
So I kind of like the original to stay where it is. I don't need an update. I'm not drawn to this movie.
But here's the thing: if you like the first one, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised with this one.
Okay,
I will go that far with it.
And he said there's nothing woke in it.
No, there's not. There's a couple of corny things, but there were.
Of course,
look, we find that in all movies, and especially the first one. So I think they did that on purpose.
Okay. Are the Bumpuses still alive and well?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Bumpus, if they've had kids, Rick.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Michael in Meridian, listening to the Buzz 97.9. Go ahead, Michael.
Hi guys, I just had a question. What kind of a dingbat decided to put cheese on an apple pie?
Or are you on the cheese on an apple pie? I've seen it
Cheese
before.
on apple pie?
I've seen it before.
According to Greg's look, I think he agrees with you, sir.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I have seen that before.
No.
Watch out.
I ain't doing that.
I'm gonna get upset.
Don't knock it till you try it, boys.
I don't get cheese
I'm
and
not
apple.
saying. I just haven't
I'm
seen
telling
it.
you.
Really?
Watch out.
You talking about apple pie?
Wasn't too
Just
bad.
No, I'm not.
I've
doing that.
never heard of this before.
I will
like,
not.
You're talking cheddar cheese.
I've seen it.
Not me.
It's very rare.
I know,
but I've seen it.
Normally, everything's better with cheese on it, but I don't know that that's the case.
Okay.
You sure it's not butter? It looks like cheese.
I thought that too before I started ordering the #1 at Chick-fil-A had cheese.
By the way, you brought up yesterday
Oh, the picture.
carolers. There's a funny scene in A Christmas Story when it comes to carolers.
Have
You're
y'all
gonna love
have
it.
y'all
pull
ever
me in a little
gone?
bit.
Have y'all ever gone caroling as adults?
No, have not.
I
Yeah, I
have.
think I'm doing it this year. But
I have.
Up to this point, I haven't.
I have.
You're gonna do it.
You
this
said you're going to do it this year.
Yeah.
Please, Greg. Please do.
Is there video? You got your big song book out there.
Yeah, you gotta
in
have
the
a
cold?
book.
I just want to wear. I just want to wear that.
Cold.
I just want to wear that hat in a hat. Give me a top hat. Give me that other one that's not quite a top hat, but it's kind of a top hat.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called. Not a derby. It's in between a derby and a top hat. We'll be back. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And she started laughing. She said, we'll get to wherever you're going. Meaning, there's no way you would say that. And I think Comey's pulling that. Hey, I don't know what everybody's getting all fired up about. There ain't nothing in this memo. I mean, Comey, no, you look real bad in this. And he's acting like, well, this ain't no big deal. Hey, what's big whoop? And it's almost like Comey's trying to play that crazy card, say something crazy, and maybe people just kind of like back off. Oh, well, he doesn't seem think it's a big deal. Maybe I'm overreacting.
Maybe it's not a big deal.
But the bottom line, can somehow somebody like me, can I get to a bottom line? A bottom line is we know that dossiers were paid for that were fake to try to destroy the opposing party and a candidate. Yes.
Yes.
That's a yes.
It's research opposition, yes.
Okay. So and
it was used in a FISA court that is really designed to catch terrorists and secret things that we have to do, and tapped the phones and kept an eye on Carter Page, hoping really the bottom line to catch Trump saying something.
And we do know, which this is old news, we just kind of moved past this, that the IRS was used to target opposing parties.
Yes, we know that. We have two branches of our highest level of government that was used to go after political adversaries. Not criminals, people that you disagreed with.
So with all the redirect and misdirect and all that, these things can't be argued against, and does that bother us as Americans regardless of the parties?
It should.
Bottom of the hour, your phone calls coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
You remember?
Oh no! What if I said now?
We were talking about man-made global warming, whether it actually exists or not, and we've talked ad nauseum about that. And the thing that we keep talking about is certainly the climate changes, and it certainly has had catastrophic changes throughout apparently its history, regardless whether you are, however you think, the age of the Earth, what you think it may be. It's true. We've had catastrophic weather events. It appears as long as we've been in what we would call a fallen state. Others would just say whatever state. But however you see things, and the question isn't have we had catastrophic weird weather throughout weather history, because we know we have. The question is, what role does man play in this process? And you offered up a theory about some of the things that
several years ago
that causes catastrophic weather. And it looks like scientists, once again, are finally catching up with you.
Well, Rick, I'm holding on to this theory and the fact that I believe the speed of light is not a constant. It has changed over time. We'll see when we get to heaven how that one went.
There's scientists that are starting to come over to your side on this.
Well, I know. If you just kind of look at the facts and then have to fill in the hole in the middle, there's only so many things it can be.
Right.
But Rick, when it comes to this, the magnetic field of the Earth protects the Earth and from a lot of cosmic radiation and all this kind of stuff. And it's all based off the fact that we have a magnetic pole running through the Earth. And why we have that, they can't exactly tell you, but it's probably because of all the iron ore in the center of the core of the Earth, if you would. But we've got drillings from places like Antarctica that, man has not been there. It has not, been tampered with. And it looks like on some of these drillings we've done, not only there but other places on the planet, that as you dig back through the sediment, the deeper you go, they've looked at the magnetized particles in that, and it appears over time that the poles of the Earth have flipped, and probably more than once.
Mm-hmm.
So that brings into question, how would the pole flip, and what would it do to the magnetic field, and how would that affect it? And one theory is that the magnetic field would shrink and basically go away as this polarization flipped, and then it would build back up. So during that time that it's down, you got all this cosmic radiation and all this stuff that would be causing havoc on the Earth, and has that happened 2 or 3 times in our past. So it's a theory, and if it is true and the poles are going to flip, and some are suggesting we can now see that measurement, it may be part of the cause of some radical weather and some other things here on Earth that could cause a lot of problems. One, they point to is the cosmic radiation could cause, devastating effect to DNA or cause cancer rates to skyrocket. And we've seen that a couple of times over Australia in some places where we've had a ozone hole float around or something. So it may have been caused more by the poles changing than the actual man-made part of it.
Well, I mean, I realize
does that sum it up?
Yeah, I realize that bringing this up, cost you that Montana vest today.
Yeah.
But I mean,
thank goodness for that undershirt.
Yeah, I know. But it was in the news, so it was worth mentioning.
Right, right.
You know how we have so much fun, and one of the things. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. If you did not sleep well last night, it's not on us. Not on us. HelixSleep.com/Bubba is available. We've been talking about it. Right now, we're going to save you $350 if you use this URL, HelixSleep.com. They get that /Bubba in there. They moved it up, $450.
Come on.
I'm sorry, I was $100 off. Save you $450 right now on the mattress that you select. HelixSleep.com/Bubba will customize that mattress. They want to know: do you sleep on your back, on your side, on your stomach? Do you like you want it to be a firm mattress, a soft mattress? You want it to be somewhere in between? And they take all that into account. Then they customize a mattress designed for the way you sleep. Ship it to your door. You get to sleep on it 100 nights to be sure you want to love it, and you will love it. Greg, you and Lisa love yours. I mean, you didn't send yours back, did you? Baby bro.
I had 100 days. I didn't send it back.
You didn't send it back?
No.
How's that sausage ball?
It's actually a grape.
Is it a grape? Was it good?
Mm-hmm. It's very good.
So anyway, HelixSleep.com/Bubba.
I love my Helix mattress.
Yeah, I know you do.
Buddy,
I hope you don't.
down.
Do you eat in bed?
No, that's not allowed.
No, okay. $450 off. HelixSleep.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Well, Bubba, we got the Chrisley update. It is.
The Chrisleys. What a mess. What a mess.
What a mess.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
You know, the Chrisleys from Chrisley Knows Best was found guilty on tax evasion, and they have been sentenced. Julie Chrisley, 49, tried to dodge her prison sentence for tax fraud by saying it had left their 10-year-old daughter with suicidal tendencies over the situation. During her hearing Monday, Julie lamented that her adopted daughter, Chloe, said she doesn't want to live if her mom goes away. Chrisley and her husband, Todd, 53, were sentenced to 7 and 12 years respectively in prison after they were found guilty of $30 million in tax fraud.
Good night.
Todd also pleaded with the judge to go easy on his wife, arguing that she was the primary caregiver of their 2 children. And the judge was unmoved by the plea. She sent Todd to FCI Pensacola and Julie to FCI Tallahassee, where GMAX is serving out her sentence also. So you'll have Julie Chrisley and GMAX in the same jail.
Well,
same prison.
If you certainly feel bad for this daughter, but really the adopted daughter's plight is due to their behavior, not the fault of the court.
Yep.
So if they didn't want to leave Chloe without mommy or daddy, they should not have cheated and done what they did that broke the law.
Yeah, the judge, Eleanor Ross, was unmoved by the couple's emotional pleas and handed down their sentence, saying the greed and flamboyance in their case could not be ignored.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
why'd you have to throw flamboyance in there?
Todd, who, if you watch the show, you definitely it had to come to mind that he may swing both ways.
What?
Wow. You know, they actually, the whole break in this case is when he started an affair with a guy that worked for him, and when he at some point became disgruntled, the guy turned on him and tipped the IRS off that they were cheating.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that's where that came from.
Yeah, I think Greg or somebody had mentioned it was a child or one of their kids, but it was actually
no. That was the first thing they got in trouble. It was one of his oldest sons.
Yes,
that was years about what state he was living in for tax. This is a different charge.
So, but on this one, it was Todd's gay lover that went south on her.
And there it is.
And there it all out. It is.
Well, I mean, that's the story today. I don't know how you get around it.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. When that community breaks up, they break up. They don't break up easy. No, seriously. It can be. It always gets a little
it gets a little elevated.
Yeah. So the judge cited him for flamboyance.
Right.
What was the guy's? What's the guy's name, Bub, that turned him in?
Hang on just a second. I'll tell you.
Just gonna do a quick search here.
I got it right here in the story. I just got to get down here to it. So nervous.
So are reruns still running of this show?
No, they pulled everything.
It's
Oh,
all
I don't know reruns. We asked that in the kickoff hour. You know, we know they pulled off the spinoff shows. And
Mark
everything else.
Braddock.
Mark Braddock.
Yeah.
He's the
According to
scorned
this story.
Yeah, the scorned lover.
Yeah.
Can we move on?
No fury.
Ah, interesting.
None.
Mm-mm. Like a woman scorned.
Not what I thought.
So here's my question: what happened to the grandmother?
Yeah, that's a good question.
She's taking care of the kids now.
Yeah, she's kind of elderly to have young kids to have to watch.
Yeah, I
over.
don't know I don't know enough about this. I see the picture here. It's just her in the picture. I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar. I mean, I know the show and the premise, and I've seen enough clips, but I've never watched the whole show of it, so I don't know the characters and how they interact.
You know, Todd just, he was he kind of stood out on the show. I'll say that.
Well, the few clips I thought, yeah, and it can be very. I remember one quote you kept telling me, Greg, was when they were cooking. Yeah, which was funny, but the few times I've seen it, I thought he would be a great announcer for figure skating.
Yeah.
All right, so
I don't have the name here in this story too, but I think their accountant also is going to jail.
Probably so.
Mark Braddock, he's 57, and he testified in court that he and Todd were in a secret romance for about a year in the early 2000s.
Oh, my goodness.
He's married for 34 years. His wife standing by him.
Really?
And I think they got a couple of kids.
Son's in the Navy.
Nobody told that. All right.
He is.
Oh boy.
Unless it's Halloween.
Yeah, I was just
Helmsy. That's a good one.
Well, I mean, you got to look at all the options.
Could be. Yeah, not.
Bet he's thrilled.
Adam, did you ever see the show? Did you watch the show?
I watched it like maybe once or twice while it was on TV while I was working out. I was not in charge of the remote.
Okay.
Working out.
I was at Planet Fitness with Greg and Speedy.
Can I say this?
Greg was like, "This is my favorite show. I love this guy."
Right.
It was funny.
It can be entertaining.
Can I say this to you, Adler, as your friend going forward?
Well, it was on almost 9 years.
I don't think I would say I was watching Chrisley a couple times when I was working out.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Greg was like, "We have to watch the show and we have to talk about it later and with text about it." I love it so much.
Of course, they going to jail.
Yes.
Wow, for a long time.
The top of the hour, you got the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Things that if
You'll see more on that later.
If you like to cut up and have fun with your friends, we have had to come up with the Gunnersville Treaty, or else we couldn't function here.
Right.
So we've all entered a treaty that we won't prank each other. But there's still enough people that we know that aren't under the treaty that still enables us to go out and kind of feed that a little bit.
Have a little fun.
And there were a couple of things that I wanted to bring up that happened over the weekend that I think you guys would enjoy. First of all, on Friday, I did not know this. I took our friend Scott Dawson, who we know as we're fired about him running for governor and all that, and he's been with the show a long time. He was the victim of a prank that was pretty severe. We call it
legendary,
the prank gone bad, that happened down at our family farm where we have some land, and I did not know this. So Friday he was reaching out saying, "Hey man, you want to try to get together?" And I said, "You know what? I got a lot going on." I said, "Now if you want to ride with me down to the farm, I can pick you up somewhere. We'll grab a bite to eat and you go down there, and I got to get that done. But I do have to be back by a certain time, so it's not like I'm gonna be down there all day." And he said, "You know what? I think I'm in." He was a little reluctant, and so
I would be too, Rich.
Yeah. So we got.
Why would he go back?
So we got down there. Well, it's how they tell people to go back and face your fears.
Mm-hmm.
So when we got down there, I noticed pretty quickly that he was very apprehensive, and he kept asking me over and over again. He goes, "And look, I entered the treaty," and I said, "I'm not doing anything to you today. I promise." So at first I thought, well, I just won't take him to the scene of what happened.
Yeah.
And then that moment came. I guess every survivor has that moment where I guess enough time has passed, and he said, I need you to take me where the incident happened. And I said, so you ready to face it? He said, I need to. I need to go back there.
It's a big step.
It was. Now, he brought up something that I was against, but he wanted it. He said, I need to see where I turned the four-wheeler and tried to escape. I said, Scott, you don't want to see that. He said, why? I said, because it's impossible that you got through there, and I don't know how you did. And
Yeah.
you're going to be angry at me all over again how close you were to death. I still don't know how he got through there. He says, no, I need to see. So we go back to the actual scene, and I just got quiet. I just let him do what he needed to do. And he got out, and he goes, right here's where he walked out. And I said, that's correct. Is this where Garnett couldn't get the four-wheeler in gear? Right here. This is where he wet himself, right here. And he said, so that's the road y'all went down. Correct. He said, so this is where when Gary shot, I thought you'd been killed. Yeah, that was right here.
That's it, right
Got
there.
that.
Yeah.
Got that.
And then he says, show me, I need to look. And he goes, that's where I went. He said, all I could think about was what y'all taught me about deer hunting is when deer get scared, they run to the woods. They don't run around out in the open. So all I knew was to go to the woods. I said, right. Of course, there's no trail there. And he goes, can we walk over into those woods? I said, I guess if you want to. I said, but it's not going to be pretty. I got to warn you. That's nothing but thick young pines in there. And we walk over there, and he goes, this is where I went. And he looked at it, and he looked back at me, and I looked at him, and he looked at me, and I said, I don't know how you got through there. And he said, all I remember was hitting various trees and bouncing around. I said, well, that's the only way. I don't know how.
That's all you got.
And then he goes, I said, how you got from here to out in that pasture, the world will never know. He goes, my legs were injured for a while, really scarred up.
Yeah.
Really bloody. I said, I understand that. We didn't think you'd get away from me that fast.
Adrenaline.
I didn't know you would escape so quickly. I thought we would all just laugh it off. Hey, look, it's Gary. I didn't know you would plow a four-wheeler into a pile of young pines.
Do you think it helped, though, going back afterwards?
It did. We talked about that. He said this
Okay.
was a big day for me.
Yeah.
He did.
The Instagram that Gary put out was phenomenal.
Oh, yeah, we've been showing that.
I shot at this man one time. Glad I missed. He has my vote for governor.
Yeah. This is classic, man.
Yeah.
That is classic.
Yeah. I think it helped him, though. I think Dawson crossed a big bridge.
Yeah.
He had to put it behind him.
He did. He just stood there I just walked off and left him standing there in the woods for a while. I said, call me when you're ready for me to come get you. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
So we rotate, and it was my turn to teach, which that means I'll teach at 8 o'clock, the youth, and then go to worship. And then at 11 o'clock, I'll teach their adult class. That was kind of the deal we made to be a group of teachers and rotate it.
Right.
Whenever you teach the 8, you also teach the 11, and we teach, like once a month. So it was my day. So it's a different setup. So the youth, of course, it's going to be what? Very high tech.
Mm-hmm.
So which is not really my thing, but they I'm getting better. So I first of all, when they were talking about this new system we've been doing, they're saying you need to have your message ready by Thursday of every week, and send me what you want on slides. You will be using the big screens, and you'll put the verses up or whatever. Which is, I'm like, well, gosh, now I got to get all that together and what I want on each slide, and everybody was laughing that I would never be able to pull it off and all that, and I've been pretty good at it about getting it turned in, because all I have to do is turn in the information. That's all I have to do. And but when you go to the 11 o'clock adult class, it's just a little platform, little, what do you call it, podium,
Yeah.
and you lay your notes or the Bible out, and you don't use any visual, okay, normally. So I get there for the 11 o'clock adult class, and there's Henson, and he's all fired up. And he comes over and says, hey, you still got your stuff for your slides? Mm-hmm. And I said, I don't, buddy. I sent that on to, the youth pastor. Well, you got it in your email, don't you? I said, well, I probably do, Jordy. I don't know why are we worried about this? Oh, we can put it up on these 2 TV screens in here now. Because they use, like, the choir room, and they've got some screens up there where they put up lyrics to songs and all that. I said, no, I don't want to. No, let's do it. Send it to me. So I'm like,
you've got him dialed in.
I'm like, oh, here we go. So then you get, and the choir room doesn't have any windows, and it's kind of underground, and I don't have great sail, and I'm wanting to just back out of no. And then he gets over there, and this is where he made his mistake. So he wants to show me how he can use Apple TV to put. Minutes past the hour. TV4, as we start a brand new hour from the No Name Studio from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey,
Rick, glad to be here. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody, and please travel safe.
I want to point you to something. Our old friend Andy Andrews, he's like everybody now. Everybody has a podcast now. Andy Andrews, New York Times best-selling author, sought-after speaker, and just all-around good fella, or some people know him best as Polly's husband. But anyway, he'd been for about a year trying to get Sherry, my wife, to be on his podcast, and Sherry was trying to find time to do that, and they finally did that this past Friday. And Andy interviewed her. They talked about, obviously, if you of all the reviews that have ever been done on Sherry's book, Bronner, A Journey to Understand, he wrote one of the most beautiful, moving reviews of that book of any that were ever put out. And boy, he really got it. He tells a funny story about it. So Andy Andrews and I, we were at one year, we both were at, I guess it was the Gridiron Conference, and Andy was speaking Friday night, and I was speaking Saturday morning, and so he's always on the move going somewhere, and so he came up to me after his session on Friday night, and if there's any way possible, we've talked about this on the show. If I'm part of a conference and honored enough to be asked to be part of a conference, I can't always do it, but if it's possible, I like to go and see the whole conference because I literally at times have looked down at the message I had prepared and said, that's been covered. I need to change it. And I like to hear what all the other speakers are saying. And sometimes that's not possible, but I sometimes it just feels weird to go, all right, I haven't heard anybody else, and now I'm up. What if I get up here and repeat the same thing somebody just said? Yeah. So anyway, and plus I wanted to hear Andy speak, period. And so I was in town on Friday night and heard him. So he comes off the stage. I don't know I think I've told y'all this story before. I hope so. If not, I'm remiss. So we had Sherry's book there at the product table. And he said, I haven't read Sherry's book. And I said, well, here, take a copy and just let us know what you think. And he said, okay, thank you very much. Well, he calls me back a few days later, and he's like, hey, you didn't give me any kind of heads up on the emotion this book was going to. He goes, I'm on the airplane reading it, and I get to crying so loud and sobbing that the flight attendant came back to check on me and thought I was dying. And he said, and you know how Andy is, how good he tells a story anyway. Yeah. He said, I couldn't talk, so I just picked the book up and kept pointing at it. And he said, I would just point at the book and then point to myself crying. Oh. And she was like, oh, wow. He said, I could tell she would wish I would cry quieter. Yeah.
Scaring people. So probably the people sitting next to you.
Right. So anyway, so he said, you don't just send people off with that book like that. And I'm like, well, Andy, I figured you've read a lot of books. You've written a lot of books. And so anyway, so he really fell in love with the book and completely got. Well, he's been wanting to have a conversation with Sherry, not just about that, but just about her and her deal. And, of course, I think he tries to get her to tell some stuff on us, too, and on me. I don't know how successful he was. But if you want to see Sherry on Andy Andrews' podcast, what is it called? I know he does it out of the Wharf.
The Noticer Podcast?
The Noticer Podcast.
I believe.
You can get it wherever you can get it where you get. I think you're right. Wherever you get the podcast. But we put our Helmsies put a nice link for you in rickandbubba.com. I think Sherry's put it out on her social media, on her Facebook page and Twitter today too, and we'll have it on all of our other platforms. But if you want to go get it right now, you can. The Professional Noticer, Observations and Answers with Andy Andrews. So Sherry is his guest on the latest edition of that. Go out and catch that. Sherry was she gets nervous about those kind of things, but she did a great job on it, and I'm going to watch it here as soon as I get a chance today. And if you get a chance and desire, go check that out. And thank you, Andy, for all you've done for our show and all the opportunities you've given us, and for having her on. All right, so as we start this hour, other things to unpack. You, Bubba, mentioned off the air. Was it yesterday or was it Friday? I can't remember. Something about Bruce Lee.
Right.
And then we never got to it on the air. And you said you'd seen some story on Bruce. We're always, I don't know why, we've always been intrigued with Bruce Lee.
Oh,
but we
yeah.
are.
Well,
especially Bubba.
We saw his movies, we were kids.
Yeah.
And tragic ending to his life. Died at 32 years old.
I know, terrible.
Well, Rick, there's a team of experts that have gone back and looked at his death and his the autopsy that they did. And they've come to kind of a strange conclusion. They're saying that he might very well have died from drinking too much water.
Watch it.
Come on now.
Now, at the time, there was all kind of rumors that he was killed by the Chinese mafia. He was poisoned by a jealous lover. He was the victim of a curse. Another theory that he died from heat stroke. But the official autopsy claimed that it was from taking a painkiller because he had swelling in the brain. But they've looked at this and said that they think now he may have just died from drinking too much water. Isn't that crazy?
That rare thing that you can overdrink with water.
Yeah, but you have to drink a lot and not,
I know. Go to the restroom.
Yeah,
didn't we have a radio team that got sued for doing some kind of see how much water you can drink, not go to the bathroom? They killed somebody.
Yeah, and then some hazing incidents at colleges, make them drink a bunch and like say hold it. But you would think if you have to drink enough to do that, what would be his reason?
Now this is what the story says. It says the study claims that Bruce had multiple risk factors for this type death, including that he was drinking high quantities of liquid, using cannabis, which increases thirst, as well as other factors that decrease the ability of the kidneys, such as the use of prescription drugs and alcohol. His wife, Linda, revealed how Bruce had a fluid-based diet of carrot and apple juice in the period running up to his death.
What?
Can you believe that?
Could it be cannabis?
Could it be cannabis?
Kind of ironic that one of his more famous quotes is "Be water, my friends."
It is, by the way.
You guys want to hear that? You want to hear that real quick?
Yeah, there was a documentary about that.
This be water thing weirds me out. I know a lot of people get all on fire for it. It weirds me out.
Yeah, I'm kind of weird.
Here it is.
Like water. Now you put water into a cup. It becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow, or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
Okay, then.
So maybe there's that prescription use showing itself a little bit there.
Or the cannabis.
And the cannabis.
Be water, my friend.
Be water, my friend.
You know that we were talking about they said his brain had swelling in it. I mean, he did martial arts. So he got hit in the head a lot too. You think that had anything?
Yeah,
to
could
do
his
with
brain be swelling because Kareem Abdul-Jabbar kicked him in the head?
Yes, absolutely.
So I don't know. Jay Leno update too, Bo. Jay Leno's been discharged from the hospital 9 days after being treated in an oxygen chamber for severe burns, and it says he's burned up pretty bad. I mean, he's burned from up on his head some, and
he's got a big old face.
Yeah, a lot of face to burn there. No,
he does.
Greg's
right. The man's got a lot of face.
Said he will receive follow-up care for burns on his face, chest, and hands. Wow. But with a face like that, if fire breaks out, it's going to get the face.
It's going to get your cheeks.
Yeah. So
well, that's good. He's getting to go home. I mean, the way they were talking about it, I thought he might have a lot longer stay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Said he clearly has burn marks on his chin and neck as he was oh my goodness.
So they do have pictures of him.
Oh no.
Rick, here's a quote from him. He told everybody to be water.
Greg. No, he would say be fire.
Wow, look at that. Told you. Look at that face peeling.
Which means the mask really don't work if they pull those down for the picture.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, honestly, I again, based on what they were saying, I thought it was going to be worse than that.
But still,
his hands,
they're all like, ate up like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So anyway, Jay Leno's out of the hospital, and Bruce Lee may have died from water, and the Chrisleys are going to jail. It's been an active celebrity day. Bubba, we have a medical find that may surprise people when we come back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
phone up on the screen.
Mirror.
Well, in his hastiness to show me that, he just leaves his phone up on the screen.
Oh.
Now his wife's on the front row there. So I realized if I text, it'll come up on that screen. You know what I mean? So he's just like this. He's trying to find the email I've sent him because he can't wait to put up the slides.
He's studying, huh?
And so he doesn't realize. But his phone is now up there on the screens for everybody. So all of a sudden, I get down and I get his text like that, and everybody's watching. Have you told Kim's his wife's name? Have you told Kim yet about this weekend? Look, so all of a sudden it goes, whoop, and it comes up on the screen, and his wife looks up and goes, you see her looking around, and like that, and she's like, what? And she started going, all of a sudden I go, is Kim still good? Will y'all give me that money? Look, and all of a sudden it goes, whoop, and it comes up on the big screen. So now I'm throwing stuff up there like I think, and the whole class is screaming, and Kim's looking at that, and she's getting a look on her face like, and he doesn't even know he's over in the middle, and everything I just keep throwing various things up there. Excited about your new commitment to lose 50 pounds. You know what I mean? And,
delete.
Yeah. So anyway, that don't ever put your phone up there on screens and leave it. Especially now, most people would let that go, but ain't no way I could let that go.
That's funny.
Now don't forget, I'm just about to teach Sunday school too, and I'm doing that.
Sure.
But anyway,
but it's fun.
Oh, it brought the house down. And I could have gone further. I was kind.
You could have gotten.
I could have really stirred things up.
Yeah, you could have.
There it is. Can you even have that title now? I mean. I don't know. But anyway, so that's REO Speedwagon, for those of you that may not know that band. It's funny because my wife and I, our anniversary is coming up this Saturday, 22 years of marital bliss, and we've declared to make the two teenage boys who are still at home the most uncomfortable, we've declared it Mushy Week.
Oh, boy.
And all we do is we just goo over each other and just talk about how much we love each other around them all the time and hug and kiss, and it's driving them crazy. Yeah. I say, hey, it's Mushy Week, baby. Mom and I turning it up this week. And y'all ain't going to hear anything but just how much we in love. God, they're so uncomfortable.
They're running out of the room.
Oh, sure. I'll show them a couple texts here. I might even grab an emoji. So anyway.
There's some pretty interesting ones out there now, especially if you put several of them together. You know.
Well, it's funny. Sherry went and she wanted to. What's those things? What are they called? With a little cartoon of you?
Yeah, I know.
Caricature?
Bit emoji.
Yeah,
that's it. And she made one.
So I went with caricature.
We were going to Atlanta back over Christmas break, and she made one, and she was like, I'm gonna make. She said I'm gonna make you when you have your glasses on. I'm gonna make that one. I said okay. So she's done that. So every now and then I'll grab that, especially this week. You know, they got all kinds of little things you can do with those. So send her a little message throughout the day. Mushy Week continues. Then right into Valentine's Day, we're going to be so in love over the next 2 weeks. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, you got a busy schedule.
So anyway, it's
pace yourself.
It's great. It's great. We're having fun. So especially if it's annoying the boys, that makes it even better. All right, so we do have a number of things to unpack. I mean, when I'm handed these headlines, I was just sitting in my office going over all the different headlines. Am I on some other planet? I mean, what's happened? Have I left the world that I once lived in? Guys, we've lost our minds. I mean, this is the weirdest era. People say, well, it's always been a little weird. No, I think this would make Trump all weirdness before. Yeah. I mean, this is just
every day is something new.
Every day there's something, and what I like, and Bubba and I were talking about it, is we don't seem to. There's no boundary. It's like there's never a point. If we were playing football, there is no out of bounds. I mean, there's never a play that anybody's out of bounds.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can run to the parking lot to get open. Don't worry about the stands. Go in the parking lot.
Hey, you completed a pass over by a truck. Hey, he's out of bounds. No, nothing's out of bounds.
All good.
All good. So anyway, we'll unpack all those stories today, and we look forward to talking to you too at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Our website's Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word "and." You can always go there and get all the information about the show. Also, you can go there and shop the Rick and Bubba store. I had somebody ask me, can we get ringtones? What about the Rick and Bubba thing? You can do all that. Click on goodies. All that can be found there. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where the Georgia satellites bring us back, which means there are more celebrities and more people being accused. It is 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Well, Bubba, you know how we talk about this on the show all the time, and I don't want to get to the point to where I won't listen to whatever the latest thing is.
Right.
But you and I have documented throughout the now 29 years in January that we've been doing this, how somebody will come and say, hey, watch coffee. And then all of a sudden they'll come back and say, hey, coffee's fine. Hey, the poor old egg. The poor old egg has been treated
has been
so
through
badly.
the meal, no pun intended.
All right, so, and then they'll just change it. Hey, good for you, not good for you, good for you, not good for you, back good for you again.
And, you know, Rick, people seem to forget that when we were asking simple questions. Could this shot be good for you or bad for you?
Don't go down that
You know,
road
I'm
again.
just
Right,
saying
yeah.
it's okay to ask that question
It is.
when you've had a history of reversing yourself.
Correct. Well, all of us have been told, we've done these workups, all this, good cholesterol, bad cholesterol.
Yeah. HDL, LDL. We've all heard it.
Well, the so-called good cholesterol isn't so good after all.
How about that?
So now,
y'all realize how long I've been hearing this?
I know the latest studies, and they've been watching this, that the HDL actually does not reduce heart disease risk.
Now, we were told all along
No,
that,
it doesn't hurt.
that the HDL would help remove other things out of the blood that you didn't want there, carry them back to the liver, disposed of, flushed out of the body. It was dubbed the good cholesterol.
Yep.
Now they're saying not so fast, my friend.
Not so fast.
Not so fast.
I'm listening.
They just finished a big sample.
Forget it.
And they did the study, and they said researchers found that high levels of high-density HDL were not associated with a lower risk of developing heart disease. Said HDL absorbs cholesterol in the arteries and ferries it back to the liver, which then flushes it from the body. But for this reason, it had been dubbed good cholesterol, but this study says that probably was the wrong thing to say about it.
Well, it took them a minute to get to this.
Took them a minute to get to it. And it says, what I hope is this type of research will try to establish the need to revisit the risk predicting algorithm for cardiovascular disease. It means that in the future, here it comes, Bubba, we don't get a pat on the back by our doctors for having higher HDL. Okay. Now, remember when they would say that, hey, your HDL looks good. Now they're saying HDL being good or bad doesn't really help you one way or the other.
Well, Rick, too, cholesterol. You know, it's evil, right? Well, cholesterol is a waxy, fat-like substance made by the liver and is found in every single cell in the body. It's crucial for making hormones, vitamin D, and key components to aid in digestion. So you have to have some of it, you know? I mean, you would think all along that it was the less you had, the better off you were, but that's not necessarily the case, according to this. You just can't. You can't. I mean, what do you trust nowadays?
Yeah, especially when it comes to hormones.
I hate to
Them
bring
hormones will get you.
I hate to bring this up too. Okay, and I'm on one now because you and I have genetic high cholesterol.
Yep.
And I finally was sold on getting on these to get it down because they said any side effect from the drug won't happen until you're already dead at this age anyway.
Right.
But your heart risk. But then you look at this. Their study is even saying the bad LDL had modesty. It was a modestly increased risk for cardiovascular disease.
Yeah, this says, Rick, if I'm reading this
they
right,
said
there's
it increases it a little bit, but it's not the doomsday that we've been told it was.
There was more heart attacks with those with very low HDL.
Yep.
I mean, how can that be? That kind of
LDL, you mean, right?
No, this is HDL right here.
Yeah.
Well,
that would go with the study now.
Yeah.
Because that's supposed to be the good cholesterol.
Yeah, you could have more of it. It's supposed to be better for you.
Yeah.
And now they're saying not so fast, my friend.
So, but they're saying
I don't know. It still looks like it's contradicting.
It is. Well, it is. Well, here's what you can say, Bubba, with no hesitation. Higher HDL cholesterol levels were not associated with reduced cardiovascular disease risk for either group, and higher levels of LDL modestly increased risk for cardiovascular disease. Those two things are factual right out of the story.
For now.
So the more we know, the less we know.
For now, they'll change.
Of course, then they'll come back, and all this will change. Let me tell you where this is going to end up. When we're finally said and done, and I'm not a doctor, but when we're finally said and done, they're going, you know what, we had it backward. you need the LDL, not the HDL.
We got the H and L.
That's probably where it'll
They're going
end
to come
up.
back and completely reverse it.
Originally, we inverted it.
I am watching my cholesterol, by the way. Watching it go up. But on a serious note, I am taking something for my cholesterol, and I would need y'all to know that this fiber that I have here in my office, it's not for what you think it is, okay?
Yeah, I knew. I thought you meant
it's for my
in a
cholesterol.
bind.
No.
For real, cholesterol fiber's supposed to help with cholesterol.
So what kind of number you got?
It was high. I took a life insurance test. I guess maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and just genetically, it's just. And plus, we were going to a certain fast food restaurant for breakfast every single day at that point too, and I was getting some deep fried deliciousness every single morning for breakfast, and I'm trying to not do that as much. But my cholesterol was high, and so I'm just taking.
What about your HDL? You know what I say now? Who cares?
I think they were both high, so I'm just doing the cholesterol or the fiber thing.
And it's helping?
I don't know. I read about it, and I'm just hoping it keeps me from having a heart attack when I'm 75.
Well, I can tell you these drugs, and you got to research all that out. Mine was anywhere from 280 to 310 based on what year it was when I had blood work done, and now the last time I went, mine was like 100
Yeah, I'm saying about
20. Something like that, 130.
Yeah, so mine's down in the 120s.
Yeah,
but without the meds, it'll hit 200.
Right. So my doctor said it was the best number I'd had since he had ever been testing me. But now you find out, I may not even.
Well, your overall cholesterol score, if they're right about that, needs to be below 200.
Well, I mean, modestly, Greg.
You're in there messing with your liver and everything. And hey, you never know. What can happen there.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, let's face it. It's got an expiration date on it.
Yes, it does.
What you're really trying to do is to take care of yourself for quality of life and impact of your life. The number of your days, there ain't a whole lot you can do about that. But how you live, a lot of choices to be made.
Yep.
Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So there you go. So now we're more confused than ever on. But they said you need to stop the phrase good cholesterol. That doesn't apply. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. Your phone calls and more fun when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Inappropriate groping. We loved him in the movie Jaws.
Sure we did, Rick.
Bubba loved him in Mr. Somebody's Opus.
I did. I never even saw that movie.
Mr.
Holland's
Bubba,
Opus.
you love that. You like a good opus.
When I saw the title of that movie, I asked somebody. I said, "What is an opus?" Is that? I mean, I thought.
Sounds
do I need
like Fat Friend.
Do I need to be going to see that movie? I mean.
Undoubtedly is on Broadway, and there were some young ladies that got a chance to meet Mr. Dreyfuss backstage and said they were shocked at his behavior. Now this goes back to a Broadway production of Sly Fox. Boy, all the puns in this back in 2004. Because remember now, the times we're living in right now, it is not the behavior of you today; it's the behavior in some cases in the last 40 years.
And that's a long time.
Boy, that's a long time.
That's almost not fair.
So
who came up with that?
But this is the part, and I know we've all said this, and I certainly don't want it to be interpreted any other way, because the behavior of these men, and many times, is obviously inappropriate, grotesque, and not something that any of us should take lightly. But I do have to keep asking, it's almost like people are sitting around, and now that this has started, somebody said, "You remember that time we thought Richard Dreyfuss was acting kind of weird, and all that?" Let's go tell that story now. We didn't tell it then. Let's go tell it now.
Is this an old story on him?
It says 2004.
Oh.
Says,
I tell you that picture, he got a handful there, doesn't he?
Yes, he really did.
This is no boating accident.
No.
Wow.
We're gonna need a bigger boat. But anyway,
what a greeting.
but to get some distance between us. Anyway, they said they went backstage to meet him after. This is just what the story says. The Broadway production of Sly Fox, and said, and these
2004.
Yeah, they said when they went back to meet him. They said the first thing he did was give me a hug, and he stuck his hand I can't even read that. But he got a little. He went to the backside of the woman. I'll just say that. And without
he checked her all
without any warning, said he turned around and also grabbed me in an upstairs area, and then grabbed me right above my private area, like he was tickling me.
Now this is a complete stranger he's met.
They met him backstage.
Yeah. Now, how do they get backstage to begin with?
Well, you get VIP. Sometimes people say, "Hey, you want to go meet Richard Dreyfuss?" Yeah, and it's a meet and greet.
He's acting like he knows him pretty well.
Well, that's the point.
Maybe he mistaken for somebody else.
I think they're making.
Rick, it says here, Susan, who was 52, screamed "Pip it" as loud as she could. I don't know if you read that or not.
So anyway,
boating accident.
And then the other one said that was in the group. He came over and kissed me without permission. She said, "I am smiling in the photo, but it's a nervous smile. I didn't know how to react. I was just taken back. It was so creepy and weird and awkward. We were excited to get to meet him, and it wasn't what we were expected. We were in shock. I was surprised. I didn't expect him to be that type of person. He was all over both of us. He also asked for us to stay. And now this may be the problem. Said he was sweaty and talking fast. You think Richard might have run a few lines? And I'm not talking about from the script.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh yeah.
But and they said he came out in support of his son's allegation against Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, I remember that now.
Mm-hmm. So they said that Dreyfuss.
That's right, his son. Yeah.
Dreyfuss.
Remember
he also was accused of exposing himself to a Los Angeles writer in the 80s. He's denied that allegation. But these women have come out with pictures, and he clearly, if this picture is not photoshopped, I mean, he is definitely.
And look at the look on his face, would you?
Yeah.
It's just a blank stare.
Yeah, he is checking out the Boston butt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm talking about, and so there he goes.
Wow.
Yeah.
2004.
I tell you, Hollywood has a lot of groping going on.
Oh, it's a Grope City.
And there's a lot of people who've just now realized that it's bad. Now they're going back and going, "Oh yeah."
Well, there's also people meeting and go, "Guys, we're not going to go down this road, are we? How did we get pulled into this?"
Yeah.
Because you talk about a town that doesn't need to talk about this, and apparently. So anyway, this is what they're alleging, and there is no comment from Dreyfuss on the latest accusation of something in 2004, where these women said their meet and greet with him was creepy and
You greeted him.
weird and awkward. "35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. It's your turn, America. It's your turn, America. We've turned the show over to you, and you can join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. We've covered quite a bit on the program today, but we'd love to hear from you. So while you're coming in, let me hit you with mypillow.com/Bubba. Really, if you go to these great products, and let me tell you what Lindell and the company is doing right now. Everything, and if you don't believe that, just listen to me and Bubba. Everything right now costs more. So what MyPillow is doing is saying, why don't we do our part to be sure our products cost less? So there's a breath of fresh air. So for example, let's go to the MyPillow Giza Dream bed sheets. Greg loves these. As low as $29.98. They also have the Percale sheet sets. that offer that cool, crisp sleep. $49.98. Men's and women's my sleepwear and loungewear up to 80% off. There's an insane savings right there. Down comforters, children's Bible story pillows, 50% off. Bath towels, 50% off. Hotel quality 6-piece towel sets, they're 55% off. My slippers are $49.98. My sandals are $19.98. So right now, there's never been a better time. And unlike everywhere else, at mypillow.com/Bubba, everything actually costs less. So go there now. Let's start with Mike in Huntsville. 100.3 The River. Mike, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, HCl, it can be atherogenic, so it makes it sticky and can slip inside the artery walls. But it is cardioprotective. When you add 1 gram of it to a statin, you can get 90% absolute reduction in cardiovascular disease and actually regress atherosclerosis in the arteries. So I can go into a whole long thing on that, but your liver will cannibalize that HCl.
I don't even know what he's talking about. Thank you.
That one, he hit the ground running on that
He
one.
did.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
But I think what he's saying is the statin drugs are good for you and they work.
Yeah, I think
that's what statistically.
Yeah, as long as you don't mind having leg cramps, which I've just learned to deal with that now. We've tried a couple different ones. I have less leg cramps now than I did have on the others. Let's go to Chris in Georgia. Chris, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't know why the courts are acting like that. Todd's not got no money. He's been sending me gifts for years. I think the Speedy. Do you don't know nothing about that?
Oh my gosh. Somewhat of a pretty good Chrisley impression. Garrett.
It's the best one we've heard today. I'll
Garrett
say that.
in Gadsden. Garrett, 30 seconds. Z93. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I was just trying to see what y'all's thoughts were on the possible Lane Kiffin hire with him coming out last night and pretty much just trolling all the Auburn fans.
We talked about that earlier in the program. You can't miss a minute of Rick and Bubba. We'll see. I don't think you can believe anything. I don't think you can believe that they're really offering him, and I don't think you can believe he's not being offered.
Yeah.
I think both of those have the likelihood to be equally untrue.
And usually there's smoke to throw you off the trail.
Yeah.
So we'll see. It's interesting to watch.
Dan Mullen. Coaches have proven that them saying they're not going somewhere
doesn't really mean
it
anything.
holds no water. And people claiming that they know for sure that this person's been offered, that turns out to be wrong a lot of times.
That's a fact.
So we here's, I know it's a strange concept. We'll know who Auburn is going to hire when they announce we've hired this person. Everything else up to that is just
when is the likelihood that will happen?
After the Alabama game, I would think.
I would think you might want to change
After
the
the
headlines after that.
Got 2 words for you, Coach Caddy. Let's go to
Got 'em fired up.
Eric and Henniger. Eric, go ahead.
Hey guys, what's up?
Good.
Hey, you was talking earlier about putting cheese on an apple pie.
Mm-hmm.
Here's something that's 10 times better than that. Put cheese, like Kraft sliced cheese, on a Krispy Kreme donut.
Good.
What?
Good
I don't
gracious.
get cheese and
30
sweet
seconds
stuff.
in the microwave. Yeah.
I don't get it.
No, I thought
I've seen
I
hamburgers
thought you
made
put
out of it.
cheese on it to make things more palatable.
I just don't see that as a good mix.
Yeah.
Hank in Alabama. Hank, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hank.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just want to let you know it ain't Thanksgiving till Johnny Carl brings his own special cranberry sauce.
It's 2 years in a row. 2
He
days in a
said
row.
drink by him drinking. Now he's bringing his own special cranberry sauce. Johnny Carl.
Be careful developing this too far.
I do love the term Johnny Carl.
Alan in Birmingham. Alan, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Don't know if y'all talked about it yet, but The View yesterday, we're talking about some gay pride, I don't know, marches or something.
Have you seen this?
And I think it was Sonny that said something like,
it was.
Jesus, if he would have been around at this time, he would have been the grand marshal celebrating with them.
Well, when I saw that
Wow.
on social media yesterday, first of all, that's blasphemy. But when I saw that on social media yesterday, Whoopi Goldberg is in the clip, and I thought we'd just been told that she had COVID. Is she already back? Because if that clip was current, well, there's no doubt it said in the clip whenever it was. So you're correct on that. But the reason why I didn't bring it up when I got here today is I thought, well, if Whoopi's in the clip, it must not be new, because I thought we were just told, was it Friday or Monday?
She'd been diagnosed now, or was that a while ago?
Well, no, we saw the View thing that Joy took over and said that Whoopi's out with COVID again. And then
was that Thursday or Friday?
Remember we played the thing about the boosters and all that in the crowd. Yes, give us more boosters, and all of that. So this clip that I guess Adler has now, is that current?
That was posted Monday, I believe.
But I mean, is it a current clip? Is Whoopi, was she only gone for COVID for a couple of days, or was the COVID clip old? It's hard to follow all this.
Well, Sonny in this clip says, "I've said this before." So this isn't the first time she's said the Jesus comment.
Yeah. And I don't know that they hide behind religion, because I said this on this show once before. Jesus would be the Grand Marshal at the Pride Parade.
I don't mean about gay people. I mean in every argument we have.
But here's
we weaponize religion.
And Whoopi's on. Sonny, the thing that gets me on this is, and we can all be guilty of it, Rick Burgess included, on the topic. But if you're going to make statements like that, it just shows that this very faith that you, many times on this show, you can't believe that people are just being devoted to their faith by their response to something. And there is a way to do it correctly by saying that, God's standard is what I stand by, because I claim to be one of God's children, and I claim to be a follower of the one and only living God. So therefore, his commandments to me as his follower are, this is how he sees marriage, this is how he sees gender, this is how he sees fill in the blank, sexual activity, intimacy, fill in it's everything. And what Sonny is going to do is claim some Jesus that can't be found in the Bible. She says that's
Very
what
bizarre.
I believe. I would want Jesus, is what she's saying. I want Jesus to be the Grand Marshal of the Gay Pride Parade. Would Jesus call everyone, no matter what your sin is? Will he say, if you repent, I come to bring you forgiveness? That is correct. But you will not find anywhere in Scripture, nowhere, that when Jesus is talking to people in sin, woman at the well, wherever it is, talking about who's a little fella up in the tree? Zacchaeus. Matthew, when he's calling him to follow him, he says, I have the ability to forgive sin, and what I offer you is, I offer you an opportunity to not face condemnation from my Father who is holy, because he takes sin so serious, he's going to send me to the cross, because that gruesome cross has to happen because how much my Father hates sin. So if you repent and turn from your sin, I will forgive you.
I will be your Savior.
And I will save you from the wrath of my Father, which is coming on all sin that is unrepented. I make you fully righteous, which means I will now make you sinless in the presence of my Father if you renounce your sin. So, no, he wouldn't be the Grand Marshal of the Great Gay Pride Parade. He might be at the Gay Pride Parade calling people to redemption and asking people to repent and saying that he would forgive them. Yes, absolutely he would be there doing that. But saying that he would condone behavior that his holy word and himself cause sin is blasphemy. And you don't know what you're talking about. That's a feel-good statement you've had, and you said that. So what you're doing is what I've done it in my life, and we've all done it to some degree, is we try to make God into something we wish he would be. But what we have to do is to repent so that God makes us into something that he wishes we would be, and that is fully righteous. So we have it completely backward. And she's a fool for saying that. And what she just said is blasphemy. And she does not know what she's talking about. That's showing zero knowledge of Scripture, zero knowledge of who God says he is, not who we say he is, who he says he is. And that is an ignorant statement. And really, if you want to talk about this faith of followers of Jesus, at least know what you're talking about. And then you can even disagree. You can even say, I know what they believe and why they believe it. I reject that. I don't think the God of the Bible is the one true God. I reject everything that they believe. You can say that. But don't start making up versions of Jesus that just don't exist. And, I don't know how to break this to the Sonnies of the world, and I'm going to say it loud and clear, and I say it to myself. The one and only living God does not need a PR agent. He does not need me. He does not need Sonny to see if I can't make him more palatable and see if I can't rework his platform to make him more accepted. He doesn't need me to do his PR for him. What he needs is I need him. He doesn't need me. He needs to change me. I don't need to change him. I'm the problem. He ain't the problem. Sonny's the problem. He's not the problem. And I tell you, that's that statement. I hope she doesn't stick with that. You know what Jesus would call her to today? Repentance. Hey, you need to take that back. Do I love these people? Yes. Do I approve of them if they remain in this sin? No. That's two completely different things. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
And all of these women, I get, and I can certainly understand this. What they're saying,
I guess a handshake was out.
I think what's happening.
How about a
here,
side hug?
I think what's happening is, they're going to meet these people that they like, who are actors or musicians or whatever, and they're all excited about it, and they're in this moment with the photo. Hey, nice to meet you. We just love what you do, and the next thing they know, hey. And I think they're kind of like, well, hey.
Yeah, I don't know how to react.
Yeah, and undoubtedly, though, they've been able to persevere through it since 2004. But now.
Now that's true. It didn't really derail them, I don't believe. I'm not saying it was right.
Well, they're saying, look, if this is the topic, let's all come in with our stories now.
And I guess they're going, if he's going to go around, defending his son about accusations he'd put against somebody else, they're like, well, you did.
Right.
Kind of put the OL Pincho.
Right. It is a big issue out there. And
that's a growing bunch out in Hollywood.
They are. Well, and Bubba was saying, talking about, he had a story yesterday saying that this is not celebrities, but just talking about the workplace. And look, the workplace has always been a dicey little situation, but there are women coming out now saying, look, we got to be careful with this because it's just like everything else. And I don't know what happened here, and that's certainly a terrible story to hear of behavior, but what's going to happen now is there is, and I hate to use this term because I know it's part of a protest, the Me Too. Mm-hmm. There is that human weirdness that's always like, well, I don't have a story as good as that, so let me see if I can come up with something. Yeah. And now what's going to get, like we said, sexual harassment is a horrible thing and should be dealt with by these people, like President Clinton, who seem to thrive off of it. But then it started turning into like if you were walking to the break room and you heard something in another office, then you were turning those people in. And it's the latter that I'm talking about, not the first, but the latter. When we get into this, every little thing is dissected because there's things that are bad behavior and then there's things that are criminal. And we start making all those the same. Yeah. Some of the women are saying, it's going to get to the point where instead of us advancing, there's going to be companies that go, is it worth it?
Yeah, well, Rick, you're referring to the story yesterday. It's in the New York Post by Kyle Smith. It says a male backlash against the Me Too movement is brewing. And they talk about how feminists are delighted that a lot of this has been brought to light, as it should have been. But what you're seeing also, and he gives the story here of a female executive from I believe she's from a PR company, saying that you run into situations now where females are finding they can't get in the door to have a meeting with somebody because the males are afraid they're going to be accused of something.
Yeah.
And she was talking about lobbying people in government offices, and I forgot which one it was she said she was talking about here, but where they even were bringing in somebody now and they were used to meeting with them one-on-one, and they have somebody else in the room with them.
Yeah.
And the women were going, well, we can't openly talk about what we need with a third party. And they said, well, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, that's the way it's got to be. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. All right, so we got Biden and this ridiculous pardon of the turkey thing we do every year. Give me one president that says, today, no pardon, let's eat. Everybody.
Said everybody know. Basement Joe.
Also had a hard time explaining, because I really couldn't, to my wife why turkey hunting season is nowhere near Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I know.
We got turkeys running all over the farm. She's like, shouldn't we be eating one of these? And I'm like, well, you can't really shoot them this time of year. Turkey season's not during Thanksgiving? No, it's really not. All right, well, here's President Biden, and we'll just run through some clips here for those of you that enjoy these moments and they don't make you uncomfortable like they do us. First of all, here is the current president, Mr. Biden, pardoning the national Thanksgiving turkey. Well, I don't know who started this, but
it's been around for a while.
Was it one of the Bushes or something? Who started this?
No, it's been back a lot.
All right, here we go.
When we told them they were joining the wolf pack, they got a little scared. But then we explained it was just a mascot for the school, as one of the nation's best poultry science departments in the country. And now, based on their temperament and commitment to being productive members of society, I hereby pardon. Yes. I hereby pardon Chocolate and Chip.
Chocolate and Chip. Oh, he's walking over there. Nobody had this plan.
Chocolate, you're pardoned, and so are you, Chip.
Nobody wanted him to do this.
For
some reason, him and his sunglasses really add to it.
You can do that. You can do that.
Oh, my.
You can do that.
All right.
You can do that.
This next thing in 1B, I don't even know what he's saying. He says something about 9.5 million turkeys.
Yeah, a lot of turkeys.
A lot of turkeys out there.
Please try to follow this one, Bubba. These are the ones you live for right here.
I wish you'd flog him.
He asked this turkey farmer or whatever how many turkeys he's raised or raising.
How many turkeys you got down there you raising?
Circle S Ranch grows about 9.5 million turkeys a year.
God love you. 9.5 million turkeys. I tell you what, that's like some of the countries I've been to. Anyway, you want to talk?
Oh, my.
Good night.
What did he say about countries?
Some of the countries he's been
to. He's saying that he's been to countries that have 9 million.
Yeah.
And this guy has 9 million turkeys.
Is that what he
means?
means?
There's a lot of turkeys.
Or has he been to a lot of countries? Does he think the country turkey has lots of turkeys?
God love you. 9.5 million turkeys.
Watch when he gets locked up, Bubba.
It's like some of the countries I've been to. Anyway.
He's saying he's got as many turkeys as some countries he's been to. That's what he's trying to say.
All right.
I got news from him. Those 9 million, those are the only 2 that are going to get away.
Yeah. What about when he said, anyway?
Anyway, you want to say something?
All right, Bubba, if you'd like to know what the president's favorite ice cream is, he lets you know. You know, he eats a lot of ice cream. Yeah. He loves
What's wrong with ice cream?
Nothing wrong with ice cream. It's just odd to watch him eat so much of it. But anyway, so here you go.
They can go wherever they want. Of course, chocolate is my favorite. Chocolate is my favorite ice cream. We could have named them Chips and Science. But anyway, would have been good names as well.
Chips and Science.
Chips and Science.
Okay,
what's that got to do with chocolate?
Chocolate. It's his favorite ice cream. I'll tell you that.
Chips and Science.
Chips and Science is the breakdown.
Science.
Did he mean to say chips and salsa?
He did. No, what's that got to do with chocolate ice cream?
He's talking about ice cream, Rick.
Yeah,
it
what's
doesn't
that got to
make
do with
any
chocolate
sense.
ice cream?
Yeah, but
he's like so many other things.
Well, they're called chocolate and chip, and I'm just trying, like you tried a minute ago.
I know you're trying to somehow make it come out.
That he says, but they're called chocolate and chip. You know, chocolate's my favorite ice cream.
Okay.
Because they could have been called chips and science. Do you think he meant chips and salsa?
I think you may be on to something.
Chips and salsa
I'm just trying.
is a phrase
we're all
we
trying.
hear.
I needed that.
Chips and Science, we don't really hear.
We're
that
all
much.
trying.
Is he talking about like computer chips? Maybe.
Yeah.
Y'all realize we're trying to understand our
That's
president?
another good one, Adler. Thank you. I needed these.
Well, things got a little weird. He saw a kid that had, kind of brown skin, so he told him not to steal anything.
Imagine. This has to be boring for these kids to stand up here. Yeah. You're allowed to do anything you want, including go steal a pumpkin if you want. Anything you want to do.
Oh, my God.
Folks, It's an honor for Julie.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness!
No.
So he said you can steal. He
Yeah,
said you
he
can
told him-
steal something. Excuse me.
Grab a pumpkin.
You're awful.
That's
Well, yeah, but the audience didn't give him anything on it. He was hoping for a reaction, like, oh,
so embarrassing.
Look, we've all
chocolate. I feel like I need to hide for some reason. I don't know why.
Him with a hot mic just walking around.
Oh my gosh!
I would
That's
pay.
so
By the way,
dangerous, so
I would pay to
dangerous.
see that act.
Oh my!
I would actually pay tickets
yes.
and go sit down.
Look,
He
I
just
don't
walked
mind
around.
giving him that microphone in a midday talk show, but he doesn't need to be running the free world.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
You want to say something?
What am I talking about? I like how he'll just look down there and anyway.
What I like when he says, "What am I talking about?" You know, it's the same question we've got, Mr. President. What are you talking about?
Andy.
I'm gonna ask the same question I ask every year on this pardon thing. So you're telling me they don't have turkey on Thanksgiving at the White House?
They
Even
do.
after you
Yeah,
pardon
they just
one?
don't
They
eat
do.
chocolate
They
and
just
chips.
crack the butterball open and go.
It's
Yeah.
anybody.
I bet they eat a little better than that.
Does
I bet
any-
they have some good stuff.
Does anybody believe these turkeys are actually pardoned? I mean, come on. Does
What do
anybody
they do with them? Where are they at now?
Yeah, does anybody believe that?
Where's the ones that were
Is there a
pardoned? Didn't we
pardon
do a
farm?
store and there is like a little farm, but they can't live long.
No. Yeah, but you,
God, look at that thing.
I make a living off people eating my turkeys, and the president sticks me with a couple I got to raise to all the way through their whole life.
That ain't happening.
That ain't happening.
They
How's
gonna
he
work
gonna know?
themselves right back
How's
around
he
in
gonna
that-
know?
in that assembly
Well,
line.
when those turkeys walk right back into my 9.5 million,
Yeah.
you think anybody knows which turkey's which?
If that thing could jump down and start running around the White House lawn and everybody's chasing it, I'd love that.
Have you ever seen them when they flog people? If they could just flog him.
I bet they've been tranquilized. So
I
they're
bet
not-
they have.
Oh,
Yeah.
you
You're
know,
right.
laid
Yeah.
back.
Instead of
Hey,
moving,
it's like just sitting up there letting you talk about
What
it.
am I talking about?
You ever tried to put a microphone in a turkey's face?
They don't turn out
I
well.
bet he didn't. I bet they wouldn't like it.
The man with 1,000 faces has got a turkey going.
There he is.
He's got a turkey going.
Thank you for pardoning me.
Hey, what is that last part? Are you trying to gobble?
No, I'm just laughing.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.